Hello. Welcome to Serverless Day Student Edition. This is an event dedicated to folks who are new to serverless, who want to learn more about what it is and get inspired about what we can build. This conference is hosted by Bit Project, which is a nonprofit that is dedicated to helping students gain the technical skills necessary to build their first apps. And a lot of the students that are presenting today have participated in our serverless bootcamp, which was an 8-week coding bootcamp teaching students about serverless. And as a capstone project, all the students built a personal project with serverless that solved problems they saw in their daily life. So if you're a student or a person who has never heard of serverless or haven't built anything with serverless yet, don't worry. This is the event for you. Feel free to ask any questions if you don't understand a concept or if you don't understand a certain word. Just feel free to ask in the chat, and we'll be more than happy to answer your questions. We also have a workshop coming up later today, and that will teach you all about building your first serverless function and fetching cat images with Aws Lambda. So be on the lookout for that. And before we get fully started with the keynote, I want to thank our 3 sponsors, Courier, AWS, and New Relic, for making this event possible. We couldn't do this without you. So without further ado, let's just jump right into the meat of the presentation. So when I first started to think of the idea of making a serverless accessible and creating content that makes serverless accessible, people ask me, why serverless? Why not other kind of frameworks or technologies? And the reason that I chose serverless as a technology I wanted to make more accessible, it came from not a childhood, a college trauma that I had, building node applications and deploying them to the cloud. So one of the first apps that I tried to deploy when I was in college was an app to put tiny hats on human faces. Very serious production-ready application here. And I didn't know the first thing about deploying to the cloud. So I was like, okay, let me go make my free AWS account and let's try to follow a tutorial to deploy a simple node app to EC2. And little did I know how complicated and the 55,000 ways that you can deploy something to the cloud. So after reading through at least 20 tutorials, I decided on one and I started following the instructions. And the problem was that the provisioning step of the actual cluster, the container, was non-existent in this tutorial. They just skipped over that step. So I had to kind of guess and look up and Google all of the terminologies that I didn't understand or know, and I had to just try to figure it out, and actually provisioned an instance. And after 45 minutes of finagling, I got it to work and it ran my application. I was like, great. And then I went to bed. And the next day I forgot about it, like a typical college student. Like a month later, AWS sends me an email being like, yo, you owe us $800. And I was like, I'm a broke college student. I don't have $800. So I frantically called AWS and I was like, yo, I'm a college student. I didn't know what happened. And yeah, thankfully AWS didn't charge me $800. They forgave me, forgave the cost. But I was traumatized by that moment because I clicked a couple of buttons on a website and something spun up in a server hundreds of miles away from me, and then I got charged hundreds of dollars. And I was like, yo, there must be a better way for me to deploy code onto the cloud without having to worry that, infinite loop in my code or a mistake in my code, or just having a really resource heavy app can cost me hundreds of dollars if I don't want it, if it's not for a production app, if it's just for like a hobby project. So yeah, I ran into on my Twitter feed Chloe Condon's tutorial on building an ADHD medication reminder system with serverless functions, and I was like, this is a really cool idea, but do I have to worry about provisioning all that stuff? And when I read through the tutorial, she said that she only pays for what she uses. So if I only ping this API or this particular app 5 times, I only have to pay for 5 times, It's very, very simple. And I was like, this is the future. I only have to pay for what I use, so I don't have to worry about being charged exorbitant amounts of money. And yeah, it seems pretty simple. So yeah, let's just dive right into what makes serverless so special and what serverless is. Before we do that, let's figure out what servers are and how servers work. So what is a server? That's a good question. And I like to answer with it's just a computer that's somewhere in the world that you can access remotely. So yeah, let's take this site for example. This is my personal site. It's at danielkim.fun. And yes, I didn't know .fun was a domain name, but apparently it is. So that's what my website is. And through Google Analytics that is hooked up to this website, I know that I get around 20 users a day. And before the advent of the cloud, what I would have to do if I wanted my own website is I would have to buy, you guessed it, servers and have them in my room. And in this nice room, there's probably very little room for me to put a whole server rack and then have it process data all the time. But the problem with having your own server for your website is that you're probably overpaying for what you actually need. Because if I wanted a server that processed 20 to 30 requests a day, for most of the day, it's probably not running or it's idle, you know? So it's wasting power, it's wasting electricity, it's wasting resources that we don't actually need. So this is called over provisioning. But what happens when I become an overnight TikTok sensation and millions of people, this is like me being overly optimistic here. But if I became an overnight TikTok sensation and a bunch of people, millions of people wanted to visit danielkim.fun, that same set of servers cannot handle all that traffic. So for periods of time where a lot of people are visiting my website and sending requests to the server, if it's over the amount of capacity that the server can take, it will be served with errors. So a lot of the folks that are visiting my amazing website can't get access to it. This is called under provisioning. So having a fixed resource like a server, like in your room and using that to serve your websites can be not the most cost effective because at certain points you could be not enough capacity to serve your audience, while in certain parts you could be wasting a lot of electricity and resources that you could be spending somewhere else. So yeah, here's where serverless comes in. So what is serverless? So serverless actually doesn't mean that we don't have servers, because you need somewhere to run your code. Like your code is not going to magically run out of thin air. So what serverless actually means is that you as a developer don't have to worry about servers or what is happening behind the scenes in those dark sci-fi looking server rooms. So you don't have to worry about provisioning servers or maintaining servers or deploying servers. So what you can do is you can actually focus on writing code and let the cloud platform of your choosing handle the rest. So actually like running the code and being able to scale up and provision servers to meet the demand of your audience. So you could say like the cloud providers are like your fairy godmothers, making sure that all of your requests are being served with the least cost possible. So here's how serverless kind of works. So let's say for a peak amount of time, so at 9 a.m., your traffic gets your website or your application gets a lot of hits and you have a lot of users. So Amazon or Google or Microsoft will be like, yo, a lot of people are requesting this endpoint or this part of this application. Let's make sure that more servers are spun up to actually meet that demand. So what these platforms do, they automatically spin up these resources to meet the demand. But let's say 45 minutes later or 3 hours later, the demand is not there anymore. Maybe you're still getting 20, 30 views, but not like the thousands that you had in the morning. Then those cloud providers will automatically deprovision and like just delete and remove those servers. So you're not actually paying for all that server capacity. You're only paying for what is needed to serve that particular set of users that are visiting or using your application. That's really cost effective because you don't have to constantly pay for maintaining the peak amount of the server dedicated to maintaining and responding to the peak amount of users, which makes it amazing end experience because you don't have to deal with downtime and makes it better for your wallet as a developer. So that's how serverless works. So yeah, I'm super excited to introduce some of the talks that we're going to have later today. So Jacob is a college student from the UK who built an amazing project that analyzes telemetry data from vehicles in real time using Azure functions. So it takes data from an IoT device attached to a vehicle and automatically processes it in real time using serverless. That is an amazing application. I can't wait to hear more in this talk later today. Another talk that we're having is by Ganning, who's a high school student from North Carolina who built some internal tooling actually that improved the course experience at Bit Project. So he built a serverless function that actually acted as a virtual teaching assistant that helped run CI/CD and automatic code checks on students' GitHub repos. So when student uploaded code, the GitHub bot could actually respond and actually give feedback on the code itself, as well as run unit tests to make sure that the students were on the right track. So I'm super excited about his experience building with serverless and how we used it to actually improve BitProject's serverless camp experience. And finally, Beatrix, who is an amazing student from the US, a college student from the US, built a serverless function that actually takes ingredients. So it's a text bot that takes ingredients and recommends recipes for you to cook. That's a problem that we all face. What are we going to eat for dinner? That is the question that is on my mind, at least every night. So super excited for these talks. And yeah, feel free to stick around and enjoy the rest of the day with us at Serverless Day Student Edition. And yeah, feel free to tweet at Bit Project, which is BITPRJ, or me, Daniel, at LearnWDaniel on Twitter if you have any questions or concerns. But yeah, have a great rest of your day, everyone. Thank you for coming. Bye.
Hey everyone, so as you heard Daniel talking just now, we're actually going to have a really cool workshop at 12 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, around 12:15. I also wanted to apologize quickly about the technical issue that we had in the beginning. It's going to offset some of our talks by a couple of minutes, but I hope everything goes well after that. If you have any questions about anything, please talk to us in the chat. We have our entire team there to help you answer any questions. There's a Q&A section there too, and we're going to have a bunch of polls over the course of the conference. Next up, we're going to have another talk by Daniel, the president of Bit Project, who's going to tell us a brief introduction into AWS and the workshop that's going to be coming up later today. I hope you guys are having a good time. And again, if you have any questions, just feel free to let us know at any point.
Hi, everyone. I'm super excited to introduce today's workshop presented with AWS called Building Perfect Cat API with Serverless. So before we get started with the workshop later today, I want to kind of remind everyone to create an AWS account if you want to follow along with us with the workshop. And also, once you complete the workshop, we do have some fun prizes that you can apply to win. So yeah, before we get started with the actual coding portion later today, I want to take this time to kind of go over the key things that we're going to be using in our workshop later today and introduce y'all to what we'll be building today. So yeah, today what we're going to be building is an amazing API that allows you to select a category of cat and select text to go on top of it, and then generates a fun, unique, memeable image. So as you can see in the GIF to the left, a amazing, artful meme has been created for us. So yeah, how do we do this? How are we going to create this? So good news is that your front end will have already been created for you. So all you have to do is create the API, which is the code that will be actually generating this image in the backend. So we have split this up into a beautiful flowchart that will be available later today that shows you exactly how this API works. So once the user enters the website, they select the category, they select whether they want to flip or rotate the image, they select whether they want to randomize the image or select a particular type of image of a cat. Then what your serverless function will do will actually make a request to the cat API to get the cat picture. And then it's going to use a couple of open source frameworks to edit the particular picture. So it's rotated, it has text on it, etc., etc. And then the serverless function is going to be like, yay, I'm done. So I'm just going to return it to the user. And then the front end, the website will actually display the image once it's been returned by your backend. So we're going to be all doing this today together in our workshop. So if you want to learn how to make an API, which is a way for computers to interact with each other and communicate with each other from scratch, perfect chance for you. And also, it's step by step, so no experience is needed. So let's go over which technologies we're going to use to do this. So we're going to be using something called AWS Lambda. And you might be wondering, okay, that looks like a Greek symbol. What is Lambda? So AWS Lambda is one of many offerings that cloud providers have to run serverless in the cloud. So this is Amazon's solution to running serverless in the cloud. So the great thing about Lambda is that, like all serverless functions, you only pay for what you use. So if you only call the Lambda function 5 times a month, you only get billed 5 times a month. So you don't have to keep paying for a server that's constantly running. And yeah, it's great, and it integrates with a lot of the existing services that you're using. However, we can't just use a serverless function, AWS Lambda, by itself because it cannot communicate with the outside world. So what we need to use is something called the API gateway. So AWS has the solution that connects their internal servers with the outside world called an API gateway. This way, you can have a custom domain where you, when a server calls your custom domain, it will ping back with the particular data that you want. So if you don't know what AWS Gateway or what an API is, don't worry. We'll all go over it during the workshop. And finally, the third and most important and most fascinating technology, in my opinion, that we're going to be using is called Cloud9. So what Cloud9 is a way to write code on the internet without having to download an IDE, which is an editor for code. The reason that I love using Cloud9 is because I have spent many hours just debugging and figuring out why things weren't working, and it ended up being a configuration issue or an installation issue. And with an IDE that is on the cloud, we can all make sure that we're all on the same page because we're using Amazon servers to run our code editors. So all of you don't have to install anything directly onto your computers. All you have to do is go and spin up a Cloud9 instance on your AWS account, which we will go over during the workshop. I'm super excited to also announce that we are going to have prizes for this event. So if you build an amazing API and front end, we want to see it because this is an accomplishment, a monumental accomplishment. So please tweet at us with the hashtag serverless4student and tag us at the project with a screenshot or a GIF of your working workshop project, and we might send you some goodies in the form of stickers or win a prize of a Nintendo Switch Lite. But yeah, thank you so much and have a great rest of the conference. And please text us in the chat. I'll be in the chat all day. If you have any questions or if you want to learn more and jam out about serverless. Bye.
Hi everyone, my project for Serverless Conference is CounselorBot Saves the Day. And you might be asking yourselves, like, what is CounselorBot? Is it a physical robot, an AI-powered machine, or just in general, what is it, right? Great question, I'm glad that you asked. CounselorBot is actually a GitHub bot that guides students through the serverless curriculum, which is exactly what I went through to present at this conference. And so just a quick intro about myself. I'm Ganning. I'm actually a rising high school junior at North Carolina School of Science and Math. And I actually first got into programming in 7th grade when my dad had me read this book called Creating Games with Python. And I was like, this is something that I wanted to do. No, just kidding. I actually really didn't like programming when I first started, but I do enjoy it now. And that's all thanks to my first programming class, which I actually took formally. And that's from 9th grade. And it was Python Programming 1. So if you're out there, Mr. Fox, thank you for that. I loved your class. And yeah, you're the best. But outside of programming, some things I like to do include swimming and trying new food. So for some inspiration and background about my project, when joining as a student, when joining Bit Project, I went through the serverless curriculum on GitHub. And GitHub, what it basically is a platform like Google Drive, basically, but for code. So with GitHub, people are able to work together on coding projects, share code, and keep track of the history of a code file. And on GitHub, CounselorBot would actually create issues and help guide the student through the serverless course. And this just basically means that the student or CounselorBot would provide steps for the student to go through, like as you see on the left, that's like a long issue thread. And those are just what steps used to look like when I went through it, right? So the CounselorBot would tell you what to do, what not to do, and it would actually check your code. So now, as great as this may sound, like CounselorBot opening up new issues, guiding you through the course, opening up and checking your code, there were actually a few quirks through the curriculum, right? So some of these quirks cause students to be like, I accidentally merged this branch. What do I do now? Why isn't this bot opening a new issue? And how do I resolve these merge conflicts? So I, along with the rest of the students, noticed that these were a few prevalent themes across CounselorBot, right? So one problem especially was merge conflicts. And this was just all because of a problematic file called .progress, right? So whenever a user tried to merge onto the main branch, there might be a merge conflict. And then if the user tries to resolve that conflict and they resolve it the wrong way, then the whole bot would be like kaboom, and then it would blow up. And then the counselor would need to help them. And the counselor being like an instructor, so like a physical person and not the GitHub bot. And sometimes steps and issues would not open. There are ridiculously long issue threads like this one on the left. As you can see me just scrolling through, they're trying to find where the heck I am. And there's also something wrong with, or not something wrong, but something that's super frustrating is it's like really hard to find what went wrong with like a test run, right? So whenever you commit your code, CounselorBot will actually run your code and check that it actually does what you say it does and doesn't just trust you on that, right? So this might help catch an error. And even though that sounds super like strict, this is actually how I did most of my learning, right? Because if some of my code was wrong, the CounselorBot would actually tell me and I would go and fix that error. And another problem with CounselorBot was that since it's deployed as a Node app, it's also kind of slow. And we will go into that more, but let's go into the next slide where I talk about more of like these issues with the like super hard to find like just what went wrong with a test, right? So if you commit your code, this you're seeing on the screen right now, just what you have to go through to find like that one small line that I'm highlighting right now about like what went wrong. So let's go through that again. Like, look at all these tabs, like where the heck do you go, right? So there's all these tabs on GitHub. And if you're new to GitHub, like I was when I first started the course, you have no idea what any of this means. So in order to get to the failing check and seeing the error, you'd have to go through a ton of steps. And that combined with a lot of the other issues with CounselorBot left me looking like this boy right here. And it was just me being super frustrated at my computer and being like, why is this bot not doing what it's supposed to be? And I'm not trying to bash on the counselor bot here because no product is ever perfect on its first iteration. And that's why even like the largest of companies like Facebook, Google, Apple, they always continuously roll out updates. So my project is actually called CounselorBot Serverless Pro Max. And it's an improved and feature-richened version of CounselorBot. So this not only adds a ton of new features, but also exponentially increases the user experience. And some of the main improvements of CounselorBot Serverless Pro Max is that one, it's serverless, right? So this, instead of from a Node app, this means that it is super scalable, right? So if, let's just say our CounselorBot started receiving a ton of requests, like 200 students wanted to start this course. And if it was deployed on a Node app, the Node app might just go boom, and it might crash. But with serverless, which it's actually deployed on Azure Functions right now, serverless and Azure Functions will actually scale so that like Azure Functions will allocate more resources to our CounselorBot so that it's able to provide the services that it needs to do for all those 200 students. And it's also more user-friendly, right? So now with CounselorBot, in a second, we'll go into the demo, but you can actually comment for help. You can skip to any step within the curriculum, and the CounselorBot just allows you to do that, and you're able to do what you want without the fear of just like breaking the bot and like being like, what am I supposed to do now, right? And CounselorBot is also super smart now. So I actually added separate pull requests and issues, so there's no more ridiculously long issue threads. So like each step would be its own separate issue, and that's just like the real world. So when you add a new feature to a code base, you're actually going to create a pull request to the main branch. And that is what CounselorBot tries to imitate. So after this course, you're actually prepared for the real world. And as I mentioned, CounselorBot is now deployed on serverless. And another new feature is main branch protection. So students are no longer going to be able to merge pull requests too early, right? Because there's going to be a ton of red. And what that basically means is that like, this is red, that's not good. So there's main branch protection, and this just prevents users from merging pull requests too early. And we also have a step skipper function. And what that basically does is allow the user or more advanced users to skip to further steps in the curriculum. And we also have an intelligent question and answer service. So instead of asking an instructor, users can actually comment their issue and be like, hi bot, what is wrong with my program? How do I do this step, right? And the bot will actually answer. So with that said, let's go into a demo. So like, I'm currently, maybe you're just listening to me ramble and you're like, what is this guy saying? So in order to tie that all together, let's go into a demo and see how this works. Okay, so right here, we have the serverless curriculum. And what the curriculum, when I say curriculum, basically is it's just a giant GitHub repo. And what the counselor bot will do is open up steps for you. So if you just go into the issues tab, we will see week 1, step 1. So this basically just tells us what to do right here. It says tasks. So create a new branch named test and add a paragraph introducing yourself in the about me section of blog.md. And after that, let's create a pull request called adding self-introduction and then merge the pull request if the bot approves our changes. So let's create a new branch called test. And usually we actually have students do the like command line and they would clone the repo, but just for demo purposes and time saving, we're going to use the web app. So it said edit the about me section. So I'm going to say, hi, I'm Ganning. And usually a student would write more than this, but just for demo and to save time, we're just going to leave it at that. And it also said to create a pull request. So let's just say we want to draft it because we're not entirely sure that we're ready for the bot to review our changes. And then let's just say that I'm ready now. And like, I'm confident that my code will pass. So let's click ready for review. And now the bot's actually going to be like, hi, I really like what you did. And it's going to approve our changes, right? So all this turns green. And we like clicking big green buttons. And when the bot approves our changes, we especially like that. So it's like, we can click merge pull request. And when the bot approves our changes, it just means that we did our code correct. So we're actually allowed to merge it. So once we merge our pull request, the bot will actually open up our second issue, or which is actually known as step 2 now, right? So if we look at this, it says download Visual Studio Code, clone this repo, create a new branch named hello, and then in the week 1 directory and then create a new file called hello-world.js, and write and export a JavaScript function that returns hello world like that. And then we would commit our changes and then make a pull request. So let's do that. If we just create a branch called hello, and then we can click add file, create a new file. So we can say week 1, hello world.js. And then what we can say is function hello. And then we can say return hello world. And then if you recall, this is actually what the bot wanted us to do, right? But let's just say that we want the bot to like be able to actually make sure that it's checking that we failed a test. So we're just going to put a ton of exclamation points over there at the end because I'm super excited about today and this conference. So we can say module.exports is equal to hello, and that will actually export our hello function for us. So let's click commit new file, create a pull request as the bot said, click create pull request. And then as you can see, there's a yellow dot here under create hello world.js. And what that's going to do is it's actually going to check our code right now. So when that's yellow, it means it's checking our code. And this process actually does take around 30 seconds or so. So just to save time, I'm going to pause it and I'll be right back. And what you can see that the bot actually just failed our check, right? So it was like, you did something wrong. And there's no green, it's all red right here. So like, we don't want to click red buttons. We're not going to do that. And the bot makes it actually super easy for us, right? So it says there was an error, got hello world with a ton of exclamation points, but was expecting hello world just like that. So as you can see here, the bot's like, I'm going to be super nice and friendly, and we're going to give you like what actually went wrong. So if you just look at this, and then we can be like, oh, that's what we need to fix. So let's just do that right now. So if we go back in the hello branch, go under week 1 hello world.js, and then just delete all of those exclamation points so that this is what the bot wants, and we can commit these changes again. And once that happens, the bot will actually check our code again, right? So you can see another yellow dot there. And this process will take another 30 seconds because the bot is just running its tests. And once the check finishes, as it does right now, you see a check mark, right? Because we did everything right. We removed all the exclamation points, and the bot's going to be like, we like these changes, and it's going to approve it and say time to merge. So as you can see, all that red just turned into all this green. And when we see big greens button, what do? We click them. So let's click that time to merge button and merge our pull request. And if you go into our issues now, we're actually going to see our next issue. So as you remember from like the inspiration page on our slideshow, there's no longer super long issue threads. Each step is actually now its own issue. So the next step is getting cat pics with Postman. So let's just say that we're super advanced, right? We don't need to know how to do this. We can skip to another step in the curriculum that actually challenges us. So fear not, for we have Step Skipper. So all we need to do is enter our username and our repository name, which is Serverless. I'm just going to copy and paste that just so I don't make a typo. Click next step. And we can skip to any of these steps right here. So this actually will grab it from our GitHub repository and display it all here. So we can say getting emotional with the face API because we're really emotional. So if we just click change, it's going to prompt us to sign into GitHub. And once we do that, it's going to authenticate that we're actually us and we're actually authorized to do this. So once we do that, we can actually click into our issues and we see getting emotional with the face API. So this actually allowed us to skip to another step in our curriculum. And let's just say I have no idea how to add a repository secret, right? So repository secret, what's that? Well, no fear again, for we can say at CounselorBot, how do I add a repository secret? Question mark. Click comment, and then let's just see what CounselorBot does in response to this. And it's gonna be like, woohoo, we're gonna answer your question for you. So if you need to know how to make a secret on your repository, look here. And it's gonna give us a link so that you can head to there and just be like, oh, this is how you do it. And it'll follow you can follow its directions. But let's just say that we want to summon CounselorBot, and let's give CounselorBot something that it has no way of understanding, like this gibberish right here. Like, I can't even pronounce that word. But let's just see how CounselorBot will respond to that. And it's going to be like, please contact your instructor on Slack for help. So whenever CounselorBot does encounter an issue that it does not know how to solve, it's going to tell you to contact your instructor on Slack. But this doesn't happen really often because the way that this Q&A service was trained on was it was actually trained on this cohorts, like frequently asked questions on a platform called Piazza. And then we actually trained and put all those question and answers in a database so that this bot is actually able to fetch common questions that students were asking and then comment their answers for them. So this just lessens like the amount of time that instructors have to spend answering to like 200 Slack messages. So like this saves time and allows the student to be more independent, which is super awesome. And I know that was a lot, but in summary, what CounselorBot will do is open new issues, check your code, provide the student with some help. It allows you to skip to different steps. And in general, it just guides the student through the serverless curriculum. And CounselorBot Serverless Pro Max is just a super new and improved version of that with a super awesome user experience. So that is our demo, and I hope you enjoyed. So you might be like, wow, that's a lot. How does it do this? So basically, whenever the user commits code to a branch in the serverless repo, the CounselorBot will call the GitHub API and trigger a workflow run. And whenever this happens, we're going to grab the branch name, run the respective YAML file, use the username and the repo name, run a file called .progress.js, and then run a test-specific file, right? So if the user's on step 6, for example, we're actually going to say we want to run this test file for step 6 so we can check their code. And if that test fails, then we're going to tell the user, as you saw, we're going to comment the error and be like, this is wrong. But if the test passes, then we can actually tell the user and we can be like, yay, we can merge this pull request now. So that was all that green stuff that we saw. And after that, if the user passes, we're actually going to make a post request to Hasiro, which is a Postgres database. And we're actually going to increment the step that the user's on. So if you saw here, we needed the count value to run this test specific file. So this just allows the bot to run the next test file. And some things that I learned throughout creating this, because since CounselorBot was not a completely from scratch project, I learned a ton about just jumping into a curriculum and adding new features, reading documentation, and not all documentation is created equally. So in creating this, I actually had to create a pull request to fix an error in GitHub's OctoKit, which was super awesome. And it was my first open source contribution. So I was like, yay, this is super awesome. And also talking to my mentor and just fixing my code and like what was wrong. And also asking for feedback, right? Because creating this presentation, this was my first presentation I've ever created for a conference. And my mentors have been super helpful in doing that. And that just leads us to our thank you slides. So thank you to not only like Bit Project, so like especially Daniel and Emily, who helped me figure out like what was going wrong with my code, but also to my mentors, Anthony and Gothamy, for not only giving me like the technical experience of like, this is how everything works, but also like the career experience, like this is how you prepare for an interview, this is how you learn a language, just everything in general. And yeah, I'm super excited that I was able to present at this conference, and I really hope you guys enjoyed. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. And thank you for watching.
Well. Hi, Ganning. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm super excited for this conference. How are you, Shreya?
I'm good. That was an incredible talk. So first of all, congrats for completing that. You were the first speaker we had today. We do have some really cool questions for you. So the first one is, what inspired you to fix the issues that you saw in the counselor bot?
Yeah, so like I said in the presentation, right? So I was actually a student this cohort for the summer 2021 cohort of the serverless camp from Bit Project. And as cool as the counselor bot was at that time, there was still a couple of few quirks with it, like some of it being like, if you merge the pull request too early, then the bot just like kind of just goes boom and blows up, right? But another issue was just like super long issue threads and a lot of things being hard to find and needing like external resources to do. And what I wanted to do, and that's like pretty much what inspired me, right? Because I noticed these issues, and I noticed that like a lot of my peers in this cohort were also having these issues. So I really wanted to just give back, I guess, in a sense, and make the next cohort of this camp even better, right? So that's basically what CounselorBot was founded on. So I just wanted to like improve the user experience, give more information, I guess, and have everything in a centralized place so that just like the user experience is better.
Yeah, I love that. And sometimes we like look around the world and we see problems, but we get kind of intimidated and don't want to like risk taking on challenge too hard. But I love that you like took this on, you broke it down into something smaller that was more feasible in the time that you were given, and you completed it and you did an amazing job. And in the next camp, we're actually going to be using your version of the counselor bot. So congratulations.
Awesome.
We do have one more question, which is, how does the counselor bot check if the code is correct?
Yeah, so that's a really good question because usually whenever you push and commit code, GitHub doesn't automatically check your code for you, right? So with the serverless repo that we're using, it actually checks whenever a user commits on a certain branch. So whenever a user commits on a branch, GitHub will grab the branch name and it will run the respective YAML file. And that YAML file is going to contain a workflow, and within that workflow, we're going to get the step that the user is on, right? So if the user's on like step 6 of the entire curriculum, we're going to test their code for test number 6, right? So whatever step their code is, whatever step the user is on, we're going to test their code for that step. And just as an example, so if you remember in the demo, we exported a function called hello, and we returned hello world, right? So within that, if you remember when we did module.exports equals hello, that actually allows us in the bot to access that hello function. So in the backend, when we're checking your code, what we're doing is we're going to run that function and we're going to check if what we're getting back from the hello function that you wrote is actually what the bot expects it to get back. So it's just a big series of checks. And if one fails, then we're going to tell the user. But if it passes, then we're going to approve all those pull requests and make everything green. And yeah, so that's basically like a big overview of how the bot checked your code. So we're going to run a YAML file. We're going to get the step number you're on, and then we're going to run the test file for that step.
That is so cool. Thank you so much for the very detailed explanation. I'm really excited to see what you do with the counselor bot and all of your other projects in the future. Next up, we do have a roundtable with our mentors. Before that, I'm going to show a quick video for our stickers, and then we'll head to the roundtable. Hi, Nika.
Hey, good morning.
How are you doing today? Good morning. Thank you so much for
Are you hearing me? Are we getting enough oxygen?
Yes, I can hear
Lovely.
you. I love the background. I love the
serverless days. Serverless days. This is going so good. Oh my God. I am so pleased. This has been so smooth. Oh my gosh.
I'm glad there was a slight technical difficulty in the beginning, but I think we're gonna sort it out soon.
Yeah, I mean, for all the conferences I've done where the chat doesn't work, or the speaker video is in 480p or something and everything's fogged out and you can't read it. This is, by comparison, this is very, very nice.
I know. I mean, something's got to go wrong. But I know you have a really cool discussion lined up for today. So do you want to tell us what you have planned?
Yeah, so we're going to have a little roundtable of the people who have worked as mentors for Bit Project. I'm going to talk about my own experience working with the amazing Oscar, who's in the chat today, and talking on Twitter a little bit as well. And just kind of, hopefully do a little discussion to kind of why mentorship is so critical, which is not. It's not to be nice. I mean, it is. I suppose it's part of, I'm glad that I get to help people, but mentorship and this kind of participation has huge benefits for the mentor, and so we're gonna talk about that a little bit. I think everybody's backstage. I don't know. I can't.
Everyone
I can't backstage.
is.
All right, love it.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm going to
how about
start
that? Yeah, maybe we'll get to talk about serverless a little bit too.
I'll join. I'll add Jonah for the call first. Hey, Jonah, how are you doing? Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Jonah Anderson. I'm a software developer and cloud engineer based here in Sweden. So hi from Sweden.
Awesome.
Nice.
Next up, we have Mark. Hi, Mark. How are you doing?
Hi there. My name is Mark Dyker. I'm an Azure consultant for Experience in the Netherlands. I'm also an Azure MVP, co-organizer of Serverless Days Amsterdam. So let's say the big brother of this edition, and the founder of Azure Functions University, a free learning curriculum.
And also the creator of our
yes,
stickers.
a big pixel art fan. Yes.
And I see your T-shirt as well, Mark.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mark, if I can grab the mic for a sec to say, I got started on another public cloud's function service, and then to get spun up for serverless day for a Bit Project, I said, okay, let me just go ahead and get started on Azure Functions. It took me a year to get solid on serverless the first time, and be able to jump in and see oh boy, these Azure Functions have a URL already, and using Functions University. Oh my gosh, this is not what we're talking about today, but oh my god, it's really been impressive. And so I haven't gotten a chance to say kudos on Twitter or anything, but
that's nice to hear. Yeah, cool.
Awesome. And our final mentor joining us today is John. Hi, John. How are you doing?
Hi, good, thank you. Hi, I'm John Kilmister, and I'm a software engineer and software architect working for a large gym company, and we use all sorts of serverless technology.
Awesome. I'm going to head out, and I'm going to let you guys take the lead.
All right. I realized I didn't do an intro. I just showed up. They said, "Oh no, Shanika's here." I'm no Shanika. I am a dev advocate. I work. I've been at New Relic doing observability stuff. I've been at Stackery before that, doing serverless deploy and management stuff. And I'm a dev advocate. I work mainly in cloud engineering and containerization space. You can see me in the last issue of Increment magazine talking about containers. And in fact, I'm talking about of all things Kubernetes right after this. So that'll be fun. That's my background, and I have worked for a long time doing some kind of mentorship or boot camp teaching or something else. And the thing I kind of wanted to start with and get y'all's reaction on is, I genuinely say it has huge benefits for someone as a developer, and that it's a yes, I want to help people and I want to help people develop, but that the reason that I keep doing this and training people is for myself. And I mean, Jonah, how would do you feel the same way? What do you think you get out of doing that kind of mentorship?
Yeah, I think I completely agree with you. I work as a software developer. I love serverless and working with Azure Functions. And even though I work as a developer for many years, it's actually a rewarding experience for me as a mentor to teach and learn with Azure Functions or serverless with the students. So it's really a great experience. I think John and Mark agrees with me with that.
Yeah, definitely. And you think that you kind of work with a student and it's like planting a seed in a way, and you come back and you meet them the next time and they've kind of gone off and done something based on the discussions, and they've gone off in ways sometimes that you don't necessarily expect, which is actually really good, because you go into areas that I may not have looked into myself, or and it really sparks conversation and innovation, and it's really interesting. No matter kind of how much experience you've got, when you've got working with a different person and getting new experience, they're going to go off in a different direction you've never seen before, and I really like that.
Yeah, this part's so fascinating to me that I was taking my student through kind of the basics of connecting this API stuff and running an Azure function. And they came back to me, like the first couple of weeks. It's like, okay, we're just, getting this code running, we're getting this stuff working. And then they came back one week and they said, okay, now I have something where you can take a picture with your phone of a card, in this case, a Magic the Gathering card, and it replies with like the market price of that card. And I was like, what?
Yes.
Next level.
Like, that experience
That's
when
great.
you do something that I don't exactly know how to do myself. It's maybe for a week. It's like, oh my God, that's so big. Did y'all, Mark, did you have a moment when you're like, oh my gosh, this person's really taking off and doing something cool?
Yeah, what I really found is that they're so passionate about their own project, because one of the final bits of what they have to do was make sure they can work on and think of their own final project for this curriculum for Bit project. And it was so nice to hear about that idea and the steps they want to do to realize it. And initially the scope was way too big, so I had to guide them a bit on how to scope the project. But it's been a great experience to just hear the enthusiasm from them, and then the amount of energy they want to put in. So that's been really, really nice.
Yeah, I'm curious about that, because one thing that I end up doing, sort of, especially as we get towards the end of any course or curriculum, is that, speaking of enthusiasm, is I often try to dampen that enthusiasm. Or like that my standard advice is always like, do less. So like the example for my students project was, hey, you can text this card and it'll give you like the price and value. And then I want to be able to do it on a web page. And then I want the web page to show all the past cards. And then I want it to have a deck builder function. And I just I kept saying, hey, cut more of like you already have this fantastical moment, and the other stuff is hard to deliver. And it's not going to sell the project. Like if you're trying to put this in your portfolio, thing is working, it's very impressive. So, and I find that that's always the advice I'm giving. Not at the start, not when you're first learning, but like as you're finishing that final project, it's like, cut it down to the thing that's the most, straightforward. And I find that's the advice I would give to kind of everyone. John, is there advice that you would like sort of give to everyone who's going through like a boot camp process or a quick start 3 to 6 month course?
Yeah, I think perseverance really is a strong one. I mean, you're going to get knocked back in some way. It might be that you get stuck on a bug and you just cannot work through it, or you might go, actually the task I've taken on is bigger than I thought, and actually that happens in your working life as well. It's not just not just for the students, but I think the ones that do really well are the ones that can kind of see through it and see, okay, I'm here now, but okay, I don't know where I've got to get to, and be able to sort of take that step back, break it down, and then persevere to get through. So I think hard to put it into a single word, but it's kind of just stick with it.
Yes.
It's very easy to get overwhelmed, I think, with all the new stuff that you're learning. So and indeed, like I said, Nika, one of the most important parts is to be able to know how you can scale it down, how you can have small increments instead of just doing it all at once. So that's definitely key to I think any boot camp or learning experience. Just start very small and make very tiny increments to make it more complex.
Jonah, I had a little more to say on that. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So sorry. I'm on time. I agree with John and Mark regarding to keeping it simple and having the patience, especially when we're running into errors in our code. Through the mentorship, my mentee, as a developer, we're used to solving problems and getting errors. But if you're a beginner, it's kind of like frustrating when you get errors and you just want it to work. So patience is really the key. And also for me, my advice for the students that's starting serverless is to take every challenge as a learning opportunity. So errors is a one kind of challenge. So the more challenge you make, the more problems you solve, the better you do serverless. So that's my advice for the students.
Yeah, I'd say that's one that comes up all the time. Is I want to say hey, as long as our error message is changing, we're doing great.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
That's also progress. Yeah.
Yeah.
Small steps forward. Yeah.
There's one thing you called out, Jonah, earlier that I really want to say is that there are two kinds of challenges, right? And it really is true that sometimes if you're hitting like exactly the same error message that you were 12 hours ago, 2 days ago, whatever, you've asked for some help, the help was you weren't able to like make progress with that, then occasionally you do have to say, hey, I've picked an area where I am not being successful, right? So like, you know, for me, I remember years ago, I was trying to do something with a Twilio API, and I was just like, oh, I'm diving way in the deep end. I do not get a lot of this. Was like voice routing. I was like, I don't get a lot of this. And I had to come back to it a year later, right? And that was very tough because I really believed internally that was not a normal developer experience ever, right? That and mainly I'd learned and seen developers be very persistent in the face of errors, in the face of roadblocks. So that first time that I had to say, oh, this is just like I don't have the base skills here. And then when I sat down and did that, I was able to start listing what those base skills might be. Like, hey, for example, there's terminology with voice routing that I do not understand. Right. Yeah, and there's a streaming component to this that I don't get. And so then I was able to sort of make that list and be like, oh, I see why I'm kind of not here. You know, oh, so for another person, I'd be saying, well, hey, if you're just getting into GitHub today, then you're trying to learn Kubernetes tomorrow is probably going to go bad, right? And that's not like, oh, you were foolish to engage in this, but just like, you know, normally I want to teach you persistence and to keep working at it. But I also want to say that occasionally you will face these challenges where it's like you need to go back and do a more basic kind of technology first, right?
Yeah.
That happened with me starting programming. I must have been 16, 17, a long time ago now.
Yeah.
You know, and I didn't know where to start. This was a time before the internet, but and I started with a book that I found on C or C++. And as like a beginner, that's potentially kind of like a really bad route to go. And it was a little while later that I was in a bookshop and a friendly person advised me and kind of pointed me in the direction of, I think at the time it was VB6. And that kind of got me started on the right track and things. But yeah, I think kind of realizing that you may be on the wrong path and reevaluating things, even today. I still do that with projects that I'm on. Sometimes you've kind of got to cut your losses to a point. And I think that's the difference between sort of perseverance and being stubborn about a problem. The perseverance is that kind of mentality to kind of go through something that you need to get through, as opposed to being kind of stubborn about it and kind of just keep hitting the same brick wall.
Yeah, exactly. And because once you're in a job, you need to get stuff done before a certain deadline. Then it's important to know the limits, and you have to say no and come up with a different plan. But when you're still learning new things, then I think also the community can play a very big role. So definitely, if you're stuck, then reach out to the community, either in a bootcamp like this, or maybe just publicly on Twitter, to ask for help. So that's definitely a thing that a lot of people are doing already. So please ask questions a lot, because that's the only way to also learn quickly.
And now there's so much opportunity to ask for help, so many avenues and forums and different ways. Things have definitely moved on a lot since I was first learning, and it's kind of like envious in a way of what students have these days.
But you can learn something new again today.
Well, I'm always learning something new.
Exactly.
You know what? That's what I really like about this industry. We're doing serverless today. In 10 years' time, who knows what it will be, and if I look back to the stuff I was doing early in my career, nobody does that anymore. But at the time, it was the thing. So that's what I've always loved about this industry, is that, always having to learn something new. So you won't stop learning. You might be a student now. You'll always be a student in some ways.
True.
Yes. Yeah, there was a thing that Kelsey Hightower said at a talk I saw about 2 years ago, where he said, okay, everybody raise your hand if you know how to do email server certification and configuration. This is an operations, conference. Everybody raise their hand and says, okay, now keep your hand up if you still do that. And everybody's hand went down when everybody C-Suite or Microsoft tools, or and he says, but here's the thing, we all still have a job, right?
Yes.
So when you see a technology slipping away, you don't necessarily need to like grab onto it and write a bunch of dev posts about how people still need this technology, right? You just need to kind of be used to the fact that like technology moves away. Jonah, I'd be curious, talking about it's serverless days after all, so we're not just going to talk about
Yes.
Talking about serverless, what do you see, like, if you had some advice about the future, to say, here's where you think the industry is going to go or something, or here's a key skill to learn, or I'd be really curious if you see a skill or tool that you're like, you can kind of, you don't necessarily need to be good at that. I don't know that that'll be here in 5 or 10 years.
I didn't really get the question. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. What do you see as the future of like serverless platforms?
Serverless.
Where do you think serverless is going to go next?
Yeah, I for me personally, I'm actually I haven't coded a lot of serverless like Mark does, but I actually started coding serverless with the help of learning the fundamentals. So Azure Functions University have been a great help, but I see the future. I've been accelerating and learning a lot and sharing about serverless, and I think I see the future of automation and especially durable functions. And I like that we as a developers can do a lot of things in automations with serverless workflows through durable functions, and I see a lot of possibilities in automation in the future that we don't have to do manually. That can help us save time. So that's what I see. What do you think, Mark?
Yeah, well, I think you do hit a very good point when you mention these workflow type things. So there are, of course, all kinds of business processes that maybe are still done by hand, or maybe they are automated these days, but with outdated technologies. So I definitely see more growth there and in different ways of automating these workflows, and durable functions can be one of them. But I think also more visual or low code or no code solutions will also get more and more popular. To allow even more people to create these workflows. So
yes. Yeah. And I have something to add about low code and no code. The serverless, like for example, Azure Functions as well allows different cloud services to be integrated with it to make it like very flexible, and we can do a lot of things and a lot of possibilities with it. So it's exciting.
And John, what do you see? Do you see it like, sometimes you see these kind of spooky articles that say, developers aren't going to work anymore because there's low code solutions. But what do you see as kind of how that fits into our future?
Yeah, I really like the low code solutions. So things like Power Automate or the Azure Logic apps and things like that. And I see more and more connectors of those in the future. There are so many in preview at the moment, and they'll obviously get promoted up, and we'll get more and more connectors. And actually, as an engineer, I really like those because I can automate some of my own workflow without having to dedicate a lot of time to code. And the way I looked at it is, okay, so if you take AI, for example, if you go back 5-10 years, I, as an engineer in a company that doesn't focus on AI, we're just a general company, I would never have been able to touch AI because I would have needed a team of scientists, engineers. I would have needed racks of computers, and it just wasn't going to happen. So now I can hook into all of the AI stuff built into Azure, and I can turn something out in a day, a proof of concept, a prototype. And I can learn it at a decent level within a relatively short time. So what it's done, it's expanded the tools that I have in my toolbox. So these low code solutions, and if we use AI as an example, I'm not having to build all of the code behind it. For me as a developer, that element of it is low code.
You're not having to denormalize the p values from your model.
Exactly.
Say, here's the match. I got it.
Yeah. So it's really just expanding the things that I've got in my toolbox, and it means that the apps that I build, be that a mobile app or a phone or a website, can have much richer features, and we can deliver more to the customers. So yeah, in a way, our jobs are changing, but actually, I think they're changing in a way that I now have access to more tools, and I can do more things than I would have done before. So it's just, I would say rather than the bit that I was doing has been taken away, it's really actually just open up the things I can do.
Yeah. And what is a developer except somebody who can get a lot done very, very quickly, right? Like create a big, powerful, set of automated tools to get a lot done, right?
Exactly. It shouldn't be about writing a number of lines of code, right? It should be getting to a solution very efficiently. So
I agree.
You always could have had an administrator taking every sign up, copying down their address and writing it over into a spreadsheet, right? But we coded things to do that a lot faster. So that's absolutely what I see. It's like the person operating a low code tool is an engineer, right? It's not that sort of the company's lawyer is going to say, oh, we need to check everyone's values to make sure that they fall within this seniorage area. I'll just use a low code tool to do that, right? They're going to tell an engineer to go make that happen, right?
But they've been doing this for years already. I mean, if you think about the finance team using Excel, and then they add in macros, and so non-developers, I guess in quotes, have been doing this kind of stuff for ages, and this is just the next evolution of it. And it sits alongside what engineering teams are doing in companies.
Yeah, and I think a very, very large possibility is that, and something you do see all over the place, is that you see engineering get inserted into other teams, right? So for myself, I work in DevRel, so I do marketing, right? And so most of my coding is like, hey, I'm showing you how to write with these tools, right? But a big piece of that is that I go out and say, hey, let's go out and do this operation on marketing. So the other coding I do is for that team, right? Where I say, hey, let's go pull these contacts over here. Let's go send this email campaign, those other pieces. And so you're going to see these teams that have a person who writes code in them. And it's a very common thing, I think, for boot campers as well. It's like, once they have some exposure to those tools, you see that you want to say, yeah, if that, admin team, legal team, finance team wants to talk to you, like, you can use those skills for that team.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think they have a term for it, right? Like these fusion teams, which you need to fuse all kinds of different roles and skills together. So I think that totally makes sense. Yeah.
And Jonah, it seems like you had something to say about that. I'm pointing the wrong direction. Mirror. So there we go.
I kind of relate about the mix of different roles at work. Where I work as a software developer consultant, so I don't just basically code, but I do a lot of collaboration with the business owners, with the tester and the QA. And you kind of don't just speak code. You have to learn the low code, no code way of communicating and collaborating. So I completely agree with all of you.
And especially because a lot of boot campers, they come in with one background. And, I encourage people to really think about what is a way that you could use software to enhance those skills? Because especially some people are really competent in those areas. And so you say, hey, can you use that knowledge to enhance what you're doing with code? Because that, there can be some really, really, really neat combinations there. A really common one is you talk to people who used to work in some kind of sales. And, obviously that's a very turbulent market, and it's very hard to work long-term sometimes, but to say, hey, you could do things like solutions engineering and stuff where, your work is much, much more stable because you have this development knowledge. So something else I'm curious about is, what was the stuff that surprised you about working, in serverless with students? What was the stuff that was maybe a surprising roadblock or was surprisingly easy to work through? John, why don't we let you talk first? See, I've got the directions down now, right? I know that.
It was interesting actually, because I've been working with Azure functions for some time now, and durable functions, and quite extensively. But I'd never written them in JavaScript, never used VS Code for them. I'm a C# engineer using full-blown Visual Studio and that world. So not necessarily tied to the student itself, but it was an interesting experience for me to kind of see a different side. And when I think I spoke to someone else, and they were like, what is this Visual Studio thing? I only know about Visual Studio Code. And just in a general conversation on the way I was working. So it's interesting seeing people kind of come into serverless now and into the Microsoft ecosystem that haven't kind of gone up through the Visual Studio 6 all the way up through the years. That kind of, I don't know, surprise maybe the wrong word, but it was interesting. And I have written quite a few JavaScript functions since.
It's funny because I was using before I used VS Code, I used just Atom and a terminal, and I still use VS Code that way. I still pop over to a Bash terminal to go run anything. And so watching my student Oscar come in and just be like, oh, I'm just gonna right click this file and say deploy up to Azure. I'm like, what now?
But I've used VS Code. I've been using VS Code for a little while actually, and for static web apps and various other bits and pieces. it just never really occurred to me to use it for functions. And I think it kind of, prompted me to take a look. It's interesting.
Yeah, and they've set up to do it, run them locally and stuff that I just again had not gotten into. Jonah, what was something that was surprising or interesting to you about the process of working with a student in this serverless curriculum?
Yeah, being a mentor at the Serverless bootcamp has been very actually rewarding in a way that I, just like John's experience, that's why I also smiled a bit, because I've been coding serverless or Azure functions in C# and .NET, and haven't coded a lot with JavaScript and Node.js. So I learned a lot, and it was rewarding to do it with my mentee. And it's inspiring in a way that I'm very happy and inspired to see my mentees and other students very serious about learning serverless, which makes me motivated to share more about it and help them more even after the comp. So it's a great one. Too bad it's only 8 weeks, but there will be more.
yeah, I did feel like it wrapped up fast, and with that bot, it went through pretty quick. Mark, did you have other big surprises about work? I mean, this is pretty familiar ground to you particularly, but like, were there surprises about working through the Bit Project camp?
The thing I found maybe a bit surprising is that also for me, I also learned a lot. Also more about JavaScript, because that's also one of the languages I use the least. But it was that they always say, hey, you learn the best when you teach. Well, this was a very good example of that, because I really went down a rabbit hole to find out how the dependencies work in JavaScript with all the npm packages and stuff like that. And that was also quite new for my mentee. So we had quite some fun digging all that out, and how does it work, and how does open source work, and what are also the risks of open source, like security wise and things like that. That was also really a good experience for both of us to learn about that.
Yeah, I thought I understood return values in JavaScript well, but apparently not. I had a little bit with like async returns to still get. So we are getting up to out of time. We got about 2-3 minutes left. So I did drop I'll drop the rest of our Twitter links in the chat if people want to follow that, and they'll be available as well on Twitter. But do you have other stuff you want to? This is a great question to close on. And also, as you answer this question, please do let us know if your SoundCloud album is going to be coming out, or you want people to come check out your Basement Punk show this weekend, or other stuff you want to plug. But what do you think is the best way to learn a new programming language? Jonah, you're at the top, so I'll start with you. Look, I'm putting it the right way now.
Yes, I think the best way to learn a programming language is to just get started using the free resources that's available, and find a mentor or a role model to follow. And one advice in starting your first programming language is to learn by doing. So you really have to do it. It's just like driving or riding a bike. You don't learn without doing it. So just keep learning and not giving up. And that's my advice.
Yeah. Fantastic. John, you want to go next? And John, do you have? We'll follow your Twitter, but do you have an account you want us to follow, or events you'd like us to check out in the next?
No, just follow my Twitter, and then you'll find my other bits and pieces that way. So, to answer the question, actually, I would have said pretty much the same as you've already said, but I think that in addition to that, find something that you love and build something for that. So like you said earlier, take a skill that you've already got and add the programming on top of that. So if you're building a product or project that you're passionate about, you're more likely to follow it through. And that'd be my advice.
And Mark, you have advice for people learning a new programming language?
I would say find someone else who also wants to learn something. Yeah. So it would be great to do it as a team, right? Because you can motivate one another, and you can talk about it. And it doesn't necessarily need to be a mentor. You can even do it without a mentor. But it helps a lot if you're not just the only one learning stuff. So definitely find one or more people who want to do the same thing.
Fantastic.
I agree.
I would say, since I get to be the host, so I get to be the last word, of course. My biggest advice with learning a new programming language, especially if it's your first, is don't switch. Somebody says, "Oh, I thought Python was a lot better for doing data stuff. Oh, I thought Rails was really the way to build that." Do not switch languages. Focus a little bit. Do not do, web apps and Arduino and game programming and this and that. That was how my entry into coding took 7 years, is because I kept swapping around and doing different stuff, right? And so I never got deep on any topic, and that meant that when it came time to get hired and to work, I didn't have that depth. So solve the problem that you have with a language that you know. And a really smart thing, and here I'll call out Mark's work, is find a language when you're trying to pick, find one where you feel like the documentation is good, where you have stuff like Azure University to say, hey, this I really feel comfortable, this is getting me a good start, and then stick with that language and framework as long as you can. And retool after you have some mastery, right? It's okay to change languages, to get hired at a different place or something, but if you hop between technologies really quickly, you're never going to get the depth that you need. And chances are you're not going to solve your problem a lot faster.
Indeed, yeah. And it doesn't really matter which language you choose initially.
Yep.
It doesn't really matter.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We are out of time. We've got I think it's me giving my talk next, oddly, but it's just more of me. It's just more of me. But
yes.
I promise I'll put someone else on stage next. I'm going to let Shreya play us off.
Thank you so much.
Hey.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much for coming out. My name is Noshanika, and this is my little talk for Serverless Day Student Edition. This is called Should You Learn Kubernetes? It's based on a number of conversations I had about containerization and other tools that very often, as I sort of got to talking to students about what they really wanted to know, Kubernetes came up a lot. It's a very hot technology. It's very powerful in the right hands. And people were asking, if I'm sort of getting my start in serverless and in this other kind of cloud application space, should I be learning Kubernetes? So I went ahead and put together this presentation to kind of answer that question and get people off on the right foot. So why don't we just go ahead and jump right into it? Okay, thank you so much for coming to my talk. Again, if you want to review the slides, I will put them up on Google Drive and share them out. If you want to review the answer to the question, should you learn Kubernetes, just no. And I guess, I should thank people. Thank you so much to all the other organizers. Thank you to Daniel, thank you to Shreya, thank you to Misha, thank you to all the students who got involved with Serverless Day Student Edition. It's just been great. It's been a great experience. And do feel free to ask me questions in chat about the talk. I'm happy to go over any of it if you missed anything. And thank you so much. Okay, well, all right. Maybe let's talk a little bit more about Kubernetes than to just say it's probably not a thing you need to learn. Okay. Let's get into it. So here's what this talk is really about. Containers are going to be used by everyone everywhere in the next few years. Time spent learning a container tool like Docker is time well spent, but orchestration has a more complex relationship with the future of tech operations, and will probably still be an advanced specialist tool for the foreseeable future. So containers, that critical part of Kubernetes, absolutely, you can learn them, and we'll talk about some resources to look into. I want to help you understand what the relationship is between those two tools so that you can get some point of reference, and then you can sort of see why it totally makes sense to learn containers, and containers have a very certain future. Kubernetes itself is a more advanced system on top of that, and probably doesn't make sense for the student, and probably will just not be universally used. Okay, so that's the thesis here. Let me step through that. So if you want a primer on containers, maybe you saw Increment magazine in May, where I wrote a little primer on containers, and I'd like to cover some of that material here, where we talk about kind of what containers are and what the concept is. So containerization absolutely is the future of, I'm just going to make sure that my annotations are still in here. Well, that's funny, we're we're getting a little bit of a crop, and so I apologize. A couple of the image credits are not going to load up perfectly, but that's okay. I'll make sure they're available after the fact. So containerization is absolutely the future, and what that means, and you can see this in my little primer on containers, is this just means packaging up your code with its dependencies. So instead of just saying, hey, here is a a bundle of code, and sort of you figure out how to run it, or maybe you're looking for a README file or something that says this is how to run it. I guess in our imagination, let's be clear about that, right? Without containers, you might distribute code as a package of code that has a README file that says, to run this, you must have the following stuff set up on your server or machine, and then go ahead and start one service, service A caching service or something, start another service, a database service on the machine, and then go ahead and start this code and it'll run correctly. And maybe even, go set up these things on the database and these other pieces. But with containerization, you're saying, no, all of that stuff needs to be clearly documented in a single container image. So both the code that you're going to run and the things it depends on that need to be running on the same machine will all be, encapsulated within a container image. And we're going to codify how you start and run that container. So the process of starting it is not you remembering, I have to start this service and do this third thing. It's, no, you have some file, like a Docker file, which is, Docker's a very big containerization tool. You have some file that says, hey, this is exactly how to start this thing every time. And the benefits for that should be really obvious, right? That the ability to say, hey, if I package all this stuff up together, then it's going to run really, really reliably. And you see that connection between serverless and containers there too, right? You see that idea of like, hey, I want my code to be able to start up whenever and to be able to run really, really reliably. And so in the same way that some version of serverless definitely is some kind of future for how code is going to be run, containers are part of that future too. And containers are absolutely everywhere, right? So even in the kind of disparate world of serverless, where we didn't think too much about like packaging and dependencies, right? One of the new way now to distribute an AWS Lambda is to give it a container image. Now this really isn't any kind of big departure, because if you're making like a node Lambda, of course you give some package.json file where you're saying, hey, these are the dependencies that I want you to go and get and make available to my code. So a more complete package, which is a container image, that is just going to kind of make sense. It's just a logical extension. It doesn't really mean that much is changing on the serverless side. It just means, hey, there's this slightly easier way to distribute that code. I'm sorry, my audio's a little peaky, so I'm just going to bring it down very slightly. So I apologize if I blew out your eardrums earlier with my mumbling or beating my chest in shame and rage. So containers are everywhere, and containers are a very, very powerful tool. And so one of the reasons that's so useful, right, is in the production space, where you're able to say, hey, here are the exact things that my code needs to run. So as you distribute it out to production, even if you're not there, even if you're not there to start up and run the code, it's going to run really, really reliably. And in something like a container run serverlessly, that's not too surprisingly is totally enforced, right? You just have to stick with what's in that container image is what's going to run. You can't be like, oh, go sneak in and add this other thing. And that's true of most container platforms, that really solid containerization is heavily enforced. And containers are really for everyone. So while containers have an application on the production side, they also have a lot of applications for people who are just tinkering around. So one of the really powerful concepts with containers is that they're a way to package up almost anything and distribute it in a complete way. So you see more and more open source projects now are distributed with some kind of container image to say, hey, this project needs this database and these other components, and I'll just make a container image for you. You can go and download that, and you'll absolutely be able to run this code really consistently. This is an image of a swimming pool made into a shipping container, and sort of giving out the idea of like, hey, you can sort of package up everything and move it around. So that's really great. I'll dip my camera image slightly to say not everyone who uses, when we go beyond our laptop, where again containers are really useful for grabbing development images, creating stuff that's going to be distributed out to production. Not everyone who uses containers, which again are neat and useful to almost everyone, can or should be doing container orchestration, right? And that's the Kubernetes idea, that we're able to have an automated tool that starts up container images, shuts them down as needed, is able to respond automatically to things like containers failing, or is able to give more resources where needed, or even is able to shut down containers when they're not being used. And a lot of this talk came from a very simple moment that I had when I was learning some Kubernetes stuff. I was seeing some of the benefits. I was definitely, obviously, a lot of the open source and Linux community. It's a very, very neat looking tool that people are excited about. And I saw this image getting distributed that was like, people were sharing it with like, oh my gosh, this is so useful. This simplifies things so much. And this is a troubleshooting guide, a basic simplified troubleshooting flowchart for Kubernetes images, or for Kubernetes clusters. And boy, as I looked at it, again, I was seeing share like, oh, thanks, this makes it so easy now. I was just thinking, this was when I was starting to really go deep into serverless, is when this image first popped up. And it's been republished a few times, and I do not have the correct original authorship for this. So if you do have that, do share it with me, and I'll be happy to get that credit added. But I just thought, wow, compared to like my serverless experience, this is feeling pretty deep to be able to get something, working. And the thing that you really realized is that the stuff that on most serverless platforms is taken care of for you is the stuff that you are taking direct control of when you go to adopt Kubernetes. And so stuff like the layer on AWS that guarantees that new serverless images will be spun up as you have additional requests, and those will be spun down automatically as you have a lull in requests. That's stuff that you are handling manually when you're talking about container orchestration, doing it yourself. And of course, you're also implicitly talking about distributing a workload. You're saying, hey, I want to have multiple things running this workload at the same time. Now, you sort of get that out of the box when you use some public cloud stuff like Azure Functions or AWS Lambda, those other tools. But when you're running stuff yourself, it often doesn't make a ton of sense to say, hey, I have to have a distributed workload. Every request that comes in has to go to one of multiple servers, which have multiple, for example, instances of the database, and are constantly, being checked to remain in sync. That may not make a ton of sense as something that you have to do. And so a number of people talk about recently, and it's really, to people who are very, very experienced in this area, this is not like a surprise or a gotcha thing to say. It's like, you should only do this if you need to do this. This is not the way. If you want to run a leopard print sneaker e-commerce site and you want to sell leopard print sneakers to everybody, you don't need a Kubernetes cluster or a distributed workload, right? Like, you don't need to be worrying about this. You can have a single server answering all those requests. So here's this quote from Ron Powell in the New Stack, and I guess I'll turn off my camera view so that you can see the whole thing, and I'll obey that basic rule of presentations, which is you read the stuff that put on the presentations. And Ron says, Kubernetes is powerful, but that does not mean it's the right choice for every team and every app. As with any piece of technology, it is made to solve certain problems. If you aren't facing the problems Kubernetes aims to solve, it is more trouble than it's worth. And this is his building. I really would have definitely picked out that it is more trouble than it's worth. I absolutely agree with that, and I think it's a really, really cogent point. And oddly, this reminds me of something. I've been using these images of shipping containers, just sort of refer to the idea of containerized images. And this actually brought me to something, an odd parallel, which is the way that shipping containers have been sort of touted as the solution to absolutely everything, even when these things like shipping container housing do not work. and are not effective. And so, you want to use these tools for the things that they're supposed to be used to. If you go look up shipping container housing scam, you can see some great videos from some really fantastic architects breaking down how this kind of stuff is actually a disaster and not effective. And it's tempting to use a single tool for everything. We think shipping containers are so cool and so cheap, but they don't solve every single problem. Okay, so very quickly, what should we learn if not Kubernetes? And this is going to be a little quick. Again, I will make these slides available elsewhere. But one thing to think about is infrastructure as code. So infrastructure as code, an intermediate level tool that will probably make you some good money. There's infrastructure as code is a way of defining exactly what your system needs so that it can be redeployed reliably. So the complex and detailed are like AWS CTK and Terraform. The fast and easy versions of that are like Serverless Framework or Opta or Pulumi. These ways of deploying the database and the other pieces that your compute code needs to run. And then the other thing to really think about is the stuff around serverless compute. So we often think of Azure Functions or AWS Lambda, but think about the stuff that's around that. So on the AWS side, that would be DynamoDB and IAM permissions and the API gateway. Those are all critical pieces to be added to that picture. All right, well, thank you so much for coming up. I'm going to turn off my camera again because I don't like having two faces on here. Again, I'm Noshanika. You can find me at serverless_mom on Twitter or on Twitch at serverlessmom. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and check this out. That has been my time. Again, I'll be able to take questions down in the chat, and I really appreciate people coming out and participating. We'll be doing, we just did a really great panel talk, and we'll definitely make these recordings available shortly after the conference. Thanks so much.
Hello, Nika. Hi again.
Oh, look, I'm back.
It's you again. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the mentor roundtable. That was honestly the best roundtable.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
No
all the
surprise, I had
mentors
great
are amazing.
energy for that.
Yeah, exactly. How's your day been going so far?
Good. Yeah, this is a heck of a Sunday morning. I feel like I'm getting to relax the rest of the day. I do want to answer Javier's question in chat. It's like the difference between Docker and Kubernetes. And I actually, I'm trying to bring this talk to serverless days, so I apologize if it felt a little bit, if we did not spend a lot of time on the basic language around containerization. I would say Docker is the tool to manage and run a single container. So that would be, that could be a single server, it could be a single, laptop or machine. And so Docker is one of the ways that you quantify what's inside, what needs to be inside that container, and what that container is going to expect to be available on the machine to run. And Kubernetes is the ability to run those containers in big clusters. So you are definitionally not saying, I want one machine to be available to answer questions and responses, but no, I need multiple container images running simultaneously. So that's the short version of that distinction. Do check out, there was a link above in the chat, which is the link to primer on containerization or primer on containers that I wrote. That will give you a much better map of what that is and why that is, and the distinction between orchestration and just the container platform.
Awesome.
Yeah, so thank you. Great question, Javier. Thank you so much for
that's a really good question. We also have another question, which is, why do you think Kubernetes is so popular?
Oh, that's great. So Kubernetes is so popular because it offers a semi-automated way to do really dynamic handling of workloads. So stuff that you absolutely had to ask a big cloud services provider to do before, it offers the ability to say, hey, this one server is running out of memory, and instead of human beings having to wake up, give it more memory, adjust routing, do all this stuff, to be able to set up the control plane to just say, oh, cool, I see that this thing is running out of memory. Let's go ahead and give it either a second copy of that server. Let's give it more memory. Let's do all this automated stuff. And so that, for example, stuff crashing, you can just say, okay, just go ahead and restart it and start more instances, do all this stuff automatically. So very powerful tool. And from right when I first saw Kubernetes, I mean, it's a power tool. It's really, really neat. Now, Kubernetes has overheated in the market to the point where you're seeing people saying, I want to sell, what was my example? I want to sell leopard print shoes. And I know I need a Kubernetes cluster to do that because that's what everybody needs. It's like when someone says, hey, I need AI to find the best-selling product in my store. right? Well, you don't need AI. You just need to sort, right? You don't need AI to do that. So there's a little bit now of energy, and this is sort of who this talk is directed to, is if you kind of see like, oh, everybody's got to learn Kubernetes. Everything's going to be on Kubernetes in the future. That's not true. So that's kind of what this talk is directed at, is that it is a really, really cool, powerful tool. And I think AI is a pretty useful analogy to say it's cool and it's powerful and it does a lot, but it's not going to do everything. So just be aware of that. But it absolutely does open, if you wish to compete against competitors in the market by saying we're available more, we have more uptime and we perform better, or maybe we do all that for less, we cost less to run, then running your own containerized cluster is like a really smart thing to do, right? Because you want to say, hey, I found advantages in doing that system. If you say, hey, it doesn't matter if the other shoe stores have like faster loading web pages, faster services, more reliable APIs, then it's not something that you need. But yeah, if you want to compete in that space, then something like containerized cluster management is a really key tool.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate all of your explanations. I know like some of these concepts can be really difficult for college students or high school students to understand. Mm-hmm. So how you like boil it down for people like us to like understand, it's really awesome. Next up, we do have another talk from a student. So thanks, Mika, for joining us.
Thank you so much, everybody. It's been amazing.
See ya.
Hey, my name is David Tetro. The title of my presentation is What About That? A productivity hack for frequently asked questions in Slack. This was built as part of the Bit Project Bootcamp that I was part of this summer and for this serverless conference. A little bit about myself. My name is David Tetro. I'm a school resource officer and a U.S. Army veteran, and I'm aspiring to be a software engineer. This was one of several programs I took on the journey to gain skills and to eventually transition into a career in software engineering. So when I was trying to think about what I needed to build as part of this project, I started with a problem. So answers don't come immediately in Slack. During the boot camp this summer, there was a student one time that had a question about an error she got during the development process for one of the projects, and the error was module not found. So it seemed like a frequently asked question, something that might come up over and over again, but it took time, a little bit of time for her question to be answered, and it kind of stalled out her productivity, seemed to lead to a little bit of frustration, and it seemed like that didn't necessarily need to be the case. So I took that problem and kind of built a solution around it. Another problem I noticed, multiple sources of truth for large groups. If people are having to search for answers on various different platforms, whether it be Google Docs or Piazza or Slack or whatever the case may be, it leads to loss of productivity. Kind of takes time to look around for those various answers. Switching platforms can be time consuming itself. You're switching tabs and looking for information and searching. It kind of slows you down and takes away a little bit of your productivity and your momentum that you build up. And it can be kind of cumbersome switching between all those different, sources of truth or sources of knowledge. If you're in an academic setting and you're an instructor, between groups of students, there may be a knowledge void or a knowledge gap. You may have told the last group of students something that you left out for this group of students. Inadvertently, you might have left something out. In a workplace setting, you're onboarding new employees. You may have told the last group of employees that you hired, something that you left out this time for this new group of employees. It doesn't necessarily have to be the case. There's a solution for that. Another problem I notice, students or team members, they seek the answers to their problems, the problem they're currently having. As soon as they get the answer, they move on, and they don't really take time to internalize, what the problem that they were having and the answer and why it's the answer, or really take a proactive role in helping other students with the same problem. But I think I've built a solution for that. So it's a Slack bot, and it was built using the Slack Bolt framework, Node.js, JavaScript, and serverless web app hosting. So basically the premise is it all works on Slack using slash commands, and it monitors every message in the channel that it's added to for keywords that are in its knowledge base. If you look right here on the left, that block of code, await say, that's part of the Bolt framework. So basically it's sending a message to Slack, and it's going to say those blocks that includes text. But this little line of code, thread _TS, that is a timestamp. So basically what it's doing, it's taking the timestamp for this message, and it's sending the reply. And if you come over here to the right, that's that same thread. You can continue talking to the bot in the same thread as long as the questions you're asking or the comments you're making are in its knowledge base. It recognizes the keywords and that you're saying in your phrases. It will respond to those keywords that are in its knowledge base. So basically the bot answers the questions. The bot's name is Wise Guy. It's a serverless Slack bot, and it helps boost productivity. You basically use slash commands to update the knowledge base, and I'll show you that here in the examples. This first one, /update, that's the slash command that Slack recognizes. And the first argument is a keyword, and in this case it's a key phrase. So what the bot's going to do, it's going to monitor all messages for this exact key phrase, and if it recognizes it, it's going to respond with this answer. So the arguments you give are a keyword or a key phrase, a question, and an answer. So the update command takes those three arguments. The question, what the purpose of that is it's kind of a frame of reference. If this were a single keyword, you would kind of need to know, well, what question is this valid for? And that's what this argument is for. That's the question argument and then the answer. Another example, /update, it's got a single keyword purpose. So everything that appears in the channel, it doesn't matter what phrase or sentence it appears in. If purpose appears in that channel, it's going to pick that up, and that's an example of maybe a phrase that it might be included in. That's a frame of reference for you, and this is the answer that it will give if you use the keyword purpose. I help people by answering their questions, so that's Wise Guy's purpose. So the technologies that I use to build this, this is kind of a complicated workup here, a complicated architecture breakdown or schematic that I built, and it really got simplified as time went on. So basically what I'm working with now, bot code, is JavaScript, and it also includes a JSON file, which is the knowledge base, and that runs in Node.js, and it communicates directly with Slack via the Bolt framework. And basically, this is going to monitor Slack, whatever channel that you add it to. It's going to monitor the Slack channel for those keywords that are in that JSON file, and if it recognizes them, it will respond with a message. Pretty simple architecture. If you wanted to deploy this particular app to a cloud provider such as Azure, you could definitely do that, and you'd have to refactor a little bit, and that would be through webhooks. I'm going to give you a quick demo of what the bot can do. So the bot is running, as you see here, Slack Bolt app is running on port 3000. So it's running in Node, and this is hooked directly to this Slack channel. So the bot is it's monitoring the Slack channel. So if you say hello, I know hello's in its knowledge base, so it replied there with a thread, and it says, hey there, what can I help you with? And you can continue talking to it. I'm going to ask, what is your name? So it does not know this one, and I'm going to demonstrate uploading or updating the knowledge base. So since it doesn't know its name, I'm going to give it the keyword name, give it a question, what is your name? And then I'm going to give it an answer. My name is Wise Guy. As you see, something's happening here in Node. It's updating the JSON file. All right, so I'm gonna ask it again in the same thread. What is your name? My name is Wise Guy, so he knows his name now. If I wanted to delete something from the knowledge base, it works kind of the same way, but it only takes one argument. So / delete, and I'm going to delete the same keyword I just put in, name. So it deleted that whole object with the keyword name. So I'm going to ask it again, what is your name? And it should not respond. It doesn't know its name. So, you know, this can be updated to include any kind of information, you know, technical information, whatever you wanted to put in here. You could add. There would definitely have to be some rules, some ground rules, you know, set what you could add, what you can't add, you know, kind of standardize it, you know, what's considered relevant, what's not considered relevant. You could tailor it to your needs. So that is the demo. I'm going to talk a little bit about my experience with this project. So I learned about serverless and kind of the importance of serverless. Complicated databases aren't necessary with serverless. You know, it kind of eases the development process. It's affordable. You can kind of pay as you go. And also, you know, it offers a wide variety of services that you can use, and you could build very powerful apps with low or no code sometimes. Yeah, it really kind of makes things a lot easier. I learned about WebSockets. You know, I had no frame of reference or no idea about what WebSockets were. You know, that kind of also eases the development process. You can run code through Node, you know, just kind of like I did with my Slack bot, and it runs directly from your local machine and kind of eases the development process. There's no middleman there. I learned about using JSON files for many databases. You know, I had no idea you could do that. During the serverless bootcamp, we used Cosmos DB, and that's another thing I learned about databases. You know, there's a lot of different things regarding databases that I learned during this bootcamp. I learned more about Slack and the inner workings of Slack. There's really a lot you can do with Slack. You could add modals using this framework and the API Slack provides. You could add approval buttons and disapproval buttons. You know, if you're a supervisor, you could add different blocks. They have a block building kit, and you can make customized Slack to your needs. And you could, you know, if it's a company, you can make a full onboarding process. You could put all of your files on there. You know, there's places to upload and download files, and you could really tailor a Slack app to your needs. Some of the challenges included threading messages. It really took a little bit of time to figure out exactly how the timestamps work and how to keep the bot in the same thread that it's responding to. But that little line of code right there at the bottom is finally what I came up with. the Bolt framework is very well documented, but every use case is not included in it, so it takes a little bit of trial and error, and a little bit of time to kind of figure things out. Well, once you do, it's kind of easy. If you were to want to deploy this particular app to a serverless web app, you would turn socket mode off and use HTTP, and there's some different configuration settings on the Slack app itself that you would have to do, but it's really not complicated, and you could have this running all the time on a serverless web app. So the experience with camp, I learned a lot about Azure functions. We did some stuff with Twilio and text messages. I thought that was really cool. We worked with APIs. We did some translating with JavaScript and Azure functions. I learned a lot of soft skills like scheduling and meetings and presenting, and CFP. I had no idea what a CFP was, call for papers. Had to turn one in for this conference itself. So a lot of good things I learned that really translate to the workplace. The biggest challenge I had was kind of keeping up with the schedule. There was deadlines, and there were a lot of tasks, and it was very task oriented and project oriented, and I had to keep up with all that. But that kind of mimics the workplace setting, and those soft skills definitely will translate into a job in software development in the future. So my future plans, I'm going to explore on my own. I'm going to pursue more software engineering courses. I'm going to practice my coding skills and create projects and get certified. Currently, I'm working on learning Python. Kind of what I've dealt with thus far is just front-end technologies and JavaScript and things like that. But I'm diving into Python now, so I'm going to kind of branch out and maybe learn a little bit more back-end developing. I'm going to stay in touch with my network. My network's kind of grown across the various projects and programs that I've taken. I'm going to definitely keep in touch with my network, and I'm going to be ready and willing to teach myself new things, and definitely help others along the way and teach them what I've learned and help them kind of get their start as well. So I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate what Bit Project has done and all the time that they have taken and effort that they put into this program, and I hope to pay it forward in the future. Thanks for listening.
Awesome, David, that was amazing. Thank you so much for that. How are you doing?
Oh, pretty good. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm great. I just love watching all of these talks and the students showing off all of your projects. We do have a couple of questions for you from the chat.
Okay.
So the first one is, what is your experience working with the Slackbot framework, and what did it provide out of the box?
Well, this was the first time that I've ever dealt with the Bolt framework. I kind of did it as I went, kind of filled it out as I went, which is great. That's the best way to learn, by doing. So I've never built a bot, much less a Slack bot, and it was a great experience.
Yeah, I can imagine it must have been like a really tough challenge, but you did such a great job. I love watching like all of the examples that you've shown us with the bot working. We have a little technical question over here, which is, what are WebSockets? Could you explain that a little bit?
WebSockets, my limited knowledge, WebSockets are, you're not having to use webhooks. You're kind of hooking directly in. I was able to run the code in my local machine and Node, and it went straight to Slack. So there was nothing in between that I had to use. So that's what I understand about WebSockets. I never deployed this code anywhere, so it was just running straight from my local machine, and it was working in Slack. So WebSockets are what made that happen.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a great explanation. I know you talked a little bit about your future plans, but where do you see yourself in the next few years in the tech industry?
I'm just going to continue to learn. I'm considering myself a student right now. I've got a lot of degrees. I've got a ton of degrees, and none of them are technical. So my original major was computer science. This is me circling back around and doing what I should have done in the first place. So I'm just going to continue to learn and eventually break into tech. Get a role as a web developer, maybe do a little freelance stuff on the way, and 100%.
I love it.
I'm going to get a job in tech.
Yes. And do you have any advice for other students who want to start learning how to code, but they're not really sure if it's the right path or if they're scared by it?
I don't think anyone's sure when they first start out. It's a lot to digest, but I heard some of the mentors say earlier, take a little bit at a time. Don't try to drink from the water hose too strong. Take a little bit at a time. Eventually, you'll build up skills, and it comes like second nature. You don't know how you know it, but you know it.
Yeah. I really appreciate the insight. Next up, we do have another student talk, so I'm going to go ahead and get that started. But thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank
David.
you. Have a good day.
Everyone, this is my project SigmaLink. It is a vehicle telemetry monitoring platform, and its purpose is to take in telemetry data and be able to display it to the user in real time. So a bit about me. My name is Jacob. I am a second year student at University of Strathclyde, studying computer and electronic systems. I am originally from Czech Republic, and some of my interests involve tech and innovation. I like to do quite a bit of gaming, and I love to go on hikes. So how did this project come about? Well, within the University of Strathclyde, I am part of a eco-vehicle team, also known as USEV, where we are designing an electric vehicle to consume as little energy and to compete with other students in a competition. Within this, I am one of the few people involved in collecting telemetry data from the vehicle. Now, when I joined, one of the first things that I've noticed is that there is no way for us to view the data that the car is producing while the car is in operation. What we then have to do is stop the car, disconnect everything, take out the hard disk, connect it to a laptop, and only after that can we start analyzing and looking at the data. Also, we had no way of visualizing it. So I decided to change this and design a solution to which we are able to upload data as soon as it's being generated, and in a real time we can then see it on a website. So technology tools I used to create this was a Azure IoT Hub, Stream Analytics, Azure Functions, Blob Storage, SignalR, and Bing Maps API. Now, the way it works is that first we start with the vehicle external data, and we are sending it over to a Azure IoT Hub. Once it's received by Azure IoT Hub, a Stream Analytics job takes the data and straight away saves it to a blob storage and sends it also to our HTTP trigger function that uses SignalR link to create a link between the function itself and our front end for it to be able to access this data in real time. Once the front end receives the data, it is then able to display it to the end user. Also using the Bing Maps, we are able to display the position of the vehicle on a map overlay. Now a bit more about the IoT Hub. It is a cloud-based message hub with a two-way communication between the IoT application and an IoT device. This means that it is designed specifically for taking data from a device such as this vehicle and putting it up into the cloud. It is very much scalable, and you can connect up to millions of devices to a single backend securely. Very easy to set up. Once you have your IoT Hub running in Azure, there is just the button IoT devices. You just click on create a new device. Just put in your device ID and everything else is generated for you that you will need for setting up your data stream. So if we look at how this works on the vehicle side, we have a couple of setup, and the most important thing right here is the device connection string that we saw on the previous page. This is what it's actually calling to when we are calling the IoT hub. Then we just have a function that sends the data over. Now, Stream Analytics is a very effective way of sending real-time events within the cloud. It is also great use with IoT device data, which is exactly what we need in this case, as we need to get our data from the IoT hub to our Azure function and also store it in the blob storage. So how do we do this? Well, once we've got our Stream Analytics job set up, we just configure our input, which is the IoT hub, and our outputs, the blob storage and the function, and then just write a simple SQL statement, as you can see here. And at that point, the data is being sent over. Now, Signal R allows the server to send data asynchronously over to the web application and vice versa. So it's a bidirectional open communication. And it allows us to update the website in real time, which is exactly what we need in this case, as we need data to be displayed on the website without us having to refresh it. And it is very easy to set up with Azure. So as you can see here, this is some of the backend code that goes into setting up Signal R. So once we have the Signal R set up in Azure, we also need a negotiate function that the Signal R thing we set up in Azure actually calls to establish the link. And after that, in our backend HTTP trigger function, we have to change our function.json and add this little bit, which connects to the Signal R, and it's saying that we are sending data into the stream. And then at the front end, we are just using a basic Signal R connection, and since it's all in the same on the same server, it's then able to determine how to access this data. So now for a demo of how this actually works. So this is the front end of the website, and I was simulating data from my computer as it would look from the vehicle. As we can see, it's sending over data that includes the number of the message being sent over, then the time that it was executed, and then different data from the vehicle sensors, such as acceleration, position, then GPS location, throttle position, battery, and what speed it's traveling at. Then we are also taking in the location and putting it into the map overlay so that we can visualize where the car actually is on the track. At the bottom here, we can also see some information that stays static. Therefore, we don't have to display it in the table, and it's easier to look at when it's line after line. So some of the challenges I've faced in this project was, first of all, the project structure. I have never worked with having to send data like this and trying to make it all in real time. So I went through probably 3 different iterations of how this project should work. And my first one, as I wasn't really aware of what services to use, I was just trying to do it using basic HTTP trigger functions and some timers. And that would be moving the data around and saving it then to a blob storage. After a conversation with my mentor, he showed me that the IoT hub is the way forward with this, as is designed specifically for what I need to accomplish here. after that, I had to figure out how to get the data from the IoT hub, which turned out best thing there was the stream analytics job. The next biggest challenge was designing the front end. I have never designed a front end before, and I decided to build all of it from scratch. So I wasn't using any templates, as I wanted to experience how much time and how difficult it could be designing it. And the next kind of challenge was the timing. There's always extra features to be added. Unfortunately, I started to run out of time and some of the features had to be cut back. So I am planning on working on this project further into the future. And one of the first things would be to improve and redesign the UI. As you saw at the moment, it is not exactly appealing. It gets the job done, but it could do with a lot of tweaks and maybe even integrate things like light mode and dark mode. Next thing would be for the system, for the backend to be able to handle more than one data input at a time. So, as I said, the Azure IoT Hub is capable of receiving millions of data from millions of devices at the same time. However, my function isn't exactly designed in a way to be able to handle this, so that would have to change. Then I would also like to implement a user hierarchy to the system. So as an example, let's say that I was able to implement this system on a racetrack somewhere, and each one of the vehicles would be sending data to the IoT hub. And then each one of the teams for the vehicle would have their own login that they would use on the front end. And using that login, they would be able to access only their vehicle's data. Then there would also be admin users that would then have access to all the possible data, which would also allow them to see all the vehicles on the map at the same time, which would possibly help with management of things. Extra features to be added to the front end would also be for the user to be replay previously collected data from the blob storage. That's why I had the blob storage there in the flowchart layout, as that was one of the features I was working on but didn't get to finish. Next thing would be for the user to be upload their own data from the front end and then be able to play it back. And also for the user to be able to select which data they want to be shown and which ones to be hidden. Overall experience was amazing. I got to create my own project from start to finish, which I never got to do before outside of any sort of university work. And it was a great experience. I got to work on both the front end and back end and got to see how much work goes into both. I got to learn some of the Microsoft Azure services and just see how cloud-based programming works and how it's going to be very useful in the future. Then I also got to learn how to read documentation for external APIs and how to implement an API. In this case, I used the Bing Maps API for the map overlay. I was also debating if to use the Google Maps or Azure Maps, but for this purpose and also me kind of running out of time, it turned out that Bing Maps was very straightforward, and in their documentation didn't even have examples that you can play around with, so very helpful and interactive. Also, it was great having support from the Bit project team and my mentor, so whenever there was anything I needed help with, I could turn to them and all my questions would be answered. So I would like to thank the Bit project for giving me this opportunity and the space to create such an amazing project. I would also like to thank Microsoft for sponsoring this camp and giving us access to their Microsoft Azure Azure features. And last but not least, my mentor, Ganesh. He was a great help in the initial stages of designing the structure of this project. So thank you, and thank you for listening.
Oh my God, congratulations, Jacob, that was amazing. Wait, can you say something? I don't know if I can hear you. It's just me.
How about now?
Perfect.
Great, great.
Go ahead, how are you feeling?
Great. I think that the project turned out very well.
Yeah, your project looked insanely complicated when it came down to it, but you pulled through, you completed the whole thing. What was the experience like?
It was definitely tough, but it was that kind of good challenging. You know, there was a lot of things I learned, and yeah, overall great experience.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention this to all the previous students, but the mentors have been amazing at helping
Yes, they have.
a lot of the technical things. Yeah. We do have one technical question for you, which is, what is telemetry? Could you tell us more about that?
So telemetry refers to the collection of data, and then that data being automatically transferred to somewhere else. So in this case, in my case, you could refer to telemetry in two kind of cases. One is in the vehicle itself, where there's different sensors within the vehicle that's all being sent to a single point. And then the other thing would be the sending of the data over to the cloud, where it's been being processed by my solution.
Awesome. That's a really cool explanation. A lot of these concepts are super technical and they sound difficult, but when you get into the docs, in fact, that's my second question for you, Jacob. Were you going to say something?
No.
My other question was, like, in your project, in your case, it was very important for you to think through all of your decisions before you started coding, right? You had to do a lot of research and documentation. What was that process like for you?
That process was quite time consuming. That's what I spent most of my time on in this project. Basically just reading through loads of Stack Overflows and different kind of Microsoft documentation as well, and trying to find that kind of way that I would actually be able to understand it, and maybe some samples of code that are kind of doing exactly what I need them to do. Therefore, I can be sure that I know how to use them.
Yeah, exactly. And it can be really tough. We do have another technical question, which is, what is an API? So could you describe an API in your own words?
Okay, API is basically an kind of a solution that someone else already created, and they make it available for other people to use, and then you basically just connect to it. Usually it's all run online, so you get your own link or access key, and using that you then access their kind of code and their service.
Yeah, for sure. And we do have a workshop, I just want to remind, in like 3 minutes, it's about to start soon, where Ganning and Emily talk, like they create their own API and they talk about it. So if you guys want to ask those questions, they'll definitely answer them for you. And last question, Jacob, what is the difference between backend and front end?
Right, so backend is very basically, it's all the stuff that's going on in the background. And front end is usually what the user can see. So in my case, front end is the website itself that anyone has access to. And then the back end is kind of the IoT hub and the code that actually does all the work that the user doesn't get to see.
Exactly. Yeah. Great explanation. Well, that's it for today. Thank you so much, Jacob. I'm going to go ahead and start the AWS workshop now. We aren't going to have a live Q&A for this workshop, but if you guys have questions, Ganning and Emily and Daniel and everyone in our team is going to be in the chat live answering questions. So just go ahead and ask them there, and good luck.
This workshop, we're going to be creating Caddy, and what Caddy is it's a super cute web app that gives you awesome pictures of cats. And this right here is the front end of Caddy, so it's going to be the final product. And with all the categories of cats, put text in, put rotate, and put flip. And so let's do that right now. We can put a cute cat in here with the text hi there, and we can rotate it 2 degrees. We can flip it if we want, but I don't want to flip it because that just gets really disorientating. So when we click submit, this is actually going to call our AWS Lambda endpoint. And once that happens, we get a picture of a super cute cat back. And we can actually first head to AWS console and just go into AWS management console. So click log back in. It'll take you back to your, it's going to take you to your AWS console. So what we're going to be using is Cloud9. And what Cloud9 basically is it's an online IDE that allows you to create code straight from your browser. So that you don't have to worry about like things not working on your computer, but working on mine, because it's all straight from the browser and it's super awesome that way. So if we want to get to Cloud9, that once you type in Cloud9 in the search bar, that should be the first search result that comes back. And if you just click on it, you're going to get taken to Cloud9 right here. And yours might actually look blank because you haven't created any environment yet. I'm going to just create a new one right here. And that's this big orange button right here. And what we can do is name ours Caddy. And we don't need to write a description, but if you want to, you can. We can leave this all as defaults because we don't really need to mess with that. AWS gives us pretty good settings for them. And after that, we can just click create environment. So this will take a second because it's just going to get everything ready and then connect us to our Cloud9 server. And it says it can take a few minutes. Once we're at Cloud9, what we're going to do first is we're actually going to modify this like layout real quick to make it easier, at least in my opinion, to use and to create AWS Lambda functions. So what you want to do is, if you see this cloud icon in the top left corner, what you want to do is click on that. And I'll actually make my screen zoom in a little bit so it's easier to read. And if you just click on this Cloud9 and then go into preferences, it will take you to this settings page. And what you want to do is scroll all the way down until you see AWS settings. And once you click there, you're going to see AWS resources. And what we're actually going to disable is AWS toolkit right here. So if we just click that to disable it, it's going to reload our page. And if you don't see anything that's changed, it does look really similar. But what the key thing is with this difference is that there's a Lambda button on this right side, which is what we're going to need to create our AWS Lambda function. Once we have this configured, what we're going to do is actually set up our Lambda template. And in order to create the Lambda function, what we can do is create this, click on this icon that I was talking about, and it kind of looks like an A. And if we click on that, that's going to open up this right panel for us. And if we look closely, we see another thing that looks super similar, except there's a plus sign on it. And if you hover over it, it says create a new Lambda function. So let's click on that. We can just name it Caddy. And it's going to give us our application name automatically because it's like, we're pretty smart. We're going to give it the same name as your function name. So if we do that, we can just leave it as it is because that's completely fine for us. The language that we're actually going to use, which is what we're choosing right here, is we're going to use Node.js.
If you think about regular JavaScript, that's what runs in the front end of websites. So like say you were curious one day, you clicked inspect element on your browser and you had all this code show up. If you see JavaScript code, that's JavaScript, that's not Node.js. I think the biggest difference to differentiate between them, like I said before, is front end and back end. Using Node.js, when it's running on the back end, you can import NPM packages, you can import all kinds of different things that other people have written to repurpose for your code. And on the other hand, in JavaScript, that's on the front end. You won't be able to import any of that stuff. Everything that's compatible with JavaScript has to be included in the browser. So once again, I'm just going to reiterate front end versus back end when you're thinking about whether to choose JavaScript or Node.js.
With that said, what we're going to do is we're going to use Node.js, which is the backend language. And then what we're actually going to use to trigger our serverless function is it's going to be an API gateway. So what this basically means is this API gateway is going to give us a super nice URL that we can use to actually like hit our Lambda function. And what that means is that's how we're going to access it. So for our resource path, we can just put / because we're not going to have any other resources other than like this Caddy function for right now. And for security, we don't need any security because we want to be able to access this from any URL. And we can leave this as default. Click next. Just make sure all this is right here, like what my screen says, and we can click finish. And what that will do is it's going to spit out this super nice Lambda template for us. And what it basically says is exports.handler. So when this Lambda function is called, it's going to go into here. It's going to have 3 parameters right here, and then it's going to take a callback. But this isn't exactly what we need. It's really close, but it's not exactly. So what we're going to do is add async here in front of this. And this just lets our Lambda function know that we're actually going to return something and that we're going to be doing stuff asynchronously. So it knows not to just stop when we get to the end of the program. It knows that there's asynchronous stuff happening. And with that, we don't actually need these other two parameters right here, context or callback, because we can do that straight in exports.handler. So what we can do is delete this and then just leave event. And what we can do is actually return hello world from our Lambda function right here. So what we can say is return, and then in the body, we can say hello world, and then put an exclamation point. And if you're on a Windows computer, you can say Control S. And since I'm on Mac, I'm going to do Command S. And that's going to take away that bubble right there. And if we click run, that's actually going to pop up this window right here. And if we click run again, it's going to send a request, or this is going to be like a mock request to our API endpoint right here. So it's going to be loading for a second. And once it does load, it's going to give us back, hopefully, hello world, because that is what we're returning. Yeah, so right here, we see body, which is what we have right here, and then hello world. So this right here is a JSON object. And Emily, do you want to explain what a JSON object is real quick?
Yes. A JSON object, simply put, is a way to store and retrieve data when you're using a programming language. So this is typically used in JavaScript. If you've ever used dictionaries in Python before, it's kind of similar to that as well. So what Ganning has returned here is a JSON bracket. I always say to people, if you're trying to identify JSON, always look for the curly brackets. And when you're looking at a JSON object, you might see something like object.key. That's how to access an attribute. So in this case, body would be an attribute. And just one more thing I wanted to add on to that. Ganning just, did that mock request. He hit that endpoint. The code was loading. Right then and there, it was running in a container somewhere in the cloud.
Yeah, so once we have edited this Lambda template to return hello world, we're actually going to want to return a cat image back, right? Because that's what our website does. If you recall, if we click submit, it would give us a super cute cat image. So what we're going to use to give us a cat image back is going to be the cat as a service API. So the endpoint for that is if we just go type CATAAS, that should be the first link that pops up. If you just click on that, it will take a second, but once it loads, it will give you a bunch of cats, 675 cats to be precise, that it has in its database. So if you want to get a random cat, let's just look at its documentation right here. And it says this endpoint, so /cat will return a random cat. So if we just click this button right here, it makes it super easy. We just get this URL. And we can copy that. And just to prove that it's random, if we refresh it, it's going to give you another cat. Refresh it again. Oh, that's a really cool cat. But yeah, so this URL will actually give us a random cat every time. And we can close that. And if we just want to return that in the body, what we can do is just put that in the curly braces, right? So if we recall, when we had hello world here, that showed up there. So just going by that like an example, kind of, if we return this URL here, when we run it, we will actually get back the cat as a service API endpoint. So just to prove that it works, we can copy this, paste it, we get another cat. Oh, that's so cool. And here's another cat. Yeah, as you can see, I really like cats. So yeah. And once we have this done, the goal of our app is actually to manipulate our cat image, right? So the way we're going to do that is with an NPM package called GIMP. So share, Emily, what is an NPM package? Like what is it? What does it do? What are the benefits of using one?
That's a great question. Emily, do you want to go? Okay,
Yeah.
I'll take it. So NPM is like the Node package manager. When you're using Node.js, there's a lot of methods that don't already exist in it, but there's a bunch of really cool developers like around the world that have created their own methods, and you can access those through different packages that they've created. So you can use NPM to install those packages, use those methods, and then life is easier.
So let me give an example. Let's say you are developing a website that transforms cats into dogs. And then you were like, well, I don't want to write the code to transform a cat into a dog. So then you can Google something like transform cat into dog NPM package. And usually something would pop up and you would just be able to install it and then use it in your code, and life was all good. Just a warning, I'm pretty sure there isn't an npm package that transforms cat into dogs. So yeah, you know, if
I guess that's gonna be Ganning's next project.
Oh, we'll see. I'll try to take on that. But yeah, so the npm package that we're actually going to need to use is called GIMP. And lucky for you, you don't need to go out and search for it because we've already done that for you. And what GIMP basically does is it's an image editing npm package. So what that means is you can rotate the image, flip it, add text to it, basically everything that we need to do in our website. So to install the npm package, what we can do is, if you notice on the bottom of your screen, you have this black window right here. And what this is actually called is it's called the terminal. So what you can do is you can actually type commands in here, right? So this white block thing is what's your cursor, right? So this might look a little new to you if you haven't done coding before, but if you want to just see what's in your current directory or folder right now, you can type ls. And as you can see, we have our function or our application caddy, and we also have our readme.md file, and that's just about what this application is about. So to install GIMP, what we can do is cd, which is change directory, into our application, and then let's just see what's in here again. And surprise, we have another folder called caddy. And this is just because we had our application name and our function name the same, right? So what we can do is cd into caddy again. You can say ls. Now we have index.js. And what index.js is, if you see it look at right up here, this is index.js. So now we're actually in the folder where this file is. So this is how like everything connects together, right? So right now in this terminal, we're in this the directory or the folder. When I say directory and folder, they refer to the same thing. So once we're in here, we can actually say npm init-0-y. And what that does is it basically gets our folder ready for npm installs. So just as a general rule, do that before you do npm install something. And so once we've done npm init-y, what we can say is npm install GIMP. And what that will do is, as you can see, this is going to actually load for a second, and it's going to go fetch, or it's going to go download the GIMP package from npm. And GIMP is, like Emily said, it's code that other people have written, but that we can use because they've made it open source. So what we can say is, in our code, if we want to use GIMP in our code, what we can say is const GIMP is equal to require GIMP. And would one of you, Shreya or Emily, like to go over like what is that syntax? Like what is const, what is GIMP, what is require, and like what that line basically does?
Shreya, do you want to give that a shot?
Yeah, I was gonna ask actually like why we're putting it outside of the function, but basically in this case, once you've installed the npm package, you want to be able to refer to all of like the methods and everything that's inside of it. So when you're doing const GIMP, you're just creating a variable that says anytime I refer to GIMP or to this like methods in this package, I want to call it GIMP, and then that's what it's going to like precede any other method that you're going to use. And then when you do the equals to require with the brackets GIMP, that's actually referring to what you just installed. So the GIMP with a capital J is like your version of the npm package, if that makes sense. And like if you have like a better way of explaining that.
Yeah, that's a great explanation. And adding on to that, you could say like for example, remember that computers they do exactly what you tell them to. So if let's say Ganning didn't use the require statement and he was trying to use the GIMP package, well, the computer doesn't know where to get that code from. You know, you're just saying GIMP. You know, it's like, okay, what GIMP? Where GIMP? So by using that require statement, you're telling the computer, hey, I need to require this npm package I just installed in package.json, and I need that in my code. So you're telling the computer, this is GIMP. This is where GIMP is. This is how I want to use GIMP.
Also, just to backtrack, that package.json file was created when Ganning ran the npm init-y command. So it automatically created the package. And every time you do npm install something, it'll be added in there. But yeah,
Exactly.
Ganning, you can go ahead and continue.
Yeah, so once we have GIMP right here, what we're going to use with GIMP is, let's just first add hello world onto our image. So what we can do is, let's create another function for this, because in coding, it's typically good practice to have functions that do one thing and one thing specifically. So this function is actually going to just manipulate our image for us. So what we can say is async function manipulate image, img, like that. And what we want to pass in here, so what we're going to have in these parentheses is what's known as function arguments. And we can have Emily go over that in a second while we test this. But first, let's just go through the code first. So what we can say is cat URL in here. So when we call this function, we're going to need to pass in a cat URL. And you'll see what I mean by that in a second, because I'm just talking about this abstractly and it might sound confusing. So now in order to actually read or to manipulate our image, we're going to need to create an image object by GIMP, right? So what we can say is say const image is equal to await, let me just confirm the syntax real quick. So it's await gimp.read cat URL. So this is actually going to read the image that we passed in through cat URL, and it's going to store it in this variable or constant image. So in order to add text to it, the syntax is await image dot, let's see, actually scratch that. What we need to do first is we're actually going to need to load a font, right? Because with text, there's a billion options. You can choose this font, or this font. You can also have a lot of sizes of fonts. So we need to specify a font that we're going to use. So we can just say.
Real quick, before you go into the font stuff,
yeah.
I saw that you decided to make this function asynchronous. Could you kind of explain why you made that decision, or what would happen if you hadn't done that?
Yeah, so this function is asynchronous because within this function, we're going to be using stuff that is going to actually take a while. And when I mean stuff, it's actually going to be like the manipulate image stuff, or like when we're adding text, rotating it, flipping it. And that is actually going to take a while. So GIMP has it so that those functions are asynchronous. So if we want to use the await keyword, which is like, we're going to stop and wait for this action to finish, we need to add async in front. And the reason they made it asynchronous is because GIMP is probably calling external APIs to do like a lot of manipulating of the image, and it might be theirs, it might not be. So adding async is just good practice, or we need to add async here because we're using external services, which is GIMP right here. And Emily, is that all correct? Correct me if I'm wrong.
That was a pretty good explanation. And just adding on to that, like think about, so what JavaScript is, it's called a synchronous language. So what it does is it runs every single line of code. So executes. So let's say Ganning was trying to get GIMP to do something, right? And GIMP doesn't do it right away. Like it doesn't go like, and then gives you the result. So if we just skipped over the line and didn't wait for GIMP, we wouldn't have the image. We would have like nothing, and we can't do anything with nothing. So that's literally what the await means. It means wait. We have to wait for GIMP. And once GIMP says, okay, we're good, then we can move on. So that's why we're basically telling JavaScript, we want to be asynchronous instead of synchronous.
Exactly, yeah. Do you have something to add to that, Shreya? Sorry, I just saw you unmuted.
No. I was just going to say, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, perfect. So like I said, we're going to need to actually load a font and choose a font that we're going to use, right? So what we can say is const font is equal to await gimp.load font, and make sure, gimp.load font, not just gimp load font. So capital J, make sure that we have it as that, because right here we said capital Gimp or capital J IMP. So make sure that like this capitals matter, because in code, they're very nitpicky, right? So a lowercase and a capital is not the same thing. They're going to refer to two different things, right? So GIMP right here is capitalized, the J in GIMP, and F in load font is capitalized. So what we're actually going to pass in here is something that GIMP has, and it's called gimp.font _ sans _ 64 _ white. And this is a little bit small, so let me expand this real quick. And what this basically means is that we're going to get a font right here, and which the font is sans 64, which is the size, and it's going to be white. And we're going to use white because if you recall, in our Caddy app, our background is dark, right? So a white text is going to show up really nicely. And what we can do is go back here and let's put a semicolon because that's good practice. And then what we can say is await image.print. So if you've ever used Python, this is very similar. So it's just going to print some text onto the image right here. And image, remember, we defined that up there. So what we can say is the first argument we're going to pass in is a font. So we can just type font. And then the next one is going to be the X coordinate and the Y coordinate. So just to make this simple, we can just say 50, 50. So it's going to be the top left corner of the image, but 50 units down and 50 units to the right. And the last argument to this is the text that we're actually going to pass in, right? So what we can say is hello world. And that is going to just write the text hello world onto the image. And if we want to return this image as a base64 string, and what a base64 string is, it's going to be a string representation of an image, right? So we can, once we actually call this function, we're going to return this base64 string to the user. And Emily, would you like to explain why we have to use base64 instead of because why can't we just return the image as itself, right? What's preventing us from doing that?
That's a great question. So if you just return the image as itself, I don't know if any of you have, looked at what an image actually is in terms of if you print it out in regular ASCII, which is just regular characters, it looks like gibberish. It's just binary data, because if you think about it, everything you're watching us right now, all of this is just zeros and ones, and we need a way to represent that in a string form, like Ganning said, base64. And there's something really handy in HTML. You can take base64 and actually turn it and display it as an image. So that's exactly why we are returning it base64. It's a way to display it on the website.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great response. So in order to actually get the base64 string from this image right here, after we printed hello world on it, there's a special line that GIMP uses, and it's image.getBuffer, and make sure whoops, not get, it's getBuffer, and then make sure the B is capitalized in buffer, and then what we can say is gimp.mime_png, and that just means we want to return it in a PNG format. And the second argument to this is actually a callback, and what a callback is it's basically another function. So right here we can pass in one argument, which is ERR, which stands for error. We can also pass in buffer, which is exactly what we want. So what we can say is in here, let's actually declare a variable called response, and that's just going to represent our base64 string. So we can say let response right up there, and what we can copy and paste that, and we can say response is equal to buffer.from buffer, so lowercase buffer right here, but make sure that this first one is uppercase, so buffer.from buffer, which this buffer is actually this argument in the callback, so that's where that comes from. And buffer right here is actually a keyword. So we can say buffer.from buffer dot to string, and then in here we can say base64. And base64 is a keyword that tells us that we want to return it in base64 format. And it's actually yelling at us right now, and it says expect error to be handled. And if you just hover over that, you can see it. And what that basically means is that since we're passing in error right here, it's going to want us to handle it if we do get an error. So we can say if ERR, just return, because if there's an error, we don't want to do this because we know something went wrong, and when things go wrong, that's bad, and we don't like bad things. So we're just going to quit out of this function right here, or that callback. So right after that, we can just say return response. And so right now, this is our complete manipulate image function. For right now, that will add hello world onto the image. And what we can say is, we can delete this comment that says to do implement. So what we can say is const base64 string is equal to, or base64 capital STR. And then what we can say is await, copy this function name, manipulate image. And what we're going to pass in right here, if we recall, is a cat URL. And where did we get the cat URL from? This API right here. So if we just click get random cat, it's going to take a second to spin up. And then we can take this URL right here, pass that in, right, whoops, not enter, pass that in right there. And now save it. And then what we actually need to do is return base64 string. So let's return that. So let's return base64 string, click run, and it will actually, it's going to call this. And what you can see here is something that looks a lot like gibberish, right? But this is actually what Emily was talking about with the base64 string. So this is actually like a binary, or correct me if I'm wrong, this is binary representation of it, right, Emily?
So it's it turned the binary into a string representation. So it's a
oh,
string.
right. So that's where we went from
Exactly.
buffer to base64,
Yeah,
right? So this is actually the string representation of the binary. Yes. Okay, awesome. So this is a string representation. And what's super awesome is that there's a lot of like online converters out there that will convert this to a actual image for us. So if we want to just see that in action, what we can do is we actually want to deploy our function, right? So if you go into the caddy with an arrow next to it, we can click on that, right click on, or just click on this orange Lambda icon right here, right click and click deploy. And it will show these 3 dots, and it just means that it's deploying. And yeah, this might take a second.
So while it's deploying, what do you guys think happens? What do you guys think happens when you're deploying your code? Does anyone want to tell you guys about, what happens? What is AWS doing? Where does it go? Where do you think it goes?
So right now, I believe that the code is like, it's here, but it's kind of local in the sense that only we have access to it. No one else has access to it. But when you're deploying that code, you're kind of taking it to a different place where if someone else wants to get access to it and use the same function, they can.
That's like a great general description of it. What about you, Kenny?
When I think about like deploying it, like Shreya said, it's allowing other people to use it, right? But even as like programmers, I guess, or developers, I just click the deploy button, or I do it through the terminal. I don't really think about like what goes on behind the scenes, right? Because I haven't really looked into that. So do you want to give us some insight on like what actually happens when we click deploy?
Of course. I totally agree with Kenny. When I first started working with serverless functions, I just clicked the cloud and then it worked. So, I didn't, think about what happened. But what does happen is once you click deploy, AWS is going to go ahead and package your code. It's going to create a little container for it, and it's going to ship it off to the cloud. And now, since your code is now in the cloud, whenever someone needs to access it, it's going to use the API gateway that we set up earlier. And whenever they, hit that URL, the container is going to run the code, and then they'll be able to access it. So they're not going to be running the IDE that you see here right now. They're going to be running a container of code that Ganning just wrote. It's in the cloud somewhere.
Wait, so what exactly does the API gateway do?
Ganning, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so what the API gateway basically does is, since AWS uses this Lambda function, and usually in something like Azure Functions, that will actually give us a URL like directly off the bat when we deploy it. But with AWS, they give us something that's called an API gateway. And that's actually what we're going to do right now. But basically, in a short overview, API gateway is how we're going to access this Lambda function, right? So what that's going to do, the API gateway is going to give us a URL. And what that URL will do is if we hit it with like a request, then it's going to actually run this code right here, which is in our Lambda function. So the AWS gateway allows us to access this function. Right, Emily?
Awesome. And before you continue, real quick, we have a bunch of different like methods that we're using out of GIMP, which we talked about as an NPM package and everything. But if we, while we're developing it, following you, if we want more information about like these specific methods or any others that GIMP has to offer, is there like a documentation that we can go to learn more?
Yeah, I'm glad that you asked, because this is super awesome for students to know this, right? So if you just Google, because GIMP is actually like a pretty popular package, what we can say is npm GIMP. And if you just Google that, that will actually be the first link that comes up. So if you just click on this, the link is going to be npmjs.com/package/GIMP if for some reason you can't find it. And this is the documentation for it. So if you just scroll through here, and what this basically is, it's a ton of examples that tell you what's happening, right? So gimp.read, which is, if you recall, that's what we use, right? So image, gimp.read right here. What we're reading from is actually a URL, which is like that. And this just gives us a general overview of GIMP. And if you actually want to explore the source code behind that, what you can do is click this repository, click into new tab, and it will actually give you the source code behind GIMP. So like what actually happens when we say image.read or like GIMP.read image or like image.print? Like what actually happens? If you want to go through this, it might get a little complicated, but it's all in here. So if for any reason you want to look at it, this link right here, npmjs.com/package/gimp, is the documentation for it, and it's super good to follow along with. And here's the source code for it. And the URL is github.com/oliver/morin/gimp. Does that answer your question?
Awesome. That is perfect. Yeah. And if you're, sorry?
Yeah, I said I have a comment to make on that.
Yeah.
Sometimes the documentation isn't enough for me. So what I do is I Google for examples. So I could say like GIMP example GitHub, exactly like that. And then there's going to be things that come up, people that have used it before, they have pre-written code. And a lot of times you can just copy paste and reuse it, honestly. I like to say a lot of developing applications is just copy pasting things from GitHub, Stack Overflow, Google, etc.
Yeah. Exactly. And if you guys are following this workshop and you decide like you want to do something that's a little bit more simpler than what Ganning's building or more complex, then going through the docs will help you kind of find your own unique, different project to make as well.
Yeah, awesome. So once this is deployed, what we're going to do is actually test it, right? So if we want to get our API gateway URL, we can just go into AWS console again. So just type that in your browser, click login. Let's move this tab here so it's easier. You can close all this. And then what we're actually want to do is let's go into our search bar again. And instead of searching for Cloud9, we can search for Lambda. So it's LAMBDA. And it's going to be the first link that comes up, Lambda right here. And if you get to this screen, you're on the right path. And look at all these beautiful charts they give us. So the place that we want to go is going to be this giant button right here. And it's a number. Yours is probably going to be 0 or 1 right now because you haven't created any yet. But mine is at 11 because I have a ton right here. And we're actually going to be going to the one that was last deployed super recently. So if we just look at the 6 minutes ago one, that would be the one that we just deployed. So if we just go into that one, we want to get our API gateway. And lucky for us, there's a big button that says API gateway. So let's click it, go into details, copy this, copy link address, and then go into Postman. And if you haven't, download Postman. Let's click reopen. And then what Postman does is it's basically a API mimicker. So eventually when we send requests to our endpoint through JavaScript in our front end, which is what we're going to be building last, we can actually mimic that by using Postman. So if we just send a GET request to this URL, click send, and remember this is the deployed URL. So this is from the API gateway, and this is when we click send, it's actually going to be super cool, and it's going to run our code right here. And if we just click into this, you see that we've got this giant base64 string. And like Emily said, this is going to be the string representation of binary. So if you want to just verify that this is actually an image, there's this button right here in Postman. If you click it, it will say copy to clipboard. And in your browser, if you just search up base64 to image, you can go to probably any of these links, but they all work just fine. I like this one, in my opinion, code beautify. Paste it here. It might take a second because it's so like it's a giant string right here. It's probably, that's the exact number of how many characters there is. And that's a huge number that I don't want to try to pronounce because I'm going to mess that up. But here is the hello world on our cat, right? So this is 50 pixels down, 50 pixels from the left. And you get a super cute image of a cat right here laying on a phone with hello world on it. So even though this may seem super simple, this is actually like one of the biggest steps in getting our function done because we're able to edit our image now. So if you recall, in our Caddy app, we had something called, wait, Emily, did you want to add something to this? I saw you unmuted.
I have a question. So for students who don't have Postman, where do you suggest them to get it?
Yeah, so if you haven't downloaded Postman yet, what you can do is go into a new tab and just search up Postman download desktop app. And if you just Google that, it should be the first link. It's going to be, if it loads, it's going to be postman.com/downloads. So postman.com, it's postman.com/downloads. And from right here, you should be able to just click this big orange button right here that says download the app. And if you're on a Windows machine, it's going to be pretty smart, and it's going to give you the Windows version of it. And that's just the website being super intelligent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, let's get back to the new feature that you're going to talk about on the website.
Yeah, exactly. So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to implement flip and rotate. And if you recall on our Caddy app, what we had was we had a place to add text. So right now we can add hello world to it. And that is, I want to say like that's 50% of getting this text feature working. Because all we need to do now is get user input for it, and it's not that difficult. You'll see later on how we do that. And what we can say here is we have rotate and flip. And don't worry, GIMP does this all for us. So what we can do is go back to our function. And within here, we can just add, actually, we should actually rotate and flip the image before we add text, right? Because we don't want lopsided text that's super hard to read, and that's going to make my eyes hurt because that is bad. So we're going to flip the image and rotate it before we add the text. And the syntax to rotate image is going to be, you guessed it, await image dot rotate. Ta-da! It's beautiful. So what this takes is it's going to be just a integer, right? So what you can say is, Emily, how many degrees do you want to rotate this? Give me anything you want.
30.
30, great number. So we can say image dot rotate 30, and make sure to don't put quotes here because we want this to be an integer. And there's a distinction between strings and integers in programming. And Shreya, would you like to give us like an overview of like what's the difference between like if the number 30 in quotes versus like 30 like that? So what's the difference right here?
That's a great point. So if you put it in quotes, it's going to literally take it as the string. It's not going to realize that it's an actual number. So that 30 could be the same as you put in cat or dog or some other random word or anything in there. Versus if you put the 30, you can see it's even like colored differently. It's like, oh, cool, that's a number. I understand that. I can do, like compute something with it. I did have a question real quick. Is rotate just a general method, or is that a GIMP method?
Yeah, so rotate is actually a GIMP method because right here, if you recall, we're actually going to say gimp.read cat URL, and we're going to store that in image, right? So image is actually going to be an instance of this GIMP image object. And when we say image.rotate, we're going to access the image object's rotate method. And that's going to rotate the image for us. So it's native to GIMP. It's not something that's built into like Node.js. Does that answer your question?
Gotcha. Yes.
Awesome. So once we rotated our image, what we can say is flip image, right? So the syntax to flip the image, you guessed it, it's super simple. It's image.flip, right? So super self-explanatory. And this is actually going to be pretty interesting because you can flip it two directions, right? You can flip something like this way. So that's going to be across the y-axis. But you can also flip it like this way, if that makes sense. I'll use my phone as an example. So you can flip it this way, or you can flip it this way. And that's two different directions. And since there's two different directions that we can do it in, there's going to be two different arguments to this method right here. So if we want to rotate it horizontally, which is going to be like this for our sake, so we're going to rotate it across the y-axis, that's actually going to be the first argument. So if we want to rotate it horizontally, we can say true right here. But if we also want to rotate it vertically, so that's going to be in this direction like this, so across the x-axis, that is going to be the second argument. So if we want to rotate it both directions, we can say true, true. But if we only want to rotate it vertically, we can say false, true. So remember, this first argument is a horizontal flip. Second argument is a vertical flip. So just to keep that here, we can say first arg is horizontal flip. Second arg is vertical flip. And Emily, do you want to go over like what are these like slashes that I'm typing, right? Because this isn't valid JavaScript syntax if it didn't have these slashes right here, right? So like, why are those slashes so magical, and like why do we need them? What do they do?
That's a great question. So the // is right there in that JavaScript code, or you can also call it Node.js, since we're working on backend. They're called comments. And what they do is they allow you to type like whatever you want inside of code without it, the compiler trying to run it. So let's say Ganning, try typing the code without the // like just like keyboard smash. Did you see that little underline? It says, yeah, it says, bro, like the code said, you can't do that. So now try commenting that out by putting in 2 slashes. Beautiful. Now there's no errors anymore, and Gannon can keyboard smash all he wants. And when he runs it, it'll still run and no errors will pop up. So unfortunately, commenting in code is not for keyboard smashing when you're like frustrated that the code doesn't work. It's actually for, telling other programmers and even yourself what the point of that specific line of code is. Like, what does this section do? And as you can see, Ganning has added some very helpful comments. He said, hey, this is for rotate image. This is for flip image. That's for adding text. So in case Ganning comes across this, 5 years later, he's like, oh, what does this do? He can just read the comments. Or let's say someone's reading his example code. They can say, okay, I need to use this line of code because it rotates the image. So basically, those 2 lines or slashes, whatever you want to call them, actually make life easier for a lot of people and even yourself.
Yeah, great answer. So once we've rotated, flipped, add text to this image, we need to deploy this because we need to make sure this all works. And I'm not just bluffing, being like, yeah, it works, trust me on this. So we're going to deploy it and just wait for it to see. And then once it deploys, we're going to test it again and see what it does. It takes a while to deploy.
Deployment dance with like music in the background.
Jeopardy.
This is like the fun part, huh? You're just sitting and waiting for it to deploy.
Yeah, it is. Oh, I guess right here, this would be a pretty good opportunity to explain why does there not need to be strings or like quotes around base 64 string, right? Because it's not yelling at us, it's not giving us any errors here, right? But there's no strings around it. So like, why does this give us why does this yell at us? But like, if I say like base 64 string right here and body, why does that not yell at us? Like, why is that valid, but why is this invalid, right? Because it looks the same to me, right? They're both text. What's the difference?
That is a great question, Ganning. And I think the best way to answer it is, look at where these 2 different things are placed. So if you see base 64 string, that thing's valid because you placed it in front of body. And on top of that, you also defined it as a variable. So right now in the code's looking at the keyboard smash, it's like, I don't know what that is. You didn't define it as a variable. You're not assigning it to any value, and exactly the frowny face just pulls it off. So in code, remember the computer does exactly what you tell it to do, and you have to tell it every detail. It cannot assume anything. We're not at that level of intelligence yet, and if we do get there, I think that'll be kind of scary. But at this point, we haven't gotten there yet.
Yes, and that's a really good thing. So once we've deployed, you see that there's no more 3 loading dots. And what that means is that it's done. So if we just head back into Postman, we can send another request. And it's going to take a second because it's going to send back a giant string that's like thousands of characters long. So while it's sending, we can just wait. And yeah, so we get another seemingly the same string, but it's not the same. And I can promise you that because once we go back into base 64 to image, paste that in, it's going to take a second, hopefully. And interesting. OK, it didn't rotate our image for some reason. And why is that? OK, so it added hello world, but it didn't rotate our image. So let's see what went wrong there. Oh wait, image dot rotate, base64 string, manipulate image. Let's take a look. Let's debug this together. Oh wait, image dot rotate, wait, image dot print. Let's see. Let's see what's up. Flip, true. Let's just try sending it again, because let's make sure that it's just like not a one-time thing. Because, okay, let's copy this and then let's go back into here and let's paste it in. That's an interesting cat, but okay, it's still not rotated. So let's figure out why this is not rotating. So await font. So we're gonna flip the image right here. This is so interesting. Did I not save it? Maybe that's the issue. I might have not saved it. So
is there like a bubble?
Remember
like, you know,
there was a bubble up there, but
oh,
I might have not just saved it.
Save and then...
Yeah, so I might have deployed it without saving it. So now let's right click and deploy it again, because
I think that's
that
what
might happen.
Because your code looks
pretty, yeah, I think it's right as well. So just save it and make sure to save it and don't make the same mistake as I do, and then deploy it.
Does this have like an autosave option?
I'm actually not sure. Does it have an autosave option?
Because I know if anyone has used Visual Studio Code before, it's really cool. It autosaves for you, just like Google tried.
Yeah, autosave is a lifesaver. I literally used to just like.
I don't know how people like live without autosave. Because I would just forget to save it, and I was just like, okay, let's close it.
And then you're testing, and you're like, oh, there's a bug.
Yeah.
You've done everything.
Okay, so it's deployed again, and let's just send another request to it. Let's send it, and then it'll give us a response. Let's just wait for it. Okay, now let's copy that, go back here, refresh it, paste it again. And yeah, so the issue was that I didn't save it. Yay, thank you for the claps. But here's a super cute cat, right? It's licking its paw, and it's rotated, and it has hello world on it. And you might notice that it's kind of super hard to read, right? Like, how can you read this against a white background? So if you remember, like I said before, we're doing it against a black background, or not a black background, but a dark background, so that like if we go into our website again, remember this is dark, so this will actually show up super nicely. So we don't need to worry about that. But so right now we can add text, rotate it, flip it. What we need to do now is we're actually going to need to implement the way that you're able to get a category for the cat, right? So actually scratch that. That wouldn't make sense to do right now. What we need to do now is get user input. So the user needs to be able to say whether they want to say like, hi Ganning on it, or like, hi Emily, or hi Shreya, or like, I'm the best on the image, right? So what we can say is, we can say function get request obj, and what we can just pass in is event. And if this looks cryptic to you, event, this is just a function declaration exactly like this, except we're not using async because we're not going to reference any external APIs or anything here. So what we can say is the way that they're going to pass this, the way that we're going to get user input for this is actually through the query string. And what that basically means is if you've ever been on a website and it goes like example, we're just going to use example.com as an example, obviously. So what we can say is question mark username is equal to Dave, and password is equal to 1234. Hopefully they don't just say that because that's super easy. That's not very secure, at least in my opinion. But what a query string basically is it's this part right here, right? So username is equal to Dave. So the username is a key, Dave is the value, and password is the key, 1234 is the value. And it's important to note that all these values right here are strings. So even if username was true, that would not evaluate to true in JavaScript. That's going to be a string containing true. And that might seem like, why am I talking about this? But it will come into play later. So what we can do is, from here, event is actually a pretty interesting thing because AWS is going to actually package that and put it in a nice, pretty JSON object for us to access. So what we can say is const text is equal to event. And the syntax for this is, let me just confirm it. It's going to be, make sure you put brackets right here, and then double quotes or single quotes work fine as well, actually. So you can say query and then capital S for string, and then parameters. And this is going to get all the query string parameters in that query string. So in our example, username and password. So after this, if we want to only extract username, we can say username. But we don't need username. We need text, right? So we can just replace that with text. Put a semicolon there. And what we can say is, whoops, not just an empty JSON object. We can just say return text. And this is actually shorthand right here. So if you notice right here, we have a key and a value. So body is the key, base64 is the value to this JSON object. But this right here is a shorthand. And okay, so in our code, why is this valid, right? Because right here we have body, and then that's the key. The value is base64 string with a colon. And it seems like we're doing the same thing, right? Braces, but we don't have a colon anymore. So what does that mean? Why is this okay as well?
Well, okay, so that's a great question. And recall that I talked about JSON earlier. It's really just a difference in the way that you're returning things and also just general good practice. So on the top there, when we're returning it in body, that's what we're returning from the entire function. That's what the API is returning. And in general, when we're returning from APIs, we want to return our response in body. So usually people are going to say, okay, response.body, and they're going to be able to retrieve whatever you return to them. That's just best practice. And our second function, which Ganning just wrote, you're able to just return the variable text, because that's still a variable. Notice that he didn't put quotations around it. There's actually content inside of text. And that's honestly just how you return from any other JavaScript function that you write. You could also do it actually without the curly brackets, I believe, and that would also work. Do you want to try that?
Yeah, so you can also return this as well. But just for this, we're actually going to return it with the curly brackets because we're also going to need category and just returning in a JSON object with
so
the overall simpler.
Is putting it in curly brackets is because he wants to return the information as represented as a JSON object.
On line 13, what would happen if we, can we just throw async in there just to be like, oh, in case we have to wait, or would that not work?
It actually does throw an error, in certain cases. So just for best practice, everyone, don't use async unless you are dealing with await inside of your functions. If you're awaiting for something. If all you're doing is returning information that is and it's stored in a variable that you don't need to wait for, don't use async. So yeah, I hope that answers your question, Shreya.
Awesome. Yeah, that's really helpful.
Yeah, so once we're returning, and just remember we're going to return this. Whoops, I did not mean to delete that. We're going to return this as a JSON object. So let's just indent this, click enter, and we're going to return this as a JSON object. And internally, what this really looks like is when we're only doing one keyword right there, it's actually going to translate to that right there. So it's going to have the text key right here and the text value right here. So right here, it's going to be a key called text. And the value of that text is going to be what we passed in this variable. So just since this is duplicated and they're the same key and value variable, so we can just return text like that, and it looks super clean and simple. And what we can do up here is we want to get this request object, right? So what we can say is const request obj is equal to, copy this function name because I don't want to spell that wrong, and then event, right? Because we want to pass an event. And what we can say is in this base64 string, when we're calling manipulate image, we can pass in request objects right here and request obj, obviously with a capital O. And if we do it there, remember we have to do it here as well. So if we actually want to access the value, and just remember that this right here is actually request obj because we're going to return that. And when we're returning it from this function, that's going to be stored in request obj. So if we're actually going to want to access the text key right here, instead of printing hello world, what we need to do is say request obj dot text. So that's where like gimp dot read comes from, or gimp dot load font. What we're going to say right here is request obj dot text. So we're going to access the text query string parameter, right? And what we can do is actually test this locally. So instead of Lambda local, we need to go to API gateway local, because that allows us to add query string parameters. So what we can do here is, let's look at the example they gave us. So param1 is equal to value. And then what we can say is, I don't want to spell this wrong. So text is equal to, let's just say, hello, quick run. I want to test this locally before I deploy it, because since deploying does take a while, I don't want to like waste everyone's time and show a function that doesn't work. So we see that we get a valid base64 string back. We don't know that it's actually going to contain what we have on there. So we're going to make sure, and we're going to do that by deploying it. So this is going to take around, I don't even know how long has deploying been taking?
I think it's varied.
Yeah.
Depending on when we try to deploy it. And just adding on to what Getting said, it's always best practice to test locally before you deploy things. Because one, you're wasting your time. And two, if you're out working at an actual, company and you're working with a team and you deploy something, they're like, oh, like, hey, let's test this. And when they test it, it doesn't work. That's kind of embarrassing, So when you always want to commit your code, you want to save it, test it locally, and then when you're sure that it works, that's when you deploy it to either a testing branch, or you actually deploy it to production where people are actually going to use it.
Another question, when you're deploying it, is it only deploying the changes that you made, or is it just redeploying the entire code?
Nope, it's gonna take your entire thing and then push it into cloud. So yeah, it's not gonna check, ooh, what changed, like GitHub usually does. If any of you have used GitHub before, it's really cool. You can figure out what you changed in the code, what you deleted, what you added.
Yeah, so if you have a program that's super complex that takes 20 minutes to deploy, and then you make a tiny change and deploy it again, it's still going to take 20 minutes. So yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's just why it's super nice to test locally first, to make sure everything works. And we don't want to have something that's broken and redeploy it to production. So once we have this, we're actually going to head back in Postman and test this. And if you recall, we added a text category right here, right? So, and we had text equals hello. What we need to do here is mimic that basically. So if you go into the params tab, you have something called query params. And that's just Postman talk for query string or query string parameters. So if you recall, our key was called text. So we can put text value. We want to say hello. And if you look super closely, when you type stuff here, it's actually it's pushing that to the string right here. So if I just spam like that, you saw it just got added right there. So Postman does this automatically for you. So you can just type in this nice UI, and it'll populate that query string for you. So once we click send, it's going to hit our API endpoint like before, and it's hopefully going to return something that says hello back to us. And it's going to take a second because it's a huge string. And that took 11.57 seconds according to Postman. So we copy that, go into here, paste it, and we get hello. I don't know if you can read that, but it's very faint, but it says hello. Thank you for the applause. I really appreciate it. But also, it's also rotated because if you recall right here, we haven't commented any of this out. It's still rotated, it's flipped. And just to show you that I'm not faking it and just making sure it does hello, I can put anything, right? So I can put Dave, Bob, hello. And we send that. It's going to put Dave, Bob, hello on there, hopefully. So it's gonna copy it.
There's a Dave and Bob watching this workshop. Please say hi back.
Yeah, please say hi.
Yeah,
so if we
you
paste
are
that,
featured on this workshop.
Yay. So we have Dave, Bob, hello, and it's rotated. It's not super disorientating, which is really important to me at least, because I don't like getting dizzy. and we get a image that's rotated, which is super awesome. So what's next for this? We need to implement rotate and flip as query string parameters. So if we just go off this as an example, we can guess what the others are going to be. So if we just want, we can just copy and paste that, and it's going to get mad at us because we've already declared text. So we can say rotate, and we can also say flip right here. Whoops, that is not meant to be flip. That is meant to be rotate. And then this is meant to be flip. And flip right here. So instead of just returning text, we want to say rotate, flip to add everything to that. And what we can say is, since we're already getting this entire request obj, we don't need to change anything here. And that's a super awesome thing about JSON, right? So that's why I chose to only return a JSON object. So we don't have to add like request, or we don't have to add like rotate, flip for every single new parameter that we're adding. So in here, what we can do is say, since if you recall when I was talking about request query string parameters always pass as a string, right? So we need to actually parse it into an integer. So since this right here, 30 is an integer, we need to get this rotate value and put it into an integer. So what we can say is const rotate deg, I guess, for degree. And then what you can say is parse int. And this is a JavaScript keyword, so we don't have to define that. It's a JavaScript function that's built in. It's PARSE, capital INT, open parentheses, and we can put in request obj dot rotate. That's going to take that value, put it into a integer. And we also need to do the same thing for flip, actually. So for flip, this is actually going to be a bit interesting, right? Because for flip, what we can pass in is going to be V, H, or B. And that might seem cryptic, but V stands for vertical flip, H stands for horizontal flip, B stands for both flip. So what we can say right here is if request obj dot flip is equals, so 3 equal signs, V, then we want to do a vertical flip. And if you remember, the syntax for that is, or the first argument is a horizontal flip, and the second argument, let me just make sure that, yeah, the first argument is a horizontal flip, and the second argument is a vertical flip. So false, true, no horizontal flip, we want a vertical flip. So that is going to be valid, or that's going to be correct for that. And usually, and what we want to do right here now is check again for horizontal flip. So if request, or else if, I should say, not if again. So we can say request obj dot flip is equals H. That's what we had it as. And then we can say if it's that, then we can say, oh wait, image dot flip true false now, because we want to rotate it horizontally, but not vertically. And then else if request obj dot flip is equals B, we can say, oh wait, image dot flip true, which, oh, that sounded really nice, true. But yeah, okay, that's a sidetrack. And then we can delete that line right there, and we can just close that. And this is actually going to get mad at us. Oh, flip is not defined. I meant to type false here, not flip. So horizontal flip across this, the y-axis right here, and not a vertical flip. And what we actually need to do is,
sorry,
yeah,
is this all like us just evaluating what the user is giving us, so the front end is going to make this request? Okay.
Yes, exactly. So this is what like the user is passing to us, right? So if you remember like this drop down right here, we had flip right here. So horizontal, vertical, both. So if when you put horizontal, it's going to translate that to H, vertical, V, B, both. So that's just like why we're doing VHB right there. And what we actually need to do is, remember we had an option where that the user never actually, they aren't required to pass in a, they aren't required to pass in like flip, text, or anything. So what we can say is if request obj dot rotate right here, because we aren't sure they passed in rotate. Oh, wait, I'll get to that in a second. But what we can say is if request obj dot rotate, we can put this in here and just put that there. put that there, and then I actually had 30 right here, and that was hard-coded, but we need to use rotate deck. So we just put that there. And what this basically means is that if the user passes in a value for request obj.rotate and is not just like an empty string, so they left it blank, then it will evaluate to it. Then it will go into this if, because only if this is true, then will this execute. And when this is true, it's if any valid string is passed in, right? So like A, B, C, or like in our case, it's going to be a number, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But if it's not, or if the string is blank, so if request obj.rotate is a blank string, then it's going to evaluate to false. So we're not going to execute any of this code. So this will only execute if the user pass in a value for the rotate parameter. And if you recall, we had that exact same thing with text. So what's super cool is that copy and paste that, put that here, replace this with text, copy and paste this, put that right here, save it. Let's fix this indent so it looks kind of nice. And then save that. And then this should be able to take it if we don't put anything there. Yeah, so that looks all right to us. And what we need to do now is actually implement the way that the user is going to get a cat from a category. So if you recall, we had a way for the user to get a cat from any of these categories. So what we can do is say, after we get request obj event, what we need to do is actually, yeah, so we're going to do it after this right here. So we can say const cat URL is equal to get cat request obj. Request obj. So why is it yelling at us? Cat URL. Oh, okay. So just saying that we're not using it yet, but we're going to do that in a second. So don't worry about that for now. And what we can say here is function get cat. We can put in request obj because that's what we're passing in here. And then also, you don't have to name these the exact same. I'm just doing it so it doesn't get confusing at all. But like this can be called like Dave, but this has to be called Dave as well. So just make sure that if you're going to name something different, keep it consistent. So it's super easy to do. But yeah, so just like right here, when we did if request obj.rotate, we can say if, oh, actually, before that, we need to actually put in category right here, right? Because it's always going to value to false if we're never going to get it. So category right here, just remember to add that here and then add that. So that's why I was saying JSON. You can just add like another parameter right there, like in 2 seconds. Super easy. So we can say if request obj.category, then there's a category in there. And what we can do to get a cat from a category is we see this right here. And the syntax for this is /cat/ the category. So we can say fat, we can get a fat cat. We can get a cute cat like before. Refresh that, we get a cute cat. That's pretty cute. And we can save that or copy and paste that URL, not save it. And then right here, we can say return. Make sure to do the like the string that is next to like underneath the tilde. So that's like a special templating string that we're going to use right here. And we can just paste that right there. And instead of cute, we want the category. So put a $, open brace, close brace, and then request obj.category. So that's going to return a category if there's a category there. But if not, then we're just going to return this regular URL right here. And that will, if we pass in a category for there, for request, or if we want a cat from a category, then we're going to return a cat from a category. If not, we're going to give them a random cat. So right here, we have get cat. And this is actually going to do all the work for us. And it's going to return a URL for here. And instead of there, instead of the hard-coded API endpoint, we put cat URL, click, or make sure to save it first, actually, then click run. Oh, this will actually give us an error because we're not passing enough parameters. We're not, but we still need to pass in these parameters right here. So we can say, hello, rotate is equal to 13, and category is equal to cute, and flip Let me just make sure. So flip category, rotate text. Yes, okay. And flip is equal to V. So if we just run that, we should get a cute cat. That's rotated 12 degrees and flipped vertically. So let's deploy that. And it's going to take a second again just to deploy.
So while we're waiting for that to deploy, Gannon, do you want to talk a little bit about what the next step is?
Yeah, so after we deploy this, what we're going to do is we need to actually implement random right here, right? So we haven't implemented random yet, and I didn't demonstrate random on this cat or on this Caddy app yet, but there's an option that you can check called randomize all categories. So if we just check that, we have an option to randomize all categories. So if you just wait for that, it's going to take a second because it's a little slow, but here it is. You get, like, if you notice right here, we didn't pass in anything, right? We didn't put rotate text, we didn't put any text. Everything's set to like default, but for some reason we got this. And that's what random is doing. It's going to give us something completely random. That is a really scary cat. That scares me.
It's pretty possum though, right?
You're not wrong. It is possum though. Oh, I love that. Okay, so let's see if it's deployed. And it has deployed. So what we can do is let's go into Postman, category, cute. What else do we need? Category, text, rotate, flip. So rotate, let's rotate it 12 degrees, I guess. Flip vertically. So we want, let's say a fat cat. I like fat cats. They're so cute. So we send that request with these parameters right here, and it should be able to give us what we need back. Just let it take its time. We get a giant string back, put that in here, paste it. We got Dave, Bob, hello, rotated vertically, flipped, a fat cat. So everything works, which is like, yay. This makes me happy when everything works. Yay. Okay, so the last part, which isn't super complicated, is we're going to need to implement rotate, or random, not rotate, my bad. So for random, what we're going to need to do is say const random is equal to, we are going to copy and paste, because we love that. Copy and paste that. Put random there, and then right here, so we're going to check if request obj.random is equals true in quotes, right? Because if you recall, this query string is always going to pass back information as a string format. So JavaScript does have a keyword called true like that. And even if you do pass in true in the query string, that will not evaluate because everything in the query string is always a string. So just remember that, and we can put true like that. And what we can say in here is, since we want a random cat, we can say, we're actually going to manipulate request obj. So this almost feels illegal, but it's not, because we can manipulate like the individual elements in request obj right here. So we can say request obj dot category is equal to blank string. Request obj dot text is equal to random text. And this is not a built-in function, but we just haven't implemented it yet. So it's going to start yelling at us. It's not defined, blah, blah, blah. We don't like that, but we're going to do that in a second. So don't worry. And we can say request obj dot rotate is equal to random number 0 to 360. And this is not a built-in function either. Not 260, 360. This is not a built-in function either. So it's going to start yelling at us again. It's going to be like, no, this is bad because it's not defined. But we're going to define it in a second, so don't worry. And last thing, we can say request obj dot flip is equal to a little bit of cryptic syntax right here. So math.random is greater than 0.5. So that's just a conditional, right? So this is math class. If math.random, and make sure to put random in parentheses, not like what I just did. So if math.random, which returns a number between 0 and 1, or decimal number between 0 and 1, if that's greater than 0.5, put a question mark, then we want it to be vertically, right? And if not, then we want this to be horizontally. No, vertically or horizontally, not both. Okay, there we go. So what this basically means is that if math.random is greater than 0.5, rotate it vertically. But if not, rotate it horizontally or flip it horizontally. So this is just a very shorthand way of getting a random value for flip. And like I said, random text not implemented yet, so we're going to do that right now. So function random text is equal to, I have this predefined array of puns right here. So I'm just going to copy and paste that in here. But you can make your own. So the syntax is just const puns is equal to bracket, open bracket, close bracket, and then you can put anything in here separated by commas. So that's where, like, if you saw possum, that's where that came from. So the syntax to actually return something from this array that's random is a little complicated, but we'll go through it with you, so don't worry. So we can say puns, and we can index this, right? So puns 0 is perfect, puns 1 is poo-poo, so on and so forth. So we can say puns math.floor. So we want a whole integer. We don't want a decimal value. And we can say math.random times puns.length. So this looks really cryptic, right? What is all this? So we're going to return a randomly indexed. So math.random returns a value between 0 and 1. Not inclusive of 1. So it cannot ever be 1. It can be 0.99999, but it cannot be 1. So we're going to times that times puns.length. So we're going to get a random value between 0 and 3, which is what we want. And then we're going to floor that. So it's going to be a random number between 0 and 3 whole numbers. And we're going to get that random index from this puns up, or indexed from this puns array. That's what this is. And then what we can do is actually return that. So that's what we're doing right here. It's going to be just fine. And the next function is function random number. It's going to take a min argument and a max. And what that basically meant is 0 or 360. So 0 is min, 360 is max. And what we can do there is return math.floor, math.random times max, and then plus min. So what that is going to do is we're going to floor it again. So we're going to get a whole integer of math.random times max. So a number that is smaller than the max, but adding the min. So we're going to get, that might sound a little complicated, but what that basically means is that we're going to get value between 0 and 360 right here, because that's what we're passing in. So now this is all implemented. Let's try it. So what we can say, whoops, I did not mean to delete that. So what we can say is text is equal to hi, and rotate is equal to 45, and category is equal to 20, not 123, category is cute, flip is equal to v, and random is equal to true. So once we run that, it's going to take a second. It's going to give us success back, which is good, which is what we want. Let's click deploy. So once that happens,
so let's do a quick recap of what we just did. So one of the biggest steps that Ganny actually just completed is accepting user input. So let me go back to the way beginning. We first started out hard coding in values. And what hard coding means is that we provided specific things in the code. So every time it came back as like, you know, hello, or every time it was rotated 30 degrees, we couldn't customize those settings. So what Ganny went ahead and did with parameters in the URL is that he made it so users can now specify, hey, I want to rotate it 70 degrees. I want to rotate it 10 degrees. I want to put this text on. And as he just did, we can now do random.
Yeah, exactly. So just to verify that, we can go into Postman, our best friend, go random, true, send it. And this should, even though we pass in all this right here, it's going to overwrite that, right? Because after we get request obj, we're going to overwrite that with random. So essentially what that means is if Postman will open, this is all going to be gibberish, and we're just going to get random stuff. Copy that, go into here. Hopefully my computer doesn't crash. Okay, it's okay. Paste that, and we get like possum and a random cat from a category that has random text on it. So if you're calling Postman, it's no longer Dave Bob hello. It's no longer a fat cat. It's no longer rotated only 12 degrees or only vertically, but it's going to be all random. So you don't know, which is kind of scary, but that's the beauty of random.
The unknown is what makes it exciting.
Yes, exactly. So the last step of this, right before we get to the front end, which the front end is going to take like 2 seconds, so don't worry about that. But the last step of this is actually to allow cores. So Emily, while I do that, would you just like to explain what cores is? Like, is cores like a course? Because that's what it sounds like. So what is cores?
Is cores a course? Actually, no, it's not. Cores is actually what defines for your application what can access it and what should not be able to access it. So it's, if I'm correcting me if I'm wrong, Ganning, it's cross origin resource. What's the S?
Sharing. Cross origin resource sharing.
Exactly. So cross origin resource sharing, and it's exactly what the name says. It's deciding whether you can use this Lambda function on your website or can you use it on another IP. But in this case, we're going to make it very simple. We're going to let it be accessed from anywhere, right, Ganning?
Yeah, exactly. So what we're going to do to implement that, we are just going to return this. So I'm going to copy a bit of code in here, and I'm going to walk through it with you, so don't worry. So boom, that just got copied and pasted, and all this like indenting is messed up, so let me just fix that real quick. Type that in. Okay, so this looks beautiful again. So we're going to return some headers. And what this headers does is, this is the code that's going to allow cores. And what that means is access control allow headers. This key means what headers we're going to take from the request. So we're only going to allow to take a content type header. So that just means you don't need to know about that right now because we don't have to worry about headers in our code. We're doing that on the front end for you. But that's just like what headers you can take, right? So that's like metadata almost about the information that you're receiving in the body. And access control allow origin means like what domain it can come from. Like, can it come from www.example.com? Can it come from dave.com, bob.com, hello.com? Like, where can it come from, right? Star just means we allow everything. We're very inclusive. So that's like, we can take it from anywhere. So that's what basically that means. And access control allow methods. We can allow any of these methods, honestly. It doesn't really matter to our API, so we can do a post request, get request, or anything like that. And body right here, we're going to JSON.stringify it. So what that basically means is that we're going to put this in a string, right? So stringify, so JSON object, that's this right here. Stringify just turns a JSON object into a string. So this right here is a JSON object. We're going to turn it into a string to give it back to our API call. So just test that to make sure it works, and then we can deploy it. And while that's deploying, we can actually get started making our front end, right, Emily?
Yes, and that is, in my opinion, one of the funnest parts because you are able to see both ends come together, the back end and the front end, and you'll be able to see, like, what all this code can be visualized as, because people usually aren't going to open up Postman and interact with your API that way. Usually when you're interacting with APIs, they're probably on a nice front end like the one Ganning's going to show right now. And yeah, exactly like that. Like, have you ever used Postman before this? If you haven't really worked with APIs, probably not. So we are basically building a user-friendly way of getting cats.
Yeah, exactly. So once this deployed, I just want to make sure that it works still, right? But it's going to be a little bit of a pain to copy and paste this back into, like, because once you'll see in a second how complicated it might be to copy the entire basic export string because it's in a JSON object now, and like just scrolling down, that's a pain. But we know this works because we tested this on random, and all we're just returning it in is another object. So we know it works, and lucky for you, you don't have to write much of the front end code because we're super nice and we give it to you. So just head to this URL right here. We'll paste it in the chat when it's time, or if not, we'll get it to you some way. Don't worry. Just head to there. You see this, it's a GitHub page. That's what Emily was talking about with GitHub and stuff, but you don't need to view raw. See this big button called download? Click that, it's going to download a zip file. And as you can see, I've downloaded it quite a few times. It's on number 5 now. So yeah, and we can click on that just to unzip it. And what that will do is it's going to open up a Finder window for us. Just click into that, we get our code made out for us. This is so perfect. Like, we've done everything for you, which is awesome. So what we can do is go to Replit, and what Replit is it's a free way to make a front-end website and a lot of other stuff. So if you want to go explore in Replit, feel free to. We can say, so once we're on Replit, we can click New REPL right here, up left corner, and you might have to make an account if it's your first time. So languages, select HTML, CSS, JS, and the name, we can say, what do you want the name to be? What do you think is a good name for this, Emily?
How about Caddy? Caddy goes batty.
Oh, okay. Caddy goes batty. Oh, let's keep this consistent. Dashes. Oh, that is amazing. Okay, let's create that. And since we're so bad, right, we're gonna delete all these files because we don't. Uh-oh, did it crash? I guess it really did go bad on us. Okay, let's just reload that because
I think it just.
Yeah, that was.
I think you like broadcasted that a little bit too loud. You probably shouldn't have said that we were going bad.
That's. Oh no, is Replit actually not working? This is like Replit's issue.
It's fine.
Let's just delete this because if it's gonna.
We hope you don't experience.
Yeah, we hope that you don't experience it during the actual event. So don't worry if that happens. As you can see, it's still deleted, which is super awesome. If we refresh it, it'll all be gone. So don't worry. It might just give that error, but that's Replit's issue. We can't control that. That's like their website's problem. So what we can do is add a file, or not add a file, upload file, because we gave you the code. So select all this, upload all that, click open. Upload folder, we have an IMG folder for you. Upload, trust it, because we said so. And then if you click run, it's like, whoa, that's so cool. We gave you a fully working front end, right? And if you open it, it's exactly what we have here, except better, right? So
we have more step though, right, Getting? We're almost done.
Yeah, we do. We're almost done. So what we need to do last is we actually need to grab the endpoint URL again. So what we can do is, hopefully my Postman doesn't crash. Oh, right here. Okay, here's the URL. So we go into here, grab that URL that we were testing with, include the slash at the end of prod. That's really important. And then go into index.js. Line 56 is what you want to look at right here. See this right here? Replace all that with your API. So it's not using ours anymore. You can be like, I made all of this now. So this is now officially yours. And what we can say is just submit it, test it. And since it's our first time, it's always good practice to just go into inspect element to see like if something went wrong. And woohoo, it worked.
Hey.
Yay. This is so awesome.
All right,
let's say,
we're not done yet. We have to check if it actually
works. We have to check all this. So this is just like after we deployed to production, we need to make sure it works, right? We get a pretty fat cat, in my opinion, at least. Yeah, so let's just, okay, this one is arguably a bigger size cat. So we can say text, hi, Emily, degrees to rotate, let's say 5. We want to rotate it vertically. Let's test that. It should rotate vertically, which happens in a second.
Since you're doing a lot of transformations on it, I would assume it takes longer.
Uh-oh, it's upside down. Oh no. But that's okay because we did vertical. So that's what we wanted.
It did exactly what we told it to do. So.
That hurts my neck to try to look at that normally. Oh, it's such a cute cat. It doesn't deserve to be rotated vertically, but it's okay. And last thing we want.
We won't get it again.
Yeah, the last thing we need to test is random. And hopefully it's nicer to us and we don't have to rotate the cat vertically because it looks really sad when it's vertical. It looks like it's falling from the sky. Yeah, and we get perfect. So if you notice, no more hi, Emily. Bye, Emily. It says perfect now. So this is awesome. And we built our fully fledged Caddy app.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to Detect Mask or No Mask with Folio and Machine Learning. I'm Lizzie Siegel. I'm a developer evangelist at Folio, and I studied computer science at Bryn Mawr College. I tend to write JavaScript and Python, but I have been seeing writing Haskell and Swift, and I'm a big fan of Pikachu, hence Pikachu on the side. So today we'll be making and talking about how to make a mask detector with Folio Video. Here we have a Twilio video application. You can see me, and it asks, are you wearing a mask? And it will respond with no or yes, and a percentage confidence in that yes or no. So right now, it's not confident I'm wearing a mask, put on the mask, and it's more confident, 0.99, very, very specific. So what will we be going over today? We'll be going over Intro to ML5.js, the machine learning library for JavaScript, and you could use this library to detect and classify other things, like is someone holding a banana or wearing a hat? Wearing a hat, yes, no. Of course, as the number of positive COVID-19 cases are rising everywhere, mask wearing is coming back in vogue, hence the mask wearing, mask detection. We're going over Twilio video, training a machine learning model, saving and testing SID model. And if you ever want to follow along, there is a GitHub repo and there is this blog post, which should be shared online. So what is ML5.js, you ask? ML5.js is a JavaScript library that lets developers like yourselves use machine learning, ML, algorithms and models in the browser. I love in the browser. This library is built on top of TensorFlow.js, which does a lot of the heavy lifting. It does most of the low-level ML tasks, including using pre-trained models to detect human poses, like is your arm or elbow at what location, X, Y, Z, generate text, style an image with another image, compose music, very artsy, very fun, detect pitches or common English language, word relationships, and so much more, including image recognition. Woo. So image recognition contains two popular tasks, classification and regression. Both the algorithms are used for prediction in machine learning and work with labeled data sets. The main difference between regression and classification algorithms is that regression algorithms are used to predict the continuous values such as price, salary, and age, and more. And classification algorithms are used to predict or to classify discrete values like male or female, true or false, spam or not spam, hot dog, not hot dog. That's from Silicon Valley, the show. There is some overlap between algorithms for classification and regression. For example, a regression algorithm may predict a discrete value, but the discrete value in the form of an integer quantity. So this post uses this talk will go over ML5.js to explore the classification problem of image recognition. Given an input of an image, in this case, someone wearing or not wearing a mask, the machine will classify the category, mask or no mask, of the image. So to get started, we will need a Twilio video application. And just like coming to serverless days, here's a promo code for Twilio credits, so you don't need to use your own money. You can send text messages, make a few phone calls, video calls like this, and more. The code is Serverless Days 2021. And with the Twilio account, you'll need an account SID, API key SID, and API key secret. You can generate them at links. They'll be dropped in the chat. They can be found in your Twilio account console. And you'll also need the Twilio CLI. So this is serverless. This is serverless application. Why host a server if you don't need to, if someone else can do it for you? Woo. So this is the very bare bones video application. From your perspective, you're the smaller video feed on top above join room / the leave room buttons. With this application, you can follow along on the README, and the GitHub repo is online. I'll drop it in the chat. So let's train our model to detect masks. To train the model must know what someone wearing a mask looks like and what someone not wearing a mask looks like. Wow. We can pass in images of people wearing masks and images of people not wearing masks, but instead build these images from our computer webcam. The most important code in assets/train.html of each Folio video application includes this code. After importing the ML5JS library, version 0.6.1 for now, in the body, that's an H2 heading with the text, "Are you wearing a mask?" Results span displaying yes or no to answer that question. The confidence span showing the model's confidence level of yes, there is a mask, or no, there's not a mask. We have a video element used to both train new data and also predict whether or not a mask is being worn. These buttons with IDs no mask button and mask button will add new image data to the model, while the train button trains the model. Naming things can be hard sometimes, but the train button trains the model, and the predict button begins running the model on the video feed to predict if a mask is detected. If you like the results of the model, if you think it's accurate, you can save the model to the assets folder by clicking the button that says Save Model to Assets folder. In this new file, assets/train.js, this following code declares variables and accesses the DOM elements from the HTML file. Also defines the video element source as the computer video camera, and makes a feature extractor object from a MobileNet model in ML5.js, which uses feature extraction on images, among other ML tasks involving classification. The code calls the classification method of ML5.js on the feature extractor object, setting the input source of the classifier object as the video element, the video feed from your computer webcam. This means that whatever appears on the camera acts as the input to the classifier. We also add buttons to train the model after the user adds images. Those train buttons train the model with the images added above from the video camera. Once training begins, the DOM displays the loss value in the loss span. The lower that value is, the greater the accuracy. Eventually, it decreases closer and closer to 0, and the training process is finished when loss value becomes null. If the model is not very accurate, you may need to add more images to the model. Otherwise, you can save the model by clicking the Save button, which calls feature extractor.save to save the model. And this is how we actually classify the image with our predict button and save model button. And this code is all on GitHub, which I will drop in the chat, or organizers of serverless days will drop in the chat. So the model will return a yes or no label in addition to the confidence level of the classification prediction to reflect how confident the model is that a mask is in the video feed. The closer the number is to 0 to 1, the more sure, the more confident the model is. The classification method is called over and over in the background so that the model is constantly predicting if someone is wearing a mask or not. Constantly. Wow. So our model has been built, and we have to use it. In a different web page of the Twilio video application, we edit spans to reflect the no and yes mask labels and confidence levels, and a button to detect mask wearing. We add a button to the Twilio video app so that when a person joins the room, the model is loaded. Model.json is the model saved. This code should look familiar from before when we were training the model, making the model. This calls the classify method on the video feed and displays confidence level regarding yes or no if a mask is being worn. The only difference is that this is using the saved model that we already trained. And here is the finished piece. We're in a video application room using a trained model. Fairly accurate, not perfect, but if you want it to be perfect, add more training data. So in summary, what did we talk about? ML5JS lets you detect coders, generate text, make music, perform image recognition, and you can train an ML5JS model to detect other things, like if you're wearing a hat or holding a banana. I did try to train the model to detect if a mask was being worn incorrectly, like if it was showing my nose or had a hole in it, but the detection was not as accurate. and most likely needed more training data. We went over regression versus classification. Regression algorithms predict the continuous values, such as price, salary, and age. And classification algorithms predict or classify more discrete values, like male or female, true or false, spam or not spam, hot dog, not hot dog. And MobileNet lets us quickly create an image classifier. You will see MobileNet not just in ML5.js, but in other machine learning tools, ecosystems, libraries like TensorFlow. Here are some links to help you, like GitHub, repo, this blog post, and the promo code. I'm Lizzie. I'm a developer evangelist at Twilio. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a great rest of the conference. Yeah.
Hey everyone, I hope everyone's doing great. I know it has been quite a long conference so far, so just make sure you are taking your breaks and hydrating and getting some snacks in between everything as well. I just wanted to give a little update on the workshop that Ganning and Emily just did a few minutes ago. I'm really glad with the response that we got in the chat. I know a lot of you are really interested in participating, but obviously following a workshop as it happens in the moment can be really difficult. So we will be sending a little thank you email after the conference sometime tonight, where you can find links to all of the recordings from today's conference. If you missed anything, you want to go back and check it out, or you want to build that project and get a chance to win the Nintendo Switch Lite, you can go ahead and watch it at your own pace in your own time. We also have a few links that are associated with the project that both Emily Ganning were talking about, as well as the one that Lizzie just presented. So we'll include those links in the email as well. But yeah, I just wanted to take a little break to say thank you so much for supporting us so far. And if you have any questions or comments or want to get involved in any way, feel free to let us know. After all of the talks are over, we will take a few minutes to just let you know how you can get involved and if there's anything else that you can do. But yeah, other than that, have a great day. I'm gonna put up another talk in just a moment. Awesome, I'm back.
Hey everyone, I'm Shreya. Let's talk a little bit about notifications. So notifications are super important to any application. And today we're going to be using the Courier API, which makes managing notifications super easy for developers. So you can do this through various channels, SMS, email, or even other messaging applications like Slack or WhatsApp. Instead of trying to integrate all of these individually, what you can do is use the Courier API to integrate all of them through one single platform. Awesome, so let's get started with a demo. The first thing that you want to do to set up Courier is go to courier.com and get started for free. This will help you create your account, and once you're done with that process, it'll take you over to the app.courier.com website, which will allow you to actually build the API, build the notification system, and then integrate that into your own application. So go ahead and do that, and then once you've done that already, you'll see a little bit about statistics. This part should be blank if you've never used it before. Some integrations, there might not be any integrations yet, which is totally fine. We'll set that up in a second. And then you'll see an option to create a notification at the top right, as well as the same thing on the left. If you click on designer, you can create notifications, you can create automations. So you don't necessarily just have to have notifications sent manually. You can actually set up automations. I think there's various options in here, so you can send a bunch of different notifications at once. You can schedule messages at certain times, set reminders, and you can also cancel those automations so that you can create a template for the type of messaging that you want to do. There's a data section over here which tells you about your previous messages that you've sent over using Courier, as well as an integration section that shows you all of the various integrations that you have. So either on your home page or your integration page, you can choose which different channel you want to use. So there's Messenger, there's Discord, there's a lot of different options. The main thing that you're going to want to use over here is the actual API keys from these other platforms. So in order to integrate Twilio or SendGrid or any other channel, you're going to need to have an account on those first. So go ahead and create those, get your API keys, and then add them in here. So for example, if I click on Facebook Messenger, it's going to ask for the page access token. So you can paste that in here, and then you can click on install, which will basically give Courier permission to send out these notifications on your behalf through Facebook Messenger without you having to individually do that through Facebook Messenger yourself. Perfect. So next up, we can actually get our notification system set up within Courier. Once you have your integration set up, go ahead on the left menu and click on Designer. Once you're there, you can click Create Notification. And here you're going to see a bunch of different options. So we want to add email and SMS notifications for the sake of this demo, but you can do whichever you choose, whichever you prefer. And as you can see, Courier can sense that I've already added my SendGrid and Twilio integrations, so it's adding those in directly. But if you want to change that over to a different type of integration, you can do that. You can click on the little settings icon next to them on the left, and you can choose to change up the integration. You can add conditions to all of these different integrations, and there's a lot of other information that you can add in there, like if you're using email, where that email is coming from, and all of the above. You can do similar things for SMS. So if you click on the little settings icon, you can add conditions, and you can see the Twilio is set up over here. Next up, you'll see once you actually click on that integration, whether it's email or SMS, you'll see a little template message over here. So this is your message builder. This is where you can start adding in text. So I can say, dear whoever's receiving this email, so receiver, my name is Shreya. I wanted to say hi. And then you can write anything else you want. You can add images, you can add bullet points, you can really just customize your email however you want to. The really cool thing about Courier is that it makes it super easy for you to manage different channels and make them as similar as possible, or change them if you want. So once you've added some sort of a component to one of those channels, if you click on the other one, it'll give you a library of those options at the bottom, and you can just click and drag and drop them in there. So let's say I choose to add an image in my SMS. I go back to the email, you can see there's an option to add that image in there. You might not always want to do that. You might want to have an image when you're sending an email, but not necessarily when you're sending a text. So you can go ahead and just click on that and delete it, which is totally fine as well. So you can customize different channels. And once you've done that, you can go ahead and click Publish Changes. So once that is published, you can click on Preview and then create a test event to preview your actual notification. So let's go ahead and create a test event. We don't need to add any information in our data profile and override. We can just go ahead and create that test event. And once that's done, we're going to select our preview recipients. So this already has my email in. So let's try it and send that preview email and see if I receive it. Okay, perfect. So I pulled up my email and you can see that I have an email over here that says, dear receiver, my name is Shreya. I wanted to say hi. So that's just for our own sake to see what that email looks like. If you don't like the way it looks, you can go ahead and go back to design and edit that. Go back to preview, send another preview, see what it looks like. And then once you have that all set up, you can click on send, and this is where all of the magic happens. So Courier will create an auth token for you, which it has blocked out over here so no one else is able to see it, but you can easily copy it over here. And it's created the entire set of code that you will need to integrate this. So if you're writing in Node.js, you can choose to copy it from here. If you're choosing any other language, you can change the language over here and it'll change that starter template code for you. And when you decide to actually use this integration in your application, you can just copy it over here. It copies your auth token, so it'll replace your auth token here with the auth token that is over here. And then you can use this code to actually start sending messages through your own application.
This is Magic Vision, a Magic the Gathering card price tool. My name is Oscar Romero. I'm a software engineer enrolled at launchschool.com with a Ruby focus. I'm a maker and destroyer. I have made a PC, a Hackintosh. I have a couple of Arduinos and Raspberry Pi, love LEDs, and have a 3D printer. I also like taking apart electronics and building speakers and subwoofers. And I'm also a sci-fi and fantasy nerd. I enjoy playing Dungeons and Dragons and reading fantasy novels. I enjoy learning, and I'm looking for opportunities to learn and grow with others. So the problem is you decided to learn Magic the Gathering. You spend a lot of money on card packs and have a ton of duplicate cards. Worse, you don't even have a card that you want or need. Magic the Gathering is big money. $50,000 for first place and $250,000 for total cash prize. So if you want second, anywhere from second to fifth place, I believe, and a couple other positions. So solution, Magic Vision, of course. You text a photo of a card, and Magic Vision will respond with a cleaned up photo, current market price, and a link to buy or sell that card. The technologies that power Magic Vision stand on three main pillars. First, we start with the Twilio API, then the Microsoft Azure API, the Computer Vision API, and Scryfall API. So when we send an image via text message, that media URL is sent via webhook to the Azure function. Within there, we forward it and call the read API, which does analysis of text and in photos. Once that analysis is complete, we return the analysis and parse out the card title. Then we send that title to the Scryfall API and query that title. The Scryfall API is a large database of Magic the Gathering card information, from prices to card tags to legalities of card plays and tournament. So once we call that API, we return all relevant card information. Within the function, we parse out the image, price, and link, and then just send that back via text message to the Magic Vision. Excuse me. So let's start out with the technologies behind Magic Vision. We have our node packages like Node Fetch, which provides an interface for getting HTTP resources with methods like get and post and the appropriate response. And then we have Query String, which allows us to parse a string into a collection of key value pairs. And then the Twilio package, which just pretty much creates a library of functions to interface with the Twilio API. Technologies. We're going to review our code base right now, and we'll start off with the setup, where we have our constants, our required packages, endpoints, and key, and define a sync delay function. So you can see here we have Node Fetch, Query String, and Twilio. TWIML is a markup language developed by Twilio to handle their message response. Then we call the Magic Vision Cognitive API, which does the actual text analysis. And we have our Scryfall API. As you can see here, you can notice the fuzzy equals. This allows us to call the Scryfall API and provide a name where we're not exactly sure the card title, which is nice in case we return a text that's not quite as accurate as the card name. And then we have our key, which allows us access to to the cognitive service. Our delay just takes the difference between two timestamps and takes the parameters milliseconds. Technologies. We'll start off with the Twilio part. It's pretty simple here. We parse the URL from the request body and then just initialize the image URL to a variable. We have a context log that just outputs image sent via Twilio to the Azure function. We'll follow up with computer vision part, where we fetch the computer vision API with a post method, where we post the image URL, and you can see here that needs to be in a JSON string format. So we use JSON stringify to put that in the correct format. And then we supply the key to provide access to that function. Then when we return the response, and we just get the operational location where which pretty much is the URL where that analysis took place. Then we follow up with a get method to get that required analysis. And it's pretty much using that URL from before. This required an iteration due to the delay in running that analysis. My first implementation wasn't working because it would fetch the analysis right after we submitted it, and so I was getting no text back. And another solution that I found created new promises, and that was creating issues with the Twilio response message. So this sync delay of 2 milliseconds seemed to work best for my needs. Yeah, so we iterate over that 5 times, and then we break out of there if the read status has succeeded. That's pretty much it. Once we return information, then we can just parse out the most likely card title from a response, which is usually the first line of text, and we just output that out into the Azure function. Once we have the card title, we use that to fetch the Scryfall API and pass in that card name with that fuzzy search from before. And then once we get a response, we get all the relevant card information, just parse out that card information, including image, purchase price, and we have a purchase price for a foil card. A foil card is a card that has like a shiny foil on it. So it kind of looks holographic and shiny, so it's just worth more. And we have a conditional here. If the price is null or returns no price, we just return 0. For example, a card might not have a foil version, so there is no price, foil price, or the inverse. There's no normal version of that card, and we only have foil versions of that card, and so that's why that conditional is there. Then we just close out with the second part of Twilio. So once we parse out that information, we just send that with the node package, the Twilio node package, and send a response message back to Twilio, Magic Vision. And that closes out the code base. Here's a product demo of the front end, me interacting with the phone in Magic Vision. Okay, so here I am taking a photo of a Magic the Gathering card that I bought last night. Take a picture, try to make sure there's no additional text that might confuse a read API. This is being sent via Twilio to Azure function, and then we're calling the Scryfall API, and waiting for that read analysis to take place. So it just takes a little time to get information returned. So please wait with me. I'm going to speed this up actually. Okay, so here we returned the card image with the market price and a link to buy it. I believe the specific one is a foil, so it's worth about 12 cents. It's a brand new card. So now I'm going to try submitting an image that I took online of a card, and I believe this card format only has a foil version. So we're sending it out and just waiting for the analysis to be performed. Okay. Perfect. We return the car price, and as you can see, normal is 0 and the foil price is $62. It only comes in foil version. You can buy it online, and you can see there for $62 or $72. And that's pretty much it for the front end. Product demo. So this is the back end, so the serverless function that's hosted on Azure code base. So when we submit that image, this is what's happening in the cloud. I'm just setting up so you can see the log, and I'm submitting an image right now for analysis. One moment, and there we go. So we're executing the function, get the image. You can see the iteration taking place right here. This large body of information is card info, and then we just parse out the card information and send that back via text message. And that's it. Improvements. I want to better handle errors. One of the issues that I had is making sure that the image is in the correct format. The computer vision AI only uses JPEGs or PNGs, and the iOS phone can output to JPEG, but that seems to be only working when in portrait mode. Excuse me. And so I just need to write code to handle that better. Twilio has an error if the image is not in the correct format, but then also Azure throws an error depending on what it fetches. So I just need to figure out where to handle that error. I would like to refactor the code just to get rid of extra lines of code, especially when we parse out the card information that could probably be handled in an array and just iterate over the array. It would be nice to separate the functions. So create 2 functions, one for Twilio and one for the computer vision AI, and then have the Twilio function reference the computer vision AI. I would also like to create a user history so we can track all the history of the user, and trend prices, and create a website of all the scanned cards for future reference. And then I want to follow up with my experience with the Bit project. I had an unforgettable time with Bit project. Magic Vision was built with skills I learned, including JavaScript, Node Package Manager, Azure Functions, REST APIs, and Twilio. These were all technologies that were new to me. I've heard of them, but I've never used them before. And in this short time, I was able to create something that you see here today. I also enjoy the professional series of videos where we had examples like acing the technical interview and preparing your resume and LinkedIn profile for job search. For someone like me who's trying to get into tech, that was invaluable. I also enjoyed making new friends. We bonded over a lot of experiences getting our code to work and learning from each other. If I had a question, somebody would help me, and if I knew an answer, then I would help them. I also love making relationships with tech people, like my mentor, Nika Fee. I'm not a tech person. I'm trying to transition into tech. And so those relationships are worth their weight in gold. Also I hate banging my head over GitHub merge issues. But it was invaluable also because I've only used GitHub to post my code to a repository. Within Bit project, we used a working code base with multiple branches and multiple people submitting to that code base. So just dealing and learning how to handle all those errors was very valuable. And then yelling like band fans when our code works. So I just want to thank everybody, especially the Bit project team, for all their help in setting this up. My mentor, Nika Fee, for all her advice and help with my personal growth, and my peers. I had a great time, and so thank you.
Hello, Oscar. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you, Shreya?
I'm good. I absolutely loved watching your talk. That was really fun. We did have a question from David who was asking, like, where do you envision your project being used? Is it like at events where people are going to be like exchanging cards?
Yeah, so one of the main parts are you can use it on like a tournament, right? People are there with their cards ready to play. And also just like Comic-Con or big events where people just gather together and like to have fun.
Awesome. I love that. I love how you decide to take kind of like a different, more entertainment and like gaming route than the rest of the projects, because I don't think we've ever seen something like this before. Could you tell us a little bit about like what was the most challenging aspect of this entire journey over the last like 4 weeks?
Yeah, so I think just learning how to interact with all the different parts, because I have the Twilio aspect, the cognitive service aspect, and the Scryfall API. So they're all working together in this one function. And like the cognitive service actually gave me some trouble because it takes time to do that text analysis. And when I was fetching it right away, we're using an await async function to call that. And so that analysis is still taking place when I called it. So learning how to iterate through that, and the documentation like didn't say, hey, you need to do this, by the way. So I said a comment to Microsoft, hey, your documentation doesn't do this in the example you give. So
oh my God, that's so cool.
Yeah. So that was like the biggest thing, and just working everything together was exciting but challenging.
Yeah, documentation can be rough, especially like when you have years and years of experience. I'm sure it's a lot easier, but when you're just starting out and you only have like a couple years experience, maybe like it's just so hard to read through docs. It's not a skill people teach you. How was that like?
Yeah, so like I've relied on a lot of documentation to get this done, right? I had an idea. I was like, oh, this should work, right? And for the most part, it worked well. Like, hey, this is what your code is supposed to look like. I'm like, okay, cool. And then when I got to my part, this is your result. I was like, my result looks nothing like this. So I was like,
I know.
Yeah. So, I mean, documentation is important, and it makes me value well-written documentation.
Exactly. Yeah, it can be really rough when it's not well written. We have another question from Beatrix who asked, could you explain more about what you meant by refactor code?
Yeah. So so when like you usually sit down and you just want your code to work, you just write down whatever comes to mind. But that might not be the most efficient use of your code. Like you might have like 20 lines of code, but you can write the same thing in like five lines of code. So that's what refactoring means to me.
Right. Just looking over, revising it, writing a better version of it.
Correct.
And Daniel asked, what was the most satisfying part of the project?
Oh yeah, so it's really awesome to have something that you wrote and then just see it on your phone and like actually working. And so I'm like, hey, look what I did, showing my phone.
Exactly. Just being able to like show off the project that you've done, have other people react to it and like tell you what they think about it, for sure. I know you worked really hard on this project, so you get to take like a whole week or two off and just like relax, chill. Thank you so much, Oscar, for joining us today. I'm going to go ahead and lead off into the next presentation.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me, and thanks for everything on the project team.
For sure.
Hi everyone, hope you are doing well. I'm Beatrix, and here is my first big coding project that relates to the API stuff. And today I would like to show you how I created the meal reminder and food generator in the form of SMS using Azure function and different types of API. It was so fun working on this, and let's get started. So about me, I'm Beatrix Chandana, and I'm an international student from Indonesia that currently studying in the US. Actually, I'm not coming from a tech background. I switched my career from medical to tech after graduating from college in my country. I first got into programming when I was in college, which was second year. I thought to go to data science, so I took lots of math classes, Java 1 and 2 classes, but now I end up pursuing another career, which is UX designer. I mean, like designing a variety of websites or apps in non-profit organization in the US and in my country. I also contribute to helping big project as a tech writer. I wrote or fixed some documentation on big project GitHub, basically. Problem. This is the most interesting part to me, because we need to find out like who will use my SMS feature. So I think the user should be people who work from home, such as developer, designer, full-time mom, etc. Let's take a look what are the problems. First, I like to cook different kinds of foods, especially that can be cooked under 30 minutes. Second, as an international student that works or studies from home due to the pandemic, I need a product that can help me to generate a random recipe for daily cooking. Also, I need a reminder when it's time for me to have lunch or breakfast. I always focus on working without thinking about having a meal on the proper schedule. This can lead to the risk of weight gain and lower energy levels, which impact our productivity at work. So I made a hypothesis that others also have the same problem as me. I figured that most users that I interviewed are developers, and here is the result. 6 out of 10 people always eat instant noodle or instant foods because they have no idea what to cook or prepare. That's why I created this feature. I tried to apply the coding skills that I learned from the previous week, I mean week 1 until 4, in my final project. The skills included how to use Twilio to get the message response, how to use timer function to get the scheduled message or reminder. I also added the HTTP function with the application of the API. And another thing that I learned is also to publish or deploy the code to Azure functions. And the unique thing about Azure, I can test the code basically. Lastly, I also learned to have a habit to save the host key or API as an environment variable in application settings because it is the most secure system. I learned new things outside the camp. The one that I learned outside the camp is to connect two functions together, I mean timer and HTTP function, and to get the message response from the Twilio system to the user. To help me gaining understanding about that, I read lots of documentation from Twilio, and of course my best friend, you can guess, Stack Overflow. Then I applied some of them in my functions. Solution. The solution is to create the SMS reminder feature assistant. I create an eating reminder 2 times a day, which are breakfast and lunch. So there are 2 timer functions basically. The reason why, because timer function uses the timer trigger attribute, which has a single lock feature to ensure only a single instance of the function is running at any given time. Then the second solution is to let users type one ingredient that they want in their foods, for example chicken. Then the system will automatically send the user the random recipe, including the description and the link to view more. Technologies. So here are the technologies that I used. I create the timer function and connect it with my Twilio SMS API to send the morning reminder message to the user. Then the user will send back the response to the system. For example, honey, bread, or chicken. So, actually I changed my mind not to include Tasty API for my function. Instead, I use Spoonacular API. Tasty API has a problem with my subscription and the key. So as a result, the user gets the link and the name of the recipe. If the user is not satisfied with the result, they can retype the new ingredient. Yeah, for the demo. I only show the breakfast section because the lunch part is only following the same code pattern. And here is my timer function code. So I use few packages such as node-fetch to get the data from Food API, and I include all the information that relates to Twilio API. I save it as an environment variable in application settings in my Azure function. I also use client.messages to send a message from sender to user number, in this case recipient number. When the user getting a message, Azure shows me that message was sent. I also use catch statement to catch the error, in this case if the message is not sent to the user. I added a new assign function, which is to call my HTTP trigger function to send back the recipe link to the user. And for function.json, I also added something to it. I changed the time to 6:50 AM PST, which is Pacific time. I also include the Twilio bindings such as account SID and token settings. And here is my HTTP function. Sorry, I forgot to change the name to Spoonacular API recipe. I think it's fine. I also use some packages such as node-fetch, and I also use Express. Express is to create server-side application. And then I use 3ML messaging response to send a message to the user. HTTP required to use the HTTP server. I also set query and the body as user input recipe. I also use app.post to send the recipe link. I also fetch the Spoonacular API with the get method. Also, I added the if statement. This is just for testing purpose. I want to see if it's running error or not. I added the port as well. So let's try to run the timer function. Yeah, with my Azure function. So let's wait for a bit and then we test and run. Yeah, I got 2 results. The first one is running. I got the message in my phone, basically. But for the second one, I'm not sure why I'm running into this error. Few days ago, I did the demo by myself and it worked. The error is because of JSON, but I still get the reminder message. Yay! Actually, I also added the MMS feature on my Twilio. I wish that I could send back the response like bread or honey. However, because of the problem with the port issue and this thing, it blocks me to get the result that I want. And let's go back to my presentation. Okay. What went well? I think I could find good documentation to create the reminder and implemented it into the final project. I was able to connect the timer function with Twilio. During my week 1 and 2 of final project, I was getting error due to the problem with the time zone. However, I was able to fix it. What to do next? Even though there is always something that's not working with my functions due to the port system and Twilio, I'm working on this project and learn a lot from this. I will plan to continue the project even after the camp. But at the time, I will probably apply Azure Durable function instead of using the timer function or HTTP for the future app. Challenge. The challenges that I ran into were mostly figuring out the best documentation to help me work on the APIs. Also, debugging the code was the most challenging part for me due to the limited knowledge and time to learn more about serverless function. Also, as I mentioned in the previous demo, I had a problem with the API port that cannot be solved yet. And the third problem was the API issue. I changed the food API from Tasty to Spoonacle API in week 2 because of the problem with the subscription key. The last problem was also the invalid JSON response that we got from the demo. During my time at the camp, I learned a lot about using time wisely, being patient, and not giving up on doing more research. If one thing doesn't work, it doesn't mean this will be the end of the world. I also realized that I couldn't finish the final project perfectly due to the limited time working on the code. I wanted to give up, but something that I always remember, there is no failure except in no longer trying. This quote is by Albert Hubbard, who was an American writer. That's how it works with the code, right? We should always try and be ready with a bunch of the errors. Lastly, I would like to express my gratitude to BIT project team members, Emily, Shreya, Daniel, Misha, and other team members, and also my mentor, my special mentor, Jonah, for giving me such a huge opportunity to learn more about API or serverless function. Also, help me practice my time management and help me practice my presentation skills. I never thought that I would work on this kind of great project. Okay, I think that's all about my final project. Thank you for listening and hope you have a good day. Bye.
Yay! Congrats, Beatrix, you did it.
Thank you.
I just want to start off by saying, like, you are by far one of the most hardworking people that I've ever worked with. You weren't even originally going to be one of the students in the camp, but you still followed like the course entirely without a mentor for the first 4 weeks. You did all of the actual curriculum by yourself. And then in the last 4 weeks during the project, we were able to pair you up with Jonah. So you're amazing. Like, I don't know how you did it, but great job. So yeah, what has your experience been like so far?
I think it's been a great experience. Like, this is my first like big coding project. Like, I never like work with the apps, working with the API. It's like amazing experience. Like, oh my god, like I cannot believe like I can code. Like,
you can code for sure. You're amazing at coding. You built such a, not only is it a good app, but it's also like very useful, like for everyone. I'm sure everyone is going to be like, I need to use that application now, Beatrix. You need to like actually produce it. So what was the most challenging aspect of this journey for you?
I think like finding the good documentation. Like, maybe there are a bunch of documentation out there, but the one that is like match my project is like so little. Yeah, it's just finding documentation and then debugging the code.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, and it's not like math where you can just like calculate the answer, right? Like, you have to really rely on what other people have said and what they've written before. David is asking, what do you want to add in the future to expand the capabilities of this app?
I'm thinking like to add like yes or no, basically like the question to the user. If user is not satisfied with the random recipe that the system sent to them, so they can answer yes or no. Like, okay, I'm not satisfied, and then the question like morning reminder will be sent again to the user. What's the ingredient, and then they can retype it. Yeah, and then also I will add like the calorie, so user can type their preference based on the calorie.
Exactly. And I also know that you mentioned that you have some experience and kind of want to really get into tech writing. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, actually, like I think last few months, like my friend like invited me to create a startup. So basically, we are thinking to make like an app, like sort of an app that can benefit most of people. That's why I'm thinking joining this camp will help me to be like better understanding how to work with the API, and then like I can build perfect app in the future. So that's why.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see your future projects. Thank you so much, Beatrix. You were our final student speaker for the day. We do have 2 more speakers. That's going to be Maddie and Chloe. That's coming up right next. But thank you, Beatrix. Have a great day. Thanks for joining.
Thank you so much, guys.
I'm going to play Maddie's speech now.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Maddie Stratton. I'm a staff developer advocate at Pulumi, and we're going to talk a little bit about how the journey has gone from DevOps, which you might be familiar with, into cloud engineering. So let's go on a little bit of a journey together. I'm really appreciative of your time today, and I hope you're having an excellent experience here at Serverless Days. So let's start by looking back a little bit. And if we kind of take a look at what got us, where did DevOps come from? So in 2009 was kind of an inflection point, which was quite some time ago. So John Allspaw and Paul Hammond, they gave a talk at Velocity Conference called 10 Deploys Per Day, DevOps Cooperation at Flickr. And witnessing that talk, a cat named Andrew Clay Schaefer, this is our best understanding of where the word DevOps came from, was this tweet that Andrew tweeted when he was watching this talk. So you can blame Andrew for the term DevOps. And at this conference as well, Andrew proposed an open space conversation, an unconference session to talk about this very idea, and one person showed up for that, and it wasn't even Andrew, but we'll talk about that in just a second. But a couple other things, this great book by Jez Humble and Dave Farley came out called Continuous Delivery, and at the same time, Gary Groover and some other folks at HP wrote a book on large-scale agile development. And so a lot of these principles that we think about DevOps, they kind of came from here. So I want to think about this, though. This is where DevOps came from, and the reason will become apparent in a minute, right? Okay, so as I said, Andrew created this I want to have this conversation about agile system administration, actually. And one person came to that open space. It wasn't Andrew, but it was a Belgian named Patrick Dubois. And a little bit later, Andrew and Patrick got together, and they decided to put on a conference they called DevOps Days. And the reason that they called it DevOps Days is Agile System Administration was too long of a name for a conference. And I just want to point out that this is, when we look at what those talks were, this was back in 2009, the things that people were talking about are very similar to things we're talking about today, but they were not necessarily, some of them were about tooling, but a lot of them were about how people work together. And I think that's really key. And over the years, we've seen a vast proliferation of DevOps days around the world. And to me, this is what DevOps is about. It's about this community. It's about practitioners that are coming together. People are learning from each other. It's not about presentations. And when we see the large number, and we didn't really see that big uptick last year for reasons that are sadly apparent, thanks COVID, but everything that we know about DevOps comes from the people who do the work and how they're learning from each other. And most events like this depend very heavily, like a big feature of them are these open space conversations. And Andrew has said that if it was up to him, DevOps Days would be nothing but open spaces, but he knew that nobody would get their boss to send them to a conference if there at least weren't some people on stage. I want to talk about a couple different ways that people talk about DevOps that I really like. So Donovan at Microsoft, he talks about it's a union of people, process, and products, okay? But it's about delivery of value. But remember that union part, that's really key, right? And then Andrew, I pressed him to give me a definition. He didn't want to do it, but this is what he told me. But he's about optimizing the human experience, and it's the software that's the software and the humans, okay? So remember, this is what we think DevOps means. And this is what we know DevOps is not. We know it's not being a full stack 10x rockstar engineer. It's not just putting developers on call. It's not just about t-shirts and stickers. But what is it? So we also talk, I'm going to go through this fairly quickly, but there's this idea we call CALMS. And so this was created at the first DevOps Days in the US in 2010. What it stands for, the only reason that the words are in this order is it spells a word. You could also call it CLAMS if you want, but it's not that the order matters. But we talk about culture, and we talk about automation as a key principle of DevOps. And the thing is, in the continuous delivery book, Jez and David said that, asking experts to do boring and repetitive, but technically demanding tasks is an absolute guarantee of human error, more so than anything except sleep deprivation or inebriation. And I'll tell you, as a longtime system administrator, boring and repetitive yet technically demanding tasks is 100% what my job used to be. We like to talk about the ideas of lean and lean principles when we think about value stream mapping. I'm going through this because it's not a deep dive into what CALMS is, but there are these ideas. What we're looking for when you think about lean, we're thinking about reducing waste. You might say that's increasing efficiency, but it's not exactly the same. And we think about measurement. Measurement really matters because how else do we know that we're improving? And sharing is, I know I said that none of these things are more important than the other, but to me, sharing is maybe my favorite part of CALMS because it's how we get better. It's sharing within your organization, but it's also sharing within our community. And one example I like to give for this was in the early days of DevOps, all that we heard from were kind of the Silicon Valley or the unicorn companies. We were hearing from Etsy and Facebook and Netflix. And I live in Chicago, by the way, so I'm from the Midwest. And we sit there and we're like, but you know what? We do real work here. We knew that behind those enterprise firewalls, people were doing DevOps things, but they weren't talking about it. And then there was this great conference put on called DevOps Enterprise Summit, and then all these enterprises and public sector agencies came and started talking about what they were doing. And the reason that I bring this up is the sharing matters, because it's what gives you the art of the possible, which if I know someone's done something, I know it's possible, and then I will be able to get there and do it. So this all sounds really great, right? Like, awesome. We're getting together, we're collaborating, we're sharing, we're doing all these great things. That's what DevOps is supposed to be. But that's not what happened over the last 10 years or so. We're hearing different things when we talk about DevOps. It's not, what are we talking about now? Or is it all about automation? A lot of times when the conversation about DevOps is about automation tools, and I know I work for a company that does automation, but I can assure you that that's not all that there is. Or that is it all about container orchestration? Kubernetes will save everyone, right? That's not what we've been trying to talk about, but yet it continues to come back to that. I've heard this one before, which is this theory here of culture is for yogurt, right? Which is this idea that the culture part doesn't matter. It's about the tooling. It's about all the technology. And this is the news I have here is DevOps is being sold to you right now, unfortunately. And, as this quote says, you can't buy DevOps, but I can definitely sell it to you. And that was said by Maddie Stratton, the charismatic grifter. So as we talk, you probably heard a lot of, okay, so great, we have DevOps, but then there's DevSecOps, right? Like, well, security's got to be a part of this, but then biz DevOps, we have the business, and serverless DevOps, I guess, is a thing. Maybe we're learning about that today, and DevSec DB ops, and what about DevOps? And this is the thing, like, all of these were kind of what we meant about DevOps in the beginning, and it just sort of has that name because Andrew tweeted a hashtag. And here's the thing, it's like words are hard. They might mean different things to different people, and we read into them. So yeah, remember, words are hard, but don't worry, I have more words for you. I'm going to complicate this with new words, but I think it helps a little bit. And that word, or words, I guess, that we're talking about is we talk now a lot about this idea of cloud engineering. So when we look at the definition of cloud engineering, that's employing standard software engineering practices across our infrastructure, across our app dev, and across our compliance. Well, that's kind of like what we were talking about in DevOps back in 2009 and 2010. It was, how do we bring these disciplines together? That's like what we meant, but it became something else, right? So when we think about cloud engineering, what we have is we have this model of build and deploy and manage, right? So we build things with cloud resources, and especially if we're thinking in a serverless world. So this is not just about like building infrastructure as code or deploying containers or building VMs. We're constructing things based upon resources in our cloud providers, whether they're serverless functions that we're sending out there into the world. We're utilizing data stores and all sorts of wonderful things that our cloud providers give us. So we're building things, and those are creating our infrastructure platform upon which we can deploy our applications, whether they're functions, whether they're code running in a container or whatever. We have to get those deployed, and those become, again, that lets us deploy our applications to the cloud, which we have to continue to manage because they keep running, right? It's not just enough to get it out there in front of somebody. We have to keep it going day 1, day 2, day 3. So build, this might sound like this is just about, writing code, getting your code out there, but the build is about creating the services and infrastructure that provide what our customers need, right? So like I said, we use these cloud resources to build these applications and services, and then even the infrastructure. And maybe this is a shared service platform if you've got a large organization so that all your teams are the same. But even if you're kind of a one-person shop doing your own jam, you still are building based on these resources. And We want to create reusable infrastructure components so that the application and service delivery focus on our differentiators rather than reinventing the wheel. So reusability, like what makes your value of your team or organization or company special? And the other thing is like, besides expressing our own best practices, good practices and common configs within our teams and orgs, when we build our infrastructure using standard programming languages, we take advantage of the entire ecosystem surrounding them. We can leverage existing IDEs, test frameworks, and approaches. So something like infrastructure as software, like Pulumi does, I can write my infrastructure code in TypeScript or Go or Python, which means I can leverage all the things those things have, right? So using these modern architectures focuses on the value these services provide rather than a specific bespoke implementation that's tied around that particular cloud or resource, right? So when we think about build, right, it's, are we talking about, are these shared services platforms? We're using reusable components, just like we do in our regular code. We want reusable infrastructure components, and we want to apply existing frameworks and tools. So a little bit, I was like, well, how do I map these ideas of sorry, I thought I was going to sneeze. How do we map these ideas of build into the CALMS model? I'm not going to go super deep into this. I'll give you a link to the slides at the end. But the culture part is that we're focusing on differentiators, creating a common experience. This drives empathy. From the automation standpoint of build, again, reusable components, we're leveraging the ecosystems that exist, and we're avoiding these bespoke implementations because we can automate. So automation is tied into, that's the automation part. How do we talk about value stream from the build? We're focused on value. So this is how it connects to lean. When we're thinking about the build ideas of cloud engineering, it's focused on the value and the differentiator, which can help with our efficiency, which means we're reducing waste. And this lets us review throughout our process of building to see where there's areas that we can improve. And then the measurement, this consistency breeds visibility. And that's gonna come up a lot. You'll see over and over again these principles in cloud engineering give us consistency. And then when we have that consistency, it gives us visibility because we know what we're looking at. And then the sharing, again, talked about the reusable components as a sharing thing, but that larger ecosystem that we're building within promotes sharing with that community and learning from that community and lets us learn from existing practices. So the deploy pillar, right? It doesn't count until it's in production. It doesn't do any good when it's just sitting in a repo. So code and infrastructure don't give any value until it's in front of our customers and users. But we want to do that in a really efficient and quality consistent way. If we have if we have ways that we deploy that take too long or they require too many manual steps, that blocks us not only from getting new features in front of our customers to get feedback on the value they're providing, also restoring service if we have outages and downtime when we're resolving service issues. So when we apply these software engineering practices to our deployment, that means we ship the same way every time. And it's common practice to apply these principles of continuous integration and continuous delivery to our app software, but we can use those same principles with our infrastructure, which means that new and changed infrastructure resources meet our quality controls, they're tracked and understood, and it helps us avoid issues when we're investigating that, okay, what changed problem. And there's a few more pieces about that, right? When we think about that, we're doing things the same way every time. I mean, every time. There's not an exception. That's the beauty of deployment automation. It gives us quality and security checks. Security is just another aspect of quality. So we're checking security at the same time we're checking quality. And checklists. Checklists are great, but let's automate them, right? The checklist is what would a human do? Like the human thinks about that, but if we can ensure we're doing the checklist the same way every time. And this also makes us think our infrastructure is part of our application. The Cosmos DB that I need to get going for my serverless function, like that's all part of it. It's not a sidecar thing. It's not an additional thing to do. And when you think about the columns, again, the same idea. How does deploy connect into this? So again, from a culture perspective, deployment is key. It doesn't count until it's in prod. And this gives us this idea of iterative development rather than stepwise, which gives us the continuous improvement, having a really good deploy culture around that. And then the automation parts, it's very common to think about this. It's your continuous delivery pipelines, right? So automation and deployment go very, very easily hand in hand. But again, automated checks. If you care enough about a problem, you care enough to write a test for it. And like I said, checklists are great. I'm all for checklists, but let's automate those checklists. And then from a deployment, when we're thinking about lean principles, our deployment models enable fast feedback, right? Which gives us visibility into that supply chain, which again, it might sound crazy to talk about supply chain if you're like, hey, I'm just like a one-person a software shop that's just sort of writing some code. You actually do have a supply chain. It's just really short and it's only you. And you want to see all the things that you're doing and be able to identify bottlenecks. Bottlenecks are not necessarily just between people. That can happen you as an individual in the steps you do. Where do you get blocked? Again, measuring our cycle time, just how quickly are we able to get an idea in front of a place where we can get feedback. But it's not just about speed. We're not just measuring speed. And then, again, when we're following these deploy principles, we have so much more visibility into how things are happening. If we have a common way of doing things within our team, within our org, we aren't duplicating effort. And this way, anybody, whether the person who made the change or not is involved, can know what actually changed. So we say getting our services into production is a key step, but that's not the end. Our customers are constantly using our services and applications, and we have to manage all of the resources. And you may be familiar with the adage that security is everyone's job. What that means in the world of cloud engineering is that we consider security and compliance, whether it's regulatory, like uppercase C compliance, or just your own team and org's policies, are integrated into our work. So if we treat our policy as code, just like we treat our infrastructure as code, that's a really powerful idea. So when we express these policies as code rather than prose in a document, we can apply these checks before and after we deploy our services and our infrastructure. And this gives us a common vocabulary across all of our teams. And the other thing is we want controls in place that allow who can make changes and what they can change. But that's not to get in the way of people. It's to give them the ability to feel safe to make the changes that they have to make. And so it's actually, sometimes I know it feels like policies get in our way, but if they're done properly, they're actually enabling. And so when we think about manage, I said it brings us visibility. Security is everyone's job. It gives a comment. I already talked about this. So a couple things from the manage, the collaboration is enabled through that common code. These guardrails enable our confidence, which gives an increased common understanding across disciplines. And we talk about empathy so much when we talk about DevOps, and it's so key because if you understand what different functions do in your organization or in your team, it's so much easier to work together. And this is the thing I always like to think about from the policy perspective. Computers can't lie, right? We've probably all experienced audit theater and such, so we can have trust of the process and checks. And our policy goes from vague to understandable. Just like I said, words are hard, so let's make them code. And we can determine where we have safety improvements to be able to make, and our value stream changes are expressed in code. And it gives us visibility into current policy. If you want to know what the policy is, you don't have to go read a document. You can see the checks. And it gives us a current state of compliance, either with uppercase C or lowercase c. And this helps us identify when policy and value collide, because sometimes that happens. And again, I talked about the shared vocabulary. We can utilize existing patterns of success, and we share our learning. So this is me here right now saying, I want to take DevOps back. DevOps is not just about Kubernetes. It's not just about automation. It's not just about pipelines. It's about all those other things. So let's use cloud engineering to be not only amazingly successful, but maybe make DevOps what it has always been all along. My name is Matty Stratton. You can find me at Twitter at Matt Stratton. My slides are up at speaking.mattstratton.com. I'll have these slides up there for you as well. If you like silly things on the internet, tune in to either DevOps Party Games or CNCF Face Off, which are two online game shows that I host. And I hope that you have a phenomenal serverless days.
Hello, Maddie. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? Happy Sunday. Happy serverless days.
Happy Sunday. Happy serverless days. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you were able to make it. I was saying the same thing to Nika earlier. Like, I love the fact that people like you are taking the time out of their day to take these concepts that are kind of very mysterious to students at the high school and college level and just like boil them down in a way that we can understand it as well.
Absolutely. It's my honor and my privilege to be able to do so.
Thank you. So we have a few questions from our audience.
Yeah.
For you. The first one is, what is the difference between DevOps and SRE?
That's a great question. Great question. So for folks who might not know, SRE stands for Site Reliability Engineering, and it's a discipline and a practice that evolved out of Google, but it's done kind of all across the industry. And the thing is, there's not really a difference between them. One of the ways I like to think about it, both the Seth Vargo and Liz Fong-Jones at Google had said that if we want to think about it from a programming perspective, think about the idea that the class SRE implements DevOps. So DevOps is kind of a way of working, and SRE is kind of a, I don't want to say prescriptive, but it's a very specific implementation of the ideas we talk about in DevOps. So they kind of go together. DevOps is not prescriptive or prescriptive as much as SRE is. They're very well connected.
Gotcha. And then what interested you about DevOps in the first place? What inspires you to be so passionate about this?
So what interested me in the first place is I spent many years working in system administration. Excuse me, and so much just getting frustrated with all these ideas that we now know are not great ways of doing things, but that's how we worked for decades. And I saw kind of the beginnings of how this could be interesting. And I really got inspired. My real big inspiration was when I was first starting to learn about it, I was driving home from work and I was listening to a podcast called DevOps Cafe, and they had Jez Humble on, who wrote the book Continuous Delivery, and he's talking about this principle of continuous delivery. Now, bear in mind, at the time, I'm working for apartments.com, for a .com, for an e-commerce company, and I'm driving down the Eisenhower Expressway yelling at my radio, that would never work at our company and everything. And then Jez goes on to talk about how HP LaserJet, they use this principle for the firmware in their printers. And I was like, oh, okay, this could work anywhere, right? Like, I'm saying it won't work on a website. It clearly worked and that got me to be really interested. But the reason I continue to be so passionately advocate is I see that it works. I've had in my own experience with things that I've built, like when I was at apartments.com, but then going on, and I've worked with so many different organizations all over the world and seen how this actually just makes people's work lives better. And the proof is there, and we see it. If the beautiful thing is, thanks to people like Dr. Nicole Forsgren, who wrote the book Accelerate and has done the State of DevOps report in the years before she was at GitHub, there's science and data and information that proves this actually is better. This is the right thing to do, but it just generally people enjoy their work better.
Yeah, I completely agree. We have one last question from Daniel, which is, what is the weirdest variation of DevOps that you've seen?
The weirdest variation of DevOps that I've seen. I saw that one coming in. I was trying to think of a really good answer for it. I will tell you, I thought it was, what it makes me think of a little bit, and this is also maybe a little bit of advice for especially for students who are thinking about getting jobs. Be cautious of the DevOps engineer title. I think it's great to have the title. You'll see some people out there will talk about like, oh, there shouldn't be the title of this. And I'm like, hey, you know what? A DevOps engineer makes like 30% more than a system administrator, so go get paid, right? But what I thought was interesting was when DevOps was first starting to become interesting, I was looking here in Chicago, so I'm looking on job boards and everything. I'm like, there's all these, no one's hiring system administrators anymore. They're just hiring DevOps engineers, but they need experience with Windows 2003 server and be willing to change backup tapes. So I've definitely seen where DevOps means sysadmin, but I think the most common weird implementation is to just call it DevOps, which, by the way, if you're thinking of saying DevOps, you're not clever. Everyone's already said it. We need a new DevOps joke. So that's my challenge to the audience, to the participants. Everybody think of a new DevOps joke. Send it to me at Matt Stratton on Twitter. And I will. That's our goal for the day. There
you go. And if Maddie approves of your new name, then we're gonna send you stickers.
Awesome. Perfect. I will get you Pulumi stickers if you send me a great DevOps joke. That's my promise to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today, Maddie. We learned a lot from you, and we're excited to learn more in the future. Have a great day.
Yeah. Thanks so much. Thanks for letting me be a part of it.
Hello, Bit Project, and hello, student serverless days. I am so excited, y'all. I have been involved with Bit Project for a while. I've seen many amazing students come through this program and learn basically from nothing, from square zero, all about serverless, create these amazing projects at the end. So I'm very excited to be presenting to you today. So without further ado, let's start our talk. I'm joining you here live in this lovely Microsoft Teams background that looks like Microsoft Paint. If you don't know what that is, I may be aging myself a little bit, but go look up Microsoft Paint or JS Paint if you want to play around with it yourself to see what we used to do back in the olden days when we would play with old Windows machines. Without further ado, let's get into my talk for today. So y'all, I'm here to talk about AI. Okay, don't get scared, right? It's kind of a scary topic if you don't know what it is. I know I can say that firsthand. That's how I felt when I first learned about AI. But I named my talk today, AI Can't Even. Hold for laughter. I tell a lot of dad jokes, so apologies in advance. If you're watching this talk and you don't like a good pun, maybe a good time to turn it off. But today I'm going to tell you all about my journey into working with AI and ML, also known as artificial intelligence and machine learning. I work here at Microsoft on the Next Generation Experiences team, where I get to teach students all about Power Platform, M365, Azure, the cloud. I've done it all, but I'm very excited to tell you how I went from basically knowing nothing about AI, I'll get into that in a second, to making my own models, creating my own machine learning and chatbots. So I'm really excited. Let's get into it. I've got my pal Clippy over here joining me today. These are some amazing Microsoft Teams backgrounds that you can actually download. Just search Microsoft Team background Clippy. We've got some really awesome ones like Solitaire, Microsoft Paint, so check those out. But let's get into the talk. It's time to get into AI. How to make AI less like sci-fi. In the talk, AI can't even. Alrighty, let's get into it, shall we? So, who amongst us here knows nothing about AI? I know if you asked me this question about 5 years ago, I knew nothing about AI. Maybe even like 3 or 4 years ago, right? So a little bit about myself before we get into the nitty-gritty of how to get started with AI and machine learning. So my name is Chloe Condon. I'm a senior cloud advocate here at Microsoft. I work on the Next Generation Experiences team, so I get to work with our amazing Microsoft student ambassadors, our Imagine Cup participants, and I also get to teach students like you. I am an actress turned developer. I like to share this fact about myself because not everybody comes through a computer science degree, right? I know a lot of people joining us at this conference are maybe attending a boot camp or are in a 4-year computer science degree program. There's so many ways you can learn now with online free resources or getting certifications. Personally, for me, I got a theater degree and I learned about tech much later in life. So I'm here to say, if you're learning how to code for the first time, if you're very new to artificial intelligence and machine learning and you're like, Chloe, what are you talking about? I don't know how to do this. I promise you, by the end of this talk, you'll be able to make your own machine learning, artificial intelligence, chatbots, data models. Oh my gosh, you're going to be able to do it all. Because we all start from somewhere, right? So I previously worked in fields before working here at Microsoft as a cloud advocate. I worked as, oh my goodness, everything, a recruiter, an office manager. I worked in retail. I was a summer camp counselor. I dressed up in costumes for birthday parties. I did just about everything. Customer support for a video game company. I was a virtual assistant. So I really got to work in a lot of administrative roles before I had the job that I have today working at Microsoft. So artificial intelligence. Let's talk a little bit about what this means to us, right? So I don't know about you, but when I first heard about what, or at least the word artificial intelligence, it was from a movie. Okay, maybe some of you recognize this lovely poster here. I saw this movie in theaters, maybe in 4th or 5th grade. One of the only movies that made me cry in theaters. It's a really great movie, directed by Steven Spielberg, starring Jude Law and Haley Joel Osment when he was very young, and was a Stanley Kubrick film. So one of my first sci-fi films I'd ever seen. Trust me, there's a point here. So if you had asked me about 5 or 6 years ago what I thought about AI, I would have told you it's this movie. But if you're unfamiliar, the plot is about a robotic boy who's the first boy programmed to love, who's adopted as a test case by a Cybertronics employee, which is like this company that's making all of this robot AI. And it's one of the first sci-fi films I ever saw, and it truly defined, as a non-technical individual at the time, computer science was but a twinkle in my eye. I was probably 10 or 11 years old, and it's a fascinating commentary on robotic sentience, machine intelligence. It's a heartbreaking film. If you want to cry, definitely check it out. Now, I bring this up because all I knew about artificial intelligence, and the first time I had ever heard a reference to AI, was in this film. And it not only made it feel above and beyond my skill set, I mean, I can't build a robotic boy who can love people. And I always thought, okay, wow, this is like some, sci-fi stuff that I'm never, ever going to know how to build. So let's talk a little bit about what artificial intelligence actually is. So what is it? What is AI exactly? Now, if you do a basic Google internet search, a Bing search, if you will, on what is AI or what is machine learning, you're going to get a lot of images and some matrix-looking, code overlaid as a brain, face, body, hands, symbolizing data, information, and training that information that becomes human-like. Hence the brain in a lot of situations, like we'll see right here. A lot of pictures like this, right? So this visual representation in Simple has become very person-like, and that is because what artificial intelligence is looking to help create machine learning that helps us make decisions and learn things. And we try to train those learnings to create simulations and help predict outcomes, recognize speech, and so many more things. So I know we have many probably citizen developers who are watching, maybe some computer science students as well, maybe people who are completely new to anything artificial intelligence. And I'm going to assume that most folks are newer to artificial intelligence as well, or maybe even feel a little afraid of it, right? The idea of machines or robots or technologies kind of becoming smart or sentient enough to make decisions feels like something very technical and beyond the scope of what can be accomplished by someone not familiar with code or machine learning or anything like that. Well, don't worry. We're gonna get there. So no, it really is true. You can do a lot of really, really cool things with machine learning, with artificial intelligence. It's not as sci-fi as you think it is. In fact, there's ways that you can use artificial intelligence and machine learning in super simple, easy, impactful ways. And as I mentioned, I worked in a number of non-technical jobs before working as a cloud advocate here at Microsoft. I was a student performing as an actress in the Bay Area. I held several jobs outside of tech, and I now clearly see that I could have made my life and my roles at these companies much easier with the power of what I can do without any code at all. So I'm going to walk you through how I got started with AI and gradually got more intricate and complicated working in the cloud and making all these awesome, AI projects. But it really started from just a very, very simple UI, which is really cool. So I'm going to show you a couple examples and demos of cool things that I think I could have helped me a lot more when I was working in other jobs. So if you're unfamiliar with AI Builder, this is how I got started with AI. And this is a no-code interface that allows folks to enhance apps and business processes with artificial intelligence that's easy to build with Power Apps. And so, of course, this is a talk that we're talking all about AI, so I don't need to go into too much detail about like why would we use AI, but I want to reiterate how exciting it is that this is available to anyone. So we're talking like very technical people who know how to code, citizen developers, like people who work in the corner store, mom and pop shop, who maybe want to get up and running with their business. This is really, truly accessible to anyone without knowing how to code. But if you do obtain those skills, or you do know how to code, you can even build beyond this and even get more specific with the artificial intelligence and machine learning that you want to do. So people can really leverage Power Platform, which a lot of folks think, oh, this is something for admins, but it's also something that really simplifies the process for us. And also, it makes this technology a lot more accessible to other people. So here's a couple real life examples. This one's my favorite. Okay, here's a picture. This is actually me. My first job, not even one of my very first jobs, my first job ever was at the Disney store. I know, hard to believe, right? So when I worked at the Disney store, I had several retail jobs when I worked in college. And if you've ever worked in retail before, if you've ever run a retail business, you know that inventory management is crucial. At least once a year, stores are required to audit what items or what merchandise they have in stock, which allows the business to not only obtain that data, see if any shoplifting has occurred, if they're missing any items, if they need to order more items, for example, but it also allows them to audit for any sort of inconsistencies in their inventory. So inventory is essentially a huge part of business management, and as an employee, inventory night meant you stayed overnight, usually till closing, which is around 10:30, 11 p.m., all the way to 2 or 3 in the morning when no customers are in the store, so you don't have to worry about counting different items being taken out, and then returning home, falling asleep, going to your college classes the next morning in my case. And for a boutique store that sells maybe 40 to 100 SKUs, this isn't bad. But consider situations like this, which is a true story. This actually happened to me. One night when I was working at the Disney store, we had to count how many magic towels were in the Disney store. If you don't know what a magic towel is, they look kind of like this. There's these little tiny towels that when you put them in water, they expand. And if you've ever been to the Disney store before, they have a lot of characters, right? They've got Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, oh my goodness. They've got Penelope Von Schweetz from Wreck-It Ralph. They've got every character in the world on a magic towel. And we had, at the time, to not only count every towel, but take note of the SKU. And we were doing this by hand. We were doing all this, manual data entry. But guess what? Now humans, working overnight, on a little bit of sleep, there's a lot of room for error there, right? You're going through your 100th or 300th magic towel, maybe you get the SKU number a little bit off, and that makes inaccurate data. Now imagine, instead of having to count those hundreds and hundreds of magic towels, if you could just take a picture, have that documented more quickly and efficiently, and have less room for potential error. Well, I wish I could go back in a time machine, because that is totally possible. So something that usually required 2 to 3 people to stay overnight and count all these SKUs on towels, with something like Power Automate can literally take a couple seconds. Let me show you how. So with Power Automate, we have this really, really simple way that we're able to just, with a visual interface, without using any code, be able to break all of this down. So first we would select a domain, which would be images on retail shelves. So that would look a little something like this, right? We would take a picture and we would tell this interface, hey, we want you to identify all of the objects on these retail shelves, and we want to give each one of them a unique identifier, right? This eliminates, me and my buddy at the Disney store having to write down every single SKU, taking hours and hours overnight. This is something that we could have totally used Power Platform for, but I didn't know what AI was back then, so wah. Then, after you've identified those different items in the photo, you can choose the objects. So in this case, we're doing magic towels, right? So we have blue towel, green towel, orange towel, miscellaneous towel. Those could be SKUs in the case of the Disney store back in the day, right? So then we want to tag the images. This is kind of like tagging images on MySpace, right? So we tag which one's a miscellaneous towel, which one's a green towel, which one's a blue towel, and so on and so forth. And that's object detection. We've literally just cleaned our data, trained our data, and made it as accurate as we can to be able to show and predict how much inventory we need. So then after that, really all we have to do is train the data, go through all of the data and make sure that all of the images are actually showing up correctly here. So you publish your AI model and you're good to go. So this is with no code, right? Like this is just with the UI. So there are so many things that you can use with no code at all. And this is how I got started with artificial intelligence and machine learning. I literally took a step way back, really figured out how my brain, got my brain to figure out, all right, so I'm identifying these unique items, then I'm training the models. Then, once I got more knowledge of code, I was able to go through and do all of these awesome things. So you see all these things that are listed here, like language detection, sentiment analysis, text recognition, business card reader. Oh my gosh, I used to be an executive assistant and I would have to manually copy all of these business cards, physical business cards, into a computer. It was a nightmare. So all of these things, I could have automated my job. Maybe it's actually good that I'm not an EA anymore, because I would have automated my job with all the power of platform at this point. But AI is everywhere. So once I was able to get those basic skills of like, all right, so in order to use artificial intelligence, I kind of had extracted it a bit with Power Platform. Like I got my images, I trained the image data set, I tag them, then I know what they are. Then I discovered, oh wow, there's all this cool stuff that I can do in the cloud, that I can do with serverless using AI and ML. So this is one of my favorite projects that I have in this slide here. This was using the Microsoft Face API, which is this awesome part of Azure that honestly probably one of my favorite parts of Azure. Don't tell Clippy. Well, Clippy's not part of Azure. Forget I said that. But I used the Microsoft Face API to identify cosplay images of Mario Kart players to determine what your Mario Kart player said about your astrology sign. I use astrology sign very loosely here because this is fake astrology, right? But there's so many cool things that you can do with sentiment analysis, data analysis, and this is all artificial intelligence. And we have tools that can help us with these things. So cool, right? So I am very new to AI and ML. I really mean this when I say I am a beginner. I am very early in my journey as a developer using artificial intelligence machine learning. But if you want to go beyond Power Platform, I've got this lovely link here, aka.ms/beepboop Power Platform. That is going to take you to a really awesome free resource online where you can learn how to use artificial intelligence and machine learning with no code and low code, because I know we've got a lot of new learners here. However, I've just started my fun little new journey of learning all about data sets, artificial intelligence, machine learning. We're using basketball data from Space Jam to New Legacy on this really lovely show with my pal Ornella here called Beep Boop. And every Tuesday at 4 p.m. Pacific time, we're hanging out for about an hour. It's a very cozy, safe, stress-free environment live on Tuesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific time, where we just learn all about AI and ML. We have never learned it before, and this is a space for you to ask your questions, for us to learn together. And don't worry, there's recordings afterwards you can check out. But if you go to aka.ms/beepboopbitproject, you can watch all of our previous episodes, and you can also check out aka.ms/beepboop replay to sign up for any of our future episodes that we have coming up. But I'm here to say, if this gal, a musical theater actress who saw the movie AI in theaters as a child, thought there's no way in a million years I'm going to be able to create a sentient artificial intelligence robot that looks like Haley Joel Osment. Well, I was right on that end. I'm not really ready to make that Haley Joel Osment robot. However, I work with AI now, and I work with machine learning, and it's a totally accessible thing for you to get started with. I get a lot of people who come to me and say, Chloe, machine learning is scary. It seems like a very difficult world to get into. Artificial intelligence, how do I train a computer what to do? Well, we got you. So come and join us on Tuesdays. If you're looking to maybe get a certification or just get started with a free resource online, I highly recommend this Power Platform Learn module. Really great way to get your feet wet with the basics of everything that you need to just get started in the same way that I did with magic towels, right? Thank you all so much for coming and joining me today. I'm really excited for this event. We've got some amazing speakers who are also speaking today, like Lizzie and Maddie. I'm so excited for you to learn more. And if you have any questions, come and say hi to me on Twitter at Chloe Condon. And I can't wait to see what you build with AI and ML, because if I can do it, you can do it too. Bye, y'all.
Hey everyone, we're done. Woo! Congrats if you made it this far. We have Daniel Kim over here, and we have Misha Patel over here. So these are the people that made this conference happen. Also, massive thank you to Emily and Ganning, who spent hours and hours putting that workshop together, and the students from the conference and their mentors who spent 8 weeks like learning all the skills that they needed to make their projects. I have like 1 minute left, so I'm just going to say that we have submissions open for that API that you're going to build open for the next 2 days, and the winner gets a Nintendo Switch Lite. And if you want stickers, tweet at us, #Serverless for students, and tag us in it, and then you'll get free stickers. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I don't know how to end this, but bye.